Two stories. What's a crisis? Individual and national crises. What this book is and isn't. Plan of the book. At one or more times during our lives, most of us undergo a personal upheaval or crisis, which may or may not get resolved successfully through our making personal changes. Similarly, nations undergo national crises, which also may or may not get resolved successfully through national changes. There's a large body of research and anecdotal information, built up by therapists, about the resolution of personal crises. Could the resulting conclusions help us understand the resolution of national crises? To illustrate personal and national crises, I'll begin this book with two stories from my own life. It's said that a child's earliest datable firm memories are laid down from around the age of 4 years, although children also retain indistinct memories of earlier events. That generalization does apply to me because the earliest memory that I can date is of Boston's Coconut Grove fire, which happened just after my 5th birthday. Although, fortunately, I was not at the fire myself, I experienced it secondhand through the frightening accounts of my physician father. On November 28, 1942, a fire broke out and spread rapidly through an overcrowded Boston nightclub called Coconut Grove, whose sole exit became blocked. A total of 492 people died, and hundreds of others were injured by suffocation, smoke inhalation, or being trampled or burned. Boston physicians and hospitals were overwhelmed, not just by the wounded and dying victims of the fire itself, but also by the fire's psychological victims, relatives distraught that their husbands or wives or children or siblings had died in a horrible way, and the fire's survivors, traumatized by guilt, because they had survived while hundreds of other guests had died. Until 10:15 p.m., their lives had been normal, and focused on celebrating the Thanksgiving holiday weekend, a football game, and wartime leaves of soldiers. By 11 p.m., most of the victims were already dead, and the lives of their relatives and of the survivors were in crisis. Their expected life trajectories had been derailed. They felt ashamed that they were alive while a dear one was dead. The relatives had lost someone central to their identity. Not only for the fire's survivors, but also for Bostonians remote from the fire, including me as a 5-year-old. The fire shook our faith in a world of justice. Those punished weren't naughty boys and evil people. They were ordinary people, killed through no fault of their own. Some of those survivors and relatives remained traumatized for the rest of their lives. A few committed suicide. But most of them, after an intensely painful several weeks during which they could not accept their loss, began a slow process of grieving, reappraising their values, rebuilding their lives, and discovering that not everything in their world was ruined. Many who had lost spouses went on to remarry. Even in the best cases, though, decades later, they remained mosaics of their new identities formed after the Coconut Grove fire, and of their old identities established before the fire. We shall have frequent opportunity throughout this book to apply that metaphor of mosaic to individuals and nations, in whom or in which disparate elements coexist uneasily. Coconut Grove provides an extreme example of a personal crisis, but it was extreme only in that bad things befell a large number of victims simultaneously. In fact, so many victims that the fire also provoked a crisis demanding new solutions in the field of psychotherapy itself, as we'll see in Chapter 1. Many of us experience individual tragedy firsthand in our own lives, or secondhand through the experiences of a relative or a friend. Yet such tragedies that strike only one victim are as painful to that victim and to his or her circle of friends as Coconut Grove was to the circles of its 492 victims. Now, for comparison, here is an example of a national crisis. I lived in Britain in the late 1950s and early 1960s at a time when it was undergoing a slow national crisis, although neither my British friends nor I fully appreciated it then. Britain was world-leading in science, blessed with a rich cultural history, proudly and uniquely British, and still basking in memories of having had the world's largest fleet, the greatest wealth, and the most far-flung empire in history. Unfortunately, by the 1950s, Britain was bleeding economically, losing its empire and its power, conflicted about its role in Europe, and struggling with long-standing class differences and recent waves of immigrants. Things came to a head between 1956 and 1961, when Britain scrapped all of its remaining battleships, experienced its first race riots, had to begin granting independence to its African colonies, and saw the Suez Crisis expose the humiliating loss of its ability to act independently as a world power. My British friends struggled to make sense of those events, and to explain them to me as an American visitor. Those blows intensified discussions among the British people and British politicians about Britain's identity and role. Today, 60 years later, Britain is a mosaic of its new self and its old self. Britain has shed its empire, become a multi-ethnic society, and adopted a welfare state and high-quality government-run schools to reduce class differences. Britain never regained its naval and economic dominance over the world, and it remains notoriously conflicted, Brexit, about its role in Europe. But Britain is still among the world's 6 richest nations, is still a parliamentary democracy under a figurehead monarch, is still a world leader in science and technology, and still maintains as its currency the pound sterling rather than the euro. Those 2 stories illustrate this book's theme. Crises and pressures for change confront individuals and their groups at all levels, ranging from single people to teams to businesses to nations to the whole world. Crises may arise from external pressures, such as a person being deserted or widowed by his or her spouse, or a nation being threatened or attacked by another nation. Alternatively, crises may arise from internal pressures, such as a person becoming sick or a nation enduring civil strife. Successful coping with either external or internal pressures requires selective change. That's as true of nations as of individuals. The key word here is selective. It's neither possible nor desirable for individuals or nations to change completely and to discard everything of their former identities. The challenge for nations, as for individuals in crisis, is to figure out which parts of their identities are already functioning well and don't need changing, and which parts are no longer working and do need changing. Individuals or nations under pressure must take honest stock of their abilities and values. They must decide what of themselves still works, remains appropriate even under the new changed circumstances, and thus can be retained. Conversely, they need the courage to recognize what must be changed in order to deal with the new situation. That requires the individuals or nations to find new solutions compatible with their abilities and with the rest of their being. At the same time, they have to draw a line and stress the elements so fundamental to their identities that they refuse to change them. Those are among the parallels between individuals and nations with respect to crises. But there are also glaring differences that we shall acknowledge. How do we define a crisis? A convenient starting point is the derivation of the English word crisis from the Greek noun krisis and verb krino, which have several related meanings: to separate, to decide, to draw a distinction, and turning point. Hence, one can think of a crisis as a moment of truth, a turning point when conditions before and after that moment are much more different from one another than before and after most other moments. I put the words moment, much more, and most in quotes because it's a practical problem to decide how brief should be the moment, how different should be the changed conditions, and how much rarer than most other moments should a turning point be for us to label it as a crisis, rather than just as another small event blip or a gradual natural evolution of changes. The turning point represents a challenge. It creates pressure to devise new coping methods, when former coping methods have proved inadequate to resolve the challenge. If an individual or nation does devise new and better coping methods, then we say that the crisis has been resolved successfully. But we'll see in Chapter 1 that the difference between success and failure in resolving a crisis is often not sharp, that success may just be partial, may not last forever, and the same problem may return. Think of the United Kingdom resolving its world role by entering the European Union in 1973 and then voting in 2017 to leave the European Union. Let's now illustrate that practical problem. How brief, how major, and how infrequent must a turning point be to warrant applying the term crisis? How often in an individual's lifetime, or in a millennium of regional history, is it useful to label what happens as a crisis? Those questions have alternative answers. Different answers prove useful for different purposes. One extreme answer restricts the term crisis to long intervals and rare dramatic upheavals. For example, just a few times in a lifetime for an individual and just every few centuries for a nation. As one example, a historian of ancient Rome might apply the word crisis to only 3 events after the foundation of the Roman Republic around 509 BC. The first 2 wars against Carthage, 264 to 241, and 218 to 201 BC. The replacement of republican government by the empire around 23 BC, and the barbarian invasions leading to the Western Roman Empire's fall, around AD 476. Of course, such a Roman historian doesn't consider everything else in Roman history between 509 BC and AD 476 as trivial. He just reserves the term crisis for those 3 exceptional events. At the opposite extreme, my UCLA colleague David Rigby and his associates Pierre-Alexandre Ballon and Ron Bosma published a fine study of technological crises in American cities, which they defined operationally as periods of sustained downturn in patent applications, with the word sustained defined mathematically. According to those definitions, they found that an American city undergoes a technological crisis on average about every 12 years, that the average such crisis lasts for 4 years, and that an average American city finds itself in a state of technological crisis for about 3 years in every decade. They found that definition to be fruitful for understanding a question of much practical interest. What enables some, but not other American cities to avoid technological crises defined in that way? But a Roman historian would dismiss the events studied by David and his colleagues as ephemeral bagatelles, while David and his colleagues would counter that the Roman historian is neglecting everything that happened in 985 years of Roman history except for 3 events. My point is that one can define crisis in different ways, according to different frequencies, different durations, and different scales of impact. One can usefully study either rare big crises or frequent small crises. In this book, the time scale that I adopt ranges from a few decades to a century. All of the countries that I discuss have experienced what I consider as a major crisis during my lifetime. This isn't to deny that all of them also experienced more frequent smaller turning points. Both for individual crises and for national crises, we often focus on a single moment of truth. For instance, the day when a wife tells her husband that she is filing for divorce, or, for Chilean history, the date September 11, 1973, when the Chilean military overthrew Chile's democratic government, whose president committed suicide. A few crises do indeed arrive out of the blue with no antecedents, such as the December 26, 2004 Sumatra tsunami that suddenly killed 200,000 people, or my cousin's death in the prime of his life when his car was crushed by a train at a railroad crossing, leaving his wife widowed and his 4 children orphaned. But most individual as well as national crises are the culmination of evolutionary changes, extending over many years. For example, the divorcing couple's prolonged marital difficulties, or Chile's political and economic difficulties. The crisis is a sudden realization of, or a sudden acting on, pressures that have been building up for a long time. This truth was acknowledged explicitly by Australia's Prime Minister, Gough Whitlam, who, as we'll see in Chapter 7, devised a whirlwind program of apparently major changes in 19 days of December 1972, but who downplayed his own reforms as a recognition of what has already happened. Nations aren't individuals writ large. They differ from individuals in many obvious ways. Why is it nevertheless illuminating to view national crises through the lens of individual crises? What are the advantages of this approach? One advantage, which I often encounter in discussing national crises with friends and students, is that individual crises are more familiar and understandable to non-historians. Hence, the perspective of individual crises makes it easier for lay readers to relate to national crises and to make sense of their complexities. Another advantage is that study of individual crises has yielded a roadmap of a dozen factors that help us to understand the varying outcomes. Those factors provide a useful starting point for devising a corresponding map of factors to understand the varying outcomes of national crises. We shall see that some factors translate straightforwardly from individual crises to national crises. For instance, individuals in crisis often receive help from friends, just as nations in crisis may recruit help from allied nations. Individuals in crisis may model their solutions on ways in which they see other individuals addressing similar crises. Nations in crisis may borrow and adapt solutions already devised by other nations facing similar problems. Individuals in crisis may derive self-confidence from having survived previous crises. So do nations. Those are among the straightforward parallels, but we'll also see that some factors illuminating outcomes of individual crises, while not straightforwardly transferable to national crises, still serve as useful metaphors suggesting factors relevant to national crises. For instance, therapists have found it helpful to define a quality of individuals termed ego strength. While nations don't have psychological ego strength, that concept suggests a related concept important for nations, namely national identity. Similarly, individuals often find their freedom of choice in resolving a crisis limited by practical constraints, such as child care responsibilities and job demands. Of course, nations aren't limited by child care responsibilities and job demands, But we'll see that nations do experience limitations on their freedom of choice for other reasons, such as geopolitical constraints and national wealth. Comparison with individual crises also brings into sharper relief those features of national crises lacking analogues for individual crises. Among those distinctive features, nations have leaders, but individuals don't. So questions about the role of leadership arise regularly for national crises, but not for personal crises. Among historians, there has been a long and still ongoing debate about whether unusual leaders really changed the course of history, often termed the great man view of history, or whether history's outcome would have been similar under any other likely leader. For instance, would World War II have broken out if a car accident that came close to killing Hitler in 1930 actually had killed him? Nations have their own political and economic institutions. Individuals don't. Resolution of national crises always involves group interactions and decision-making within the nation. But individuals can often make decisions by themselves. National crises may be resolved either by violent revolution, for example Chile in 1973, or by peaceful evolution, for example Australia after World War II. But lone individuals don't commit violent revolutions. Those similarities, metaphors, and differences are why I have found comparisons of national crises and individual crises useful in helping my UCLA students to understand national crises. Readers and reviewers of a book often gradually discover, as they read, that the book's coverage and approach aren't what they expected or wanted. What are this book's coverage and approach? And which coverages and approaches do I not include? This book is a comparative, narrative, exploratory study of crisis and selective change operating over many decades in 7 modern nations, of all of which I have much personal experience, and viewed from the perspective of selective change and personal crises. Those nations are Finland, Japan, Chile, Indonesia, Germany, Australia, and the United States. Let's consider one by one each of these words and phrases. This is a comparative book. It doesn't devote its pages to discussing just one nation. Instead, it divides those pages among 7 nations so that those nations can be compared. Non-fiction authors have to choose between presenting single case studies and comparing multiple cases. Each approach has different advantages and different limitations. In a given length of text, single case studies can, of course, provide far more detail about that single case, but comparative studies can offer perspectives and detect issues that wouldn't emerge from studying just a single case. Historical comparisons force one to ask questions that are unlikely to emerge from a case study. Why did a certain type of event produce result R1 in one country when it produced a very different result R2 in another country? For example, 1-volume histories of the American Civil War, which I love reading, can devote 6 pages to the second day of the Battle of Gettysburg, but can't explore why the American Civil War, unlike the Spanish and Finnish Civil Wars, ended with the victors sparing the lives of the defeated. Authors of single case studies often decry comparative studies as oversimplified and superficial, while authors of comparative studies equally often decry single case studies as unable to address broad questions. The latter view is expressed in the quip, "Those who study just one country end up understanding no country." This book is a comparative study, with its resulting advantages and limitations. Because this book divides its pages among 7 nations, I'm painfully aware that my account of each nation has to be concise. As I sit at my desk and turn my head, I see behind me on my study's floor a dozen piles of books and papers, each up to 5 feet high, one pile for the material of each chapter. It was agonizing for me to contemplate condensing 5 vertical feet of material on post-war Germany into one chapter of 11,000 words. So much had to be omitted. But conciseness has its compensations. It helps readers to compare major issues between post-war Germany and other nations without becoming distracted and overwhelmed by fascinating details, exceptions, ifs, and buts. For readers who want to go on to learn more fascinating details, the concluding bibliography of this book lists books and articles devoted to single case studies. This book's style of presentation is narrative, that is, the traditional style of historians, going all the way back to the foundation of history as a discipline, developed by the Greek authors Herodotus and Thucydides over 2,400 years ago. Narrative style means that arguments are developed by prose reasoning without equations, tables of numbers, graphs, or statistical tests of significance, and with only a small number of cases studied. That style may be contrasted with a powerful new quantitative approach in modern social science research, making heavy use of equations, explicit testable hypotheses, tables of data, graphs, and large sample sizes, i.e. many cases studied, that permit statistical tests of significance. I've learned to appreciate the power of modern quantitative methods. I use them in a statistical study of deforestation on 73 Polynesian islands in order to reach conclusions that could never have been extracted convincingly from a narrative account of deforestation on a few islands. I also co-edited a book in which some of my co-authors ingeniously used quantitative methods to resolve questions previously debated endlessly and without resolution by narrative historians. For example, whether Napoleon's military conquests and political upheavals were good or bad for the subsequent economic development of Europe. I had initially hoped to incorporate modern quantitative methods into this book. I devoted months to that effort, only to reach the conclusion that it would have to remain a task for a separate future project. That's because this book instead had to accomplish the task of identifying by a narrative study hypotheses and variables for a subsequent quantitative study to test. My sample of just 7 nations is too small for extracting statistically significant conclusions. It will take much further work to operationalize my narrative qualitative concepts, such as successful crisis resolution and honest self-appraisal. That is, to translate those verbal concepts into things that can be measured as numbers. Therefore, this book is a narrative exploration, which I hope will stimulate quantitative testing. Among the world's more than 210 nations, this book discusses only 7 familiar to me. I've made repeated visits to all 7. I've lived for extended periods, beginning as long as 70 years ago, in 6 of them. I speak or formerly spoke the languages of those 6. I like and admire all of those nations, happily revisit all of them, have visited all within the last 2 years, and seriously considered moving permanently to 2 of them. As a result, I can write sympathetically and knowledgeably about them, on the basis of my own first-hand experiences and those of my long-term friends living there. My and my friends' experiences encompass a sufficiently long period of time for us to have witnessed major changes. Among my 7 nations, Japan is the one of which my first-hand experience is more limited, because I don't speak the language and have made only briefer visits extending back in time for only 21 years. In compensation, though, for Japan, I have been able to draw on the lifelong experiences of my Japanese relatives by marriage and of my Japanese friends and students. Of course, the 7 nations that I selected on the basis of those personal experiences aren't a random sample of the world's nations. 5 are rich, industrialized nations, 1 is modestly affluent, and only 1 is a poor developing nation. None is African, 2 are European, 2 are Asian, and 1 each is North American, South American, or Australian. It remains for other authors to test to what extent my conclusions derived from this non-random sample of nations apply to other nations. I accepted that limitation and chose those 7 because of what seemed to me the overwhelming advantage of only discussing nations that I understood on the basis of long and intense personal experience, friendships, and in 6 cases, familiarity with the language. This book is almost entirely about modern national crises that occurred within my lifetime, permitting me to write from the perspective of my own contemporary experience. The outlier, for which I discuss changes before my lifetime, again involves Japan, to which I devote 2 chapters. One of those chapters discusses Japan today, but the other discusses Japan of the Meiji era, 1868 to 1912. I included that chapter on Meiji Japan because it constitutes such a striking example of conscious selective change, because it is still in the recent past, and because the memories and issues of Meiji Japan remain prominent in modern Japan. Of course, national crises and changes have also occurred in the past and posed similar questions. Though I can't address questions of the past from personal experience, such past crises have been the subject of a large literature. Well-known examples include the decline and fall of the Western Roman Empire in the 4th and 5th centuries of the Christian era, the rise and fall of southern Africa's Zulu state in the 19th century, the 1789 French Revolution and subsequent reorganization of France, and Prussia's catastrophic defeat at the Battle of Jena in 1806, its conquest by Napoleon, and its subsequent social, administrative, and military reforms. Several years after I began to write this book, I discovered that a book whose title refers to similar themes, Crisis, Choice, and Change, had already been published by my own American publisher, Little Brown, in 1973. That book differs from mine in including several case studies from the past, as well as in other basic respects. It was a multi-authored edited volume using a framework called system functionalism. Research by professional historians emphasizes archival studies. That is to say, the analysis of preserved written primary documents. Each new history book justifies itself by exploiting previously unutilized or underutilized archival sources, or by reinterpreting archival sources already utilized by other historians. Unlike most of the numerous books cited in my bibliography, my book is not based on archival studies. Instead, its contribution depends on a new framework derived from personal crises, an explicitly comparative approach, and a perspective drawn from my own life experiences and those of my friends. This is not a magazine article about current affairs intended to be read for a few weeks after its publication and then to fall out of date. Instead, this is a book expected to remain in print for many decades. I state that obvious fact just to explain why you might otherwise be astonished to find nothing whatsoever in this book about the specific policies of the current Trump administration in the U.S., nor about President Trump's leadership, nor about the current Brexit negotiations in Britain. Anything that I could write today about those fast-moving issues would become embarrassingly superseded by the time that this book is published, and would be useless a few decades from now. Readers interested in President Trump, his policies, and Brexit will find abundant published discussions elsewhere. But my chapters 9 and 10 do have a lot to say about major U.S. issues that have been operating for the past 2 decades, that are now claiming even more attention under the current administration, and that are likely to continue to operate for at least the next decade. Now, here is a roadmap to my book itself. In my first chapter, I shall discuss personal crises before devoting the rest of this book to national crises. We've all seen, by living through our own crises and witnessing the crises of our relatives and friends, that there is much variation among crisis outcomes. In the best cases, people succeed in figuring out new and better coping methods, and they emerge stronger. In the saddest cases, they become overwhelmed and revert to their old ways, or else they adopt new but worse coping methods. Some people in crisis even commit suicide. Therapists have identified many factors, of which I'll discuss a dozen in Chapter 1, influencing the likelihood that a personal crisis will be successfully resolved. Those are the factors for which I'll explore parallel factors influencing the outcomes of national crises. To anyone who groans in dismay, a dozen factors are a lot to remember. Why don't you just reduce them to just a few? I reply, it would be absurd to think that the outcomes of people's lives or of nations' histories could be usefully reduced to just a few catchwords. If you should have the misfortune to pick up a book claiming to achieve that, throw it away without reading any further. Conversely, if you have the misfortune to pick up a book proposing to discuss all 76 factors influencing crisis resolution, throw that book away also. It's the job of a book's author, not of a book's reader, to digest and prioritize life's infinite complexity into a useful framework. I found that using a dozen factors offers an acceptable compromise between those two extremes, detailed enough to explain much of reality, without being so detailed as to constitute a laundry list useful for tracking laundry, but not for understanding the world. That introductory chapter is followed by 3 pairs of chapters, each pair on a different kind of national crisis. The first pair concerns crises in 2 countries, Finland and Japan, that exploded in a sudden upheaval, provoked by shocks from another country. The second pair is also about crises that exploded suddenly but due to internal explosions in Chile and Indonesia. The last pair describes crises that did not explode with a bang, but that instead unfolded gradually in Germany and Australia, especially due to stresses unleashed by World War II. Finland's crisis, Chapter 2, exploded with the Soviet Union's massive attack upon Finland on November 30th, 1939. In the resulting Winter War, Finland was virtually abandoned by all of its potential allies and sustained heavy losses, but nevertheless succeeded in preserving its independence against the Soviet Union, whose population outnumbered Finland's by 40-1. I spent a summer in Finland 20 years later, hosted by veterans and widows and orphans of the Winter War. The war's legacy was conspicuous selective change that made Finland an unprecedented mosaic, a mixture of contrasting elements, an affluent small liberal democracy, pursuing a foreign policy of doing everything possible to earn the trust of the impoverished, giant reactionary Soviet dictatorship. That policy was considered shameful and denounced as Finlandization by many non-Finns, who failed to understand the historical reasons for its adoption. One of the most intense moments of my summer in Finland unfolded when I ignorantly expressed similar views to a Winter War veteran who replied by politely explaining to me the bitter lessons that Finns had learned from being denied help by other nations. The other of the two crises provoked by an external shock involved Japan, whose long-held policy of isolation from the outside world was ended on July 8, 1853, when a fleet of American warships sailed into Tokyo Bay's entrance, demanding a treaty and rights for U.S. ships and sailors. Chapter 3. The eventual result was the overthrow of Japan's previous system of government, a consciously adopted program of drastic wide-ranging change and an equally conscious program of retention of many traditional features that leave Japan today as the world's most distinctive, rich, industrialized nation. Japan's transformation during the decades following the U.S. fleet's arrival, the so-called Meiji era, strikingly illustrates at the national level many of the factors influencing personal crises. The decision-making processes and resulting military successes of Meiji Japan help us, by contrast, to understand why Japan made different decisions in the 1930s, leading to its crushing military defeat in World War II. Chapter 4 concerns Chile, the first of the pair of countries whose crises were internal explosions resulting from a breakdown of political compromise among their citizens. On September 11, 1973, after years of political stalemate, Chile's democratically elected government under President Allende was overturned by a military coup whose leader, General Pinochet, remained in power for almost 17 years. Neither the coup itself nor the world records for sadistic tortures smashed by Pinochet's government had been foreseen by my Chilean friends while I was living in Chile several years before the coup. In fact, they had proudly explained to me Chile's long democratic traditions, so unlike those of other South American countries. Today, Chile is once again a democratic outlier in South America, but selectively changed, incorporating parts of Allende's and parts of Pinochet's models. To U.S. friends who commented on my book manuscript, this Chilean chapter was the most frightening chapter of my book because of the speed and completeness with which a democracy turned into a sadistic dictatorship. Paired with that chapter on Chile is Chapter 5 on Indonesia, whose breakdown of political compromise among its citizens also resulted in the internal explosion of a coup attempt, in this case on October 1, 1965. The coup's outcome was opposite to that of Chile's coup. A counter-coup led to genocidal elimination of the faction presumed to have supported the coup attempt. Indonesia stands in further contrast to all of the other nations discussed in this book. It is the poorest, least industrialized, and least westernized of my 7 nations, and it has the youngest national identity, cemented only during the 40 years that I have been working there. The next 2 chapters, chapters 6 and 7, discuss German and Australian national crises that seemingly unfolded gradually instead of exploding with a bang. Some readers may hesitate to apply the term crisis or upheaval to such gradual developments, but even if one prefers to apply a different term to them, I have still found it useful to view them within the same framework that I use to discuss more abrupt transitions, because they pose the same questions of selective change and illustrate the same factors influencing outcomes. In addition, the difference between explosive crises and gradual change is arbitrary rather than sharp. They grade into each other. Even in the cases of apparently abrupt transitions, such as Chile's coup, decades of gradually growing tension led to the coup, and decades of gradual changes followed it. I described the crises of chapters 6 and 7 as only seemingly unfolding gradually, because in fact post-war Germany's crisis began with the most traumatic devastation experienced by any of the countries discussed in this book. Germany's ruined condition as of the date of its surrender in World War II on May 8, 1945. Similarly, while post-war Australia's crisis unfolded gradually, it began with 3 shocking military defeats within the space of less than 3 months. The first of my 2 nations illustrating non-explosive crises is post-World War II Germany, Chapter 6, which was simultaneously confronted with the issues of its Nazi-era legacies, of disagreements about its society's hierarchical organization, and of the trauma of political division between West and East Germany. Within my comparative framework, distinctive features of crisis resolution in post-war Germany include exceptionally violent clashes between generations, strong geopolitical constraints, and the process of reconciliation with nations that had been victims of German wartime atrocities. My other example of non-explosive crises is Australia, Chapter 7, which has remodeled its national identity during the 55 years that I've been visiting it. When I first arrived in 1964, Australia seemed like a remote British outpost in the Pacific Ocean, still looking to Britain for its identity and still practicing a white Australia policy that limited or excluded non-European immigrants. But Australia was facing an identity crisis, because that white and British identity conflicted increasingly with Australia's geographic location, foreign policy needs, defense strategy, economy, and population makeup. Today, Australia's trade and politics are oriented towards Asia. Australian city streets and university campuses are crowded with Asians, and Australian voters only narrowly defeated a referendum to remove the Queen of England as Australia's head of state. However, as in Meiji Japan and Finland, those changes have been selective. Australia is still a parliamentary democracy. Its national language is still English, and a large majority of Australians are still British by ancestry. All of these national crises discussed so far are well recognized and have been resolved, or at least resolutions are already long underway, with the result that we can evaluate their outcomes. The last 4 chapters describe present and future crises whose outcomes are still unknown. I begin this section with Japan, Chapter 8, already the subject of Chapter 3. Japan today faces numerous fundamental problems, some of which are widely recognized and acknowledged by the Japanese people in government, while others are not recognized or even are widely denied by the Japanese. At present, these problems are not clearly moving towards solution. Japan's future is truly up for grabs, in the hands of its own people. Will the memories of how Meiji Japan courageously and successfully overcame its crisis help modern Japan to succeed? The next 2 chapters, chapters 9 and 10, concern my own country, the United States. I identify 4 growing crises that hold the potential to undermine American democracy and American strength within the next decade, as already happened in Chile. Of course, these are not discoveries of mine. There is open discussion of all 4 among many Americans, and a sense of crisis is widespread in the U.S. today. It appears to me that all 4 problems are not currently moving towards solution, but are instead getting worse. Yet the U.S., like Meiji Japan, has its own memories of overcoming crises, notably our long and lacerating Civil War, and our suddenly being dragged out of political isolation into World War II. Will those memories now help my country to succeed? Finally comes the whole world, Chapter 11. While one could assemble an infinite list of problems facing the world, I focus on 4 for which it seems to me that trends already underway will, if they continue, undermine living standards worldwide within the next several decades. Unlike Japan and the U.S., both of which have long histories of national identity, self-government, and memories of successful collective action, the whole world lacks such a history. Without such memories to inspire us, will the world succeed, now that for the first time in history we are confronted with problems that are potentially fatal worldwide? This book concludes with an epilogue that examines our studies of 7 nations and of the world in the light of our dozen factors. I ask whether nations require crises to galvanize them into undertaking big changes. It required the shock of the Coconut Grove fire to transform short-term psychotherapy. Can nations decide to transform themselves without the shock of a coconut grove? I consider whether leaders have decisive effects on history. I propose directions for future studies, and I suggest types of lessons that might realistically be gained from examining history. If people, or even just their leaders, choose to reflect on past crises, then understanding of the past might help us to resolve our present and future crises. Part 1. Individuals. Chapter 1. Personal Crises. A personal crisis. Trajectories. Dealing with crises. Factors related to outcomes. National crises. At the age of 21, I experienced the most severe crisis of my professional life. I had grown up in Boston as the oldest child of educated parents, my father a Harvard professor, and my mother a linguist and pianist and teacher, who encouraged my love of learning. I attended a great secondary school, Roxbury Latin School, then a great college, Harvard College. I thrived in school, did well in all of my courses, completed and published 2 laboratory research projects while still in college, and graduated at the top of my class. Influenced by the example of my physician father and by my happy and successful experiences of undergraduate research, I decided to pursue a Ph.D. in the laboratory science of physiology. For graduate study, I moved in September 1958 to the University of Cambridge in England, at that time a world leader in physiology. Additional attractions of my moving to Cambridge included my first opportunities to live far from home, to travel in Europe, and to speak foreign languages, of which by then I had already learned 6 from books. Graduate study in England soon proved far more difficult for me than had been my Roxbury Latin and Harvard courses, or even than my undergraduate research experience. My Ph.D. mentor at Cambridge, whose laboratory and office I shared, was a great physiologist about to study electricity generation in electric eels. He wanted me to measure movements of charged particles, sodium and potassium ions, across the eel's electricity-generating membranes. That required me to design the necessary equipment. But I had never been good with my hands. I hadn't even been able to complete unassisted a high school assignment of building a simple radio. I certainly had no idea how to design a chamber to study eel membranes, no less to do anything remotely complicated involving electricity. I had come to Cambridge highly recommended by my Harvard University research advisor, but it was now as obvious to me as it was to my Cambridge advisor that I was a disappointment to him. I was useless to him as a research collaborator. He transferred me to a separate lab of my own, where I could figure out a research project for myself. In an effort to find a project better suited to my technological ineptitude, I latched onto the idea of studying sodium and water transport by the gallbladder, a simple sac-like organ. The required technology was elementary. Just suspend a fluid-filled fish gallbladder every 10 minutes from an accurate scale and weigh the water contained in the gallbladder. Even I could do that. The gallbladder itself isn't so important, but it belongs to a class of tissues called epithelia that include much more important organs, such as the kidneys and intestines. At that time, in 1959, all known epithelial tissues that transported ions in water, as did the gallbladder, developed voltages associated with their transport of the charged ions. But whenever I tried to measure a voltage across the gallbladder, I recorded 0. In those days, that was considered strong evidence either that I hadn't mastered even the simple technology that would have sufficed to detect a voltage across a gallbladder if there had been any, or that I had somehow killed the tissue and it wasn't functioning. In either case, I was chalking up another failure as a laboratory physiologist. My demoralization increased when I attended in June 1959 the first Congress of the International Biophysical Society at Cambridge. Hundreds of scientists from around the world presented papers on their research. I had no results to present. I felt humiliated. I'd been used to being always at the top of my class. Now I was a nobody. I began to develop philosophical doubts about pursuing a career of scientific research at all. I read and reread Thoreau's famous book, Walden. I felt shaken by what I saw as its message for me, that the real motive for pursuing science was the egotistical one of getting recognition from other scientists. Yes, that really is a big motive for most scientists. But Thoreau persuasively dismissed such motives as empty pretense. Walden's core message was, I should figure out what I really want in my life and not be seduced by the vanity of recognition. Thoreau reinforced my doubts about whether to continue in scientific research at Cambridge. But a moment of decision was approaching. My second year of graduate school would begin at the end of the summer, and I would have to re-enroll if I wanted to continue. At the end of June, I went off to spend a month's vacation in Finland, a wonderful and profound experience that I'll discuss in the next chapter. In Finland, for the first time, I had the experience of learning a language, the difficult and beautiful Finnish language, not from books, but just by listening and talking to people. I loved it. It was as satisfying and successful as my physiological research was depressing and unsuccessful. By the end of my month in Finland, I was seriously considering abandoning a career in science, or indeed in any academic discipline. Instead, I thought of going to Switzerland, indulging my love for and ability in languages, and becoming a simultaneous translator of languages at the United Nations. That would mean turning my back on the life of research, creative thought, and academic fame that I had imagined for myself, and that my professor father exemplified. As a translator, I would not be well paid, but at least I would be doing something that I thought I'd enjoy and would be good at. So it seemed to me then. My crisis came to a head on my return from Finland, when I met my parents, whom I hadn't seen in a year, for a week in Paris. I told them of my practical and philosophical doubts about pursuing a research career and my thoughts of becoming a translator. It must have been agonizing for my parents to witness my confusion and misery. Bless them, they listened, and they didn't presume to tell me what to do. The crisis reached resolution one morning while my parents and I were sitting together on a Paris park bench, once again thrashing out the question of whether I should give up on science now or should continue. Finally, my father gently made a suggestion without pressuring me. Yes, he acknowledged, I had doubts about a scientific research career, but this had been only my first year of graduate school, and I had been trying to study the gallbladder for only a few months. Wasn't it really too early to give up on a planned lifetime career? Why not return to Cambridge, give it another chance, and devote just another half year to trying to solve gallbladder research problems? If that didn't work out, I could still give it up in the spring of 1960. I didn't have to make an irreversible big decision now. My father's suggestion felt to me like a life preserver thrown to a drowning man. I could postpone the big decision for a good reason to try for another half year. There was nothing shameful about that. The decision didn't commit me irrevocably to a scientific research career. I still had the option of becoming a simultaneous translator after half a year. That settled it. I did return to Cambridge to begin my second year there. I resumed my gallbladder research. 2 young physiology faculty members, to whom I'll be eternally grateful, helped me to solve the technological problems of gallbladder research. In particular, one helped me to realize that my method of measuring voltages across the gallbladder was perfectly adequate. The gallbladder did develop voltages that I could measure, so-called diffusion potentials and streaming potentials, under appropriate conditions. It was just that the gallbladder didn't develop voltages while transporting ions and water for the remarkable reason that, uniquely among transporting epithelia known at the time, it transported positive and negative ions equally, and so transported no net charge and developed no transport voltage. My gallbladder results began to interest other physiologists and to excite even me. As my gallbladder experiments succeeded, my broad philosophical doubts about the vanity of recognition by other scientists faded away. I stayed at Cambridge for 4 years, completed my Ph.D., returned to the U.S., got good university jobs doing research and teaching in physiology, first at Harvard and then at UCLA, and became a very successful physiologist. That was my first major professional crisis, a common type of personal crisis. Of course, it wasn't my last life crisis. I later had 2 much milder professional crises around 1980 and 2000 concerning changes in the direction of my research. Ahead of me still lay severe personal crises about getting married for the first time, and 7.5 years later, about getting divorced. That first professional crisis was, in its specifics, unique to me. I doubt that anyone else in world history has ever struggled with a decision about whether to abandon gallbladder physiological research in favor of becoming a simultaneous translator. But, as we'll now see, the broad issues that my 1959 crisis posed were completely typical for personal crises in general. Almost all readers of this book have experienced or will experience an upheaval constituting a personal crisis, as I did in 1959. When you're in the middle of it, you don't pause to think about academic questions of defining crisis. You know that you're in one. Later, when the crisis is past and you have the leisure to reflect on it, you may define it in retrospect as a situation in which you found yourself facing an important challenge that felt insurmountable by your usual methods of coping and problem-solving. You struggled to develop new coping methods. As did I, you questioned your identity, your values, and your view of the world. Undoubtedly, you've seen how personal crises arise in different forms and from different causes and follow different trajectories. Some take the form of a single unanticipated shock, such as the sudden death of a loved one, or being fired without warning from your job, or a serious accident, or a natural disaster. The resulting loss may precipitate a crisis not only because of the practical consequences of the loss itself, for example, you no longer have a spouse, but also because of the emotional pain and the blow to your belief that the world is fair. That was true for relatives and close friends of the victims of the Coconut Grove fire. Other crises instead take the form of a problem building up slowly until it explodes, such as the disintegration of a marriage, chronic serious illness in oneself or in a loved one, or a money-related or career-related problem. Still other crises are developmental ones that tend to unfold at certain major life transitions, such as adolescence, midlife, retirement, and old age. For instance, in a midlife crisis, You may feel that the best years of your life are over, and you grapple to identify satisfying goals for the rest of your life. Those are the different forms of personal crises. Among their commonest specific causes are relationship problems, a divorce, a breakup of a close relationship, or else deep dissatisfaction leading you or your partner to question continuing the relationship. Divorce often drives people to ask themselves, what did I do wrong? Why does she want to leave me? Why did I make such a bad choice? What can I do differently next time? Will there ever be a next time for me? If I can't succeed in a relationship even with the person who is closest to me and whom I chose, what good am I at all? Besides relationship problems, other frequent causes of personal crises include deaths and illnesses of loved ones and setbacks to one's health, career, or financial security. Still other crises involve religion. Lifelong believers in a faith may find themselves plagued by doubt, or, conversely, non-believers may find themselves drawn to a religion. But shared among all of those types of crises, whatever their cause, is the sense that something important about one's current approach to life isn't working, and that one has to find a new approach. My own interest in personal crises, like that of many other people, stemmed initially from the crises that I've experienced myself or that I've seen befalling friends and relatives. For me, that familiar personal motive has been further stimulated by the career of my wife, Marie, a clinical psychologist. During the first year of our marriage, Marie trained at a community mental health center, in which a clinic offered short-term psychotherapy for clients in crisis. Clients visited or phoned that clinic in a state of crisis because they felt overwhelmed by a big challenge that they couldn't solve by themselves. When the door opened or the phone rang at the clinic reception and the next client walked in or began talking, the counselor didn't know in advance what type of issue that particular person faced. But the counselor knew that that client, like all the previous clients, would be in a state of acute personal crisis, precipitated by their having acknowledged to themselves that their established ways of coping were no longer sufficient. The outcomes of consultation sessions at health centers offering crisis therapy vary widely. In the saddest cases, some clients attempt or commit suicide. Other clients can't figure out a new coping method that works for them. They revert to their old ways and may end up crippled by their grief, anger, or frustration. In the best cases, though, the client does discover a new and better way of coping and emerges from the crisis stronger than before. That outcome is reflected in the Chinese written character translated as crisis, which is pronounced weiji, and consists of two characters, the Chinese character wei, meaning danger, plus the Chinese character ji, meaning crucial occasion, critical point, opportunity. The German philosopher Friedrich Nietzsche expressed a similar idea by his quip, "What doesn't kill us makes us stronger." Winston Churchill's corresponding quip was, "Never let a good crisis go to waste." A frequent observation by those helping others in an acute personal crisis is that something happens within a time span of about 6 weeks. During that short transitional period, we question our cherished beliefs, and we are much more receptive to personal change than during our previous long period of relative stability. We can't live for much longer than that without some ways of coping. Although we can grieve, suffer, or remain unemployed or angry for much longer. Within about 6 weeks, either we start to explore a new way of coping that will ultimately prove successful, or we embark on a new maladaptive way of coping, or we revert by default to our old maladaptive ways. Of course, those observations about acute crises don't imply that our lives conform to an oversimplified model of 1. receive shock, set alarm clock for 6 weeks. 2. Acknowledge failure of previous coping methods. 3. Explore new coping methods. And 4. Alarm clock goes off. Either give up and revert, or else succeed. Crisis solved. Live happily ever after. No. Many life changes instead unfold gradually, without an acute phase. We succeed in identifying and solving many impending or growing problems before they ever become crises and overwhelm us. Even crises with an acute phase may merge into a long phase of slow rebuilding. That's especially true of midlife crises, when the initial burst of dissatisfaction and glimmerings of a solution may be acute, but putting a new solution into effect may take years. A crisis doesn't necessarily stay solved forever. For instance, a couple that resolves a serious dispute and avoids divorce may outgrow their solution to the dispute and have to deal again with the same problem or a similar one. Someone who has dealt with one type of crisis may eventually encounter a new problem and face a new crisis, as did I. But even those caveats don't change the fact that many of us do traverse crises with the approximate course that I described. How does a therapist deal with someone in crisis? Obviously, the traditional methods of long-term psychotherapy, which often focus on childhood experiences in order to understand root causes of current problems, are inappropriate in a crisis because they are much too slow. Instead, crisis therapy focuses on the immediate crisis itself. The methods were initially worked out by the psychiatrist Dr. Erich Lindemann in the immediate aftermath of the Coconut Grove fire, when Boston hospitals were swamped not only by the medical challenge of trying to save the lives of hundreds of severely wounded and dying people, but also by the psychological challenge of dealing with the grief and the guilt feelings of the even larger numbers of survivors, relatives, and friends. Those distraught people were asking themselves why the world had permitted such a thing to happen, and why they were still alive when a loved one had just died a horrible death from burns, trampling, or asphyxiation. For example, one guilt-stricken husband, berating himself for having brought his now-dead wife to Coconut Grove, jumped out a window in order to join her in death. While surgeons were helping the fire's burn victims, how could therapists help the fire's psychological victims? That was the crisis that the Coconut Grove fire posed to psychotherapy itself. The fire proved to be the birth hour of crisis therapy. Struggling to assist the huge number of traumatized people, Lindemann began to develop the approach that is now termed crisis therapy, and that expanded soon from the Coconut Grove disaster to the other types of acute crises that I have mentioned above. Over the decades since 1942, other therapists have continued to explore methods of crisis therapy, which is now practiced and taught at many clinics, such as the one at which Marie trained. Basic to crisis therapy, as it has evolved, is that it's short-term, consisting of only about half a dozen sessions, spaced out at weekly intervals, spanning the approximate time course of a crisis's acute stage. Typically, when one is first plunged into a state of crisis, one feels overwhelmed by the sense that everything in one's life has gone wrong. As long as one remains thus paralyzed, it's difficult to make progress dealing with one thing at a time. Hence, a therapist's immediate goal in the first session, or else the first step if one is dealing with an acknowledged crisis by oneself or with the help of friends, is to overcome that paralysis by means of what is termed building a fence. That means identifying the specific things that really have gone wrong during the crisis so that one can say, here inside the fence are the particular problems in my life. But everything else outside the fence is normal and okay. Often, a person in crisis feels relieved as soon as he or she starts to formulate the problem and to build a fence around it. The therapist can then help the client to explore alternative ways of coping with the specific problem inside the fence. The client thereby embarks on a process of selective change, which is possible rather than remaining paralyzed by the seeming necessity of total change, which would be impossible. Besides that issue of building a fence that gets addressed in the first session, another issue is also often addressed then, the question, why now? That's shorthand for, why did you decide to seek help in a crisis center today? And why do you feel a sense of crisis now, rather than sometime earlier, or not at all? In the case of a crisis arising from a single unanticipated shock, such as the Coconut Grove fire, that question needn't be asked, because the obvious answer is the shock itself. But the answer is not obvious for a crisis building up slowly until it explodes, or for a developmental crisis associated with an extended life phase such as the teenage years or middle age. A typical example is that a woman may say that she came to the crisis center because her husband is having an affair. But it then turns out that she has known for a long time that he has been having the affair. Why did the woman decide to seek help about the affair today, rather than a month ago or a year ago? The immediate impetus may have been a single sentence spoken, or else a detail of the affair that the client held to be the last straw, or a seemingly trivial event reminding the client of something significant in the client's past. Often the client isn't even conscious of the answer to that question, why now? But when the answer is discovered, it may prove helpful to the client, or to the therapist, or to both, in understanding the crisis. In the case of my 1959 career crisis, which had been building for half a year, the reason why the first week of August 1959 became now was the visit of my parents, and the practical necessity of telling them whether or not I would return next week to the Cambridge Physiological Laboratories for a second year. Of course, short-term crisis therapy isn't the only approach to dealing with personal crises. My reason for discussing it isn't because of any parallels between the time-limited 6-session course of crisis therapy and the course of dealing with national crises. The latter course never involves 6 national discussions within a short time frame. Instead, I focus on short-term crisis therapy because it's a specialty practiced by therapists who have built up a large body of experience and shared their observations with one another. They spend much time discussing with one another and publishing articles and books about the factors influencing outcomes. I heard a lot about those discussions from Marie, almost every week during her year of training at the Crisis Therapy Center. I found those discussions useful for suggesting factors worth examining as possible influences on outcomes of national crises. Crisis therapists have identified at least a dozen factors that make it more or less likely that an individual will succeed in resolving a personal crisis. Let's consider those factors, starting with 3 or 4 that inevitably are critical at or before the beginning of the course of treatment. Number 1, acknowledgement that one is in crisis. This is the factor that leads people to enter crisis therapy. Without such an acknowledgement, they would not even present themselves at a crisis therapy clinic, nor, if they didn't go to a clinic, would they begin to deal with the crisis themselves, until someone admits, yes, I do have a problem. And that admission may take a long time. There can't be any progress towards resolving the problem. My 1959 professional crisis began with my having to acknowledge that I was failing as a laboratory scientist after a dozen years of uninterrupted successes in school. Table 1.1. Factors related to the outcomes of personal crises. 1. Acknowledgement that one is in crisis. 2. Acceptance of one's personal responsibility to do something. 3. Building a fence to delineate one's individual problems needing to be solved. 4. Getting material and emotional help from other individuals and groups. 5. Using other individuals as models of how to solve problems. 6. Ego strength. 7. Honest self-appraisal. 8. Experience of previous personal crises. 9. Patience. 10. Flexible personality. 11. Individual core values. 12. Freedom from personal constraints. Number 2. Acceptance of personal responsibility. But it's not enough just to acknowledge I have a problem. People often then go on to say, yes, but my problem is someone else's fault. Other people or outside forces are what's making my life miserable. Such self-pity and the tendency to assume the role of victim are among the commonest excuses that people offer to avoid addressing personal problems. Hence, a second hurdle, after a person has acknowledged I have a problem, is for the person to assume responsibility for solving it. Yes, there are those outside forces and those other people, but they aren't me. I can't change other people. I'm the only person whose actions I can fully control. If I want those other forces and other people to change, it's my responsibility to do something about it by changing my own behavior and responses. Those other people aren't going to change spontaneously if I don't do something myself. Number 3. Building a fence. Once a person has acknowledged a crisis, accepted responsibility for doing something to resolve it, and presented himself at a crisis therapy center, the first therapy session can focus on the step of building a fence, that is, identifying and delineating the problem to be solved. If a person in crisis doesn't succeed in doing that, he sees himself as totally flawed and feels paralyzed. Hence, a key question is, what is there of yourself that is already functioning well and that doesn't need changing and that you could hold on to? What can and should you discard and replace with new ways? We shall see that issue of selective change is key also to reappraisals by whole nations in crisis. Number 4. Help from others. Most of us who have successfully gotten through a crisis have discovered the value of material and emotional support from friends, as well as from institutionalized support groups, such as those of cancer patients, alcoholics, or drug addicts. Familiar examples of material support include offering a temporary spare bedroom to enable someone whose marriage has just collapsed to move out, thinking clearly to compensate for the temporarily diminished problem-solving ability of a person in crisis, and providing practical assistance in obtaining information, a new job, new companions, and new child care arrangements. Emotional support includes being a good listener, helping to clarify issues, and assisting someone who has temporarily lost hope and self-confidence to regain both. For a client at a crisis therapy clinic, that call for help is inevitably among the first factors arising to resolve the crisis. The client came to the center because they realized that they needed help. For people in crisis who don't come to a crisis therapy clinic, their call for help may come early, later, or even not at all. Some people make things difficult for themselves by trying to solve a crisis entirely without assistance. As a personal example of a call for help outside a crisis therapy center, when my first wife jolted me by finally telling me that she wanted a divorce, during the next few days I called 4 of my closest friends and poured out my heart to them. All 4 understood and sympathized with my situation, because 3 had themselves been divorced, and the 4th had managed to rebuild a troubled marriage. While my call for help didn't stave off eventual divorce in my case, It did prove to be the first step in a long process of re-examining my relationships and eventually making a happy second marriage. Talking to close friends made me feel that I wasn't uniquely flawed, and that I too might eventually gain happiness as they had. Number 5. Other people as models. Related to that value of other people as sources of help is their value as models of alternative coping methods. Again, as most of us who've weathered a crisis have discovered, it's a big advantage if you know someone who has weathered a similar crisis and who constitutes a model of successful coping skills that you can try to imitate. Ideally, those models are friends or other people with whom you can talk, and from whom you can learn directly how they solved a problem similar to yours. But the model can also be someone whom you don't know personally, and about whose life and coping methods you have merely read or heard. For example, while few readers of this book could have known Nelson Mandela, Eleanor Roosevelt, or Winston Churchill personally, their biographies or autobiographies have still yielded ideas and inspiration to other people who used them as models for resolving a personal crisis. Number 6. Ego strength. A factor that's important in coping with a crisis and that differs from person to person is something that psychologists call ego strength. That includes self-confidence, but it's much broader. Ego strength means having a sense of yourself, having a sense of purpose, and accepting yourself for who you are, as a proud, independent person, not dependent on other people for approval or for your survival. Ego strength includes being able to tolerate strong emotions, to keep focused under stress, to express yourself freely, to perceive reality accurately, and to make sound decisions. Those linked qualities are essential for exploring new solutions and overcoming the paralyzing fear that often arises in a crisis. Ego strength begins to develop in childhood, especially from having parents who accept you for who you are, don't expect you to fulfill their dreams, and don't expect you to be older or younger than you actually are. It develops from parents who help you learn to tolerate frustration by not giving you everything that you want, but also by not depriving you of everything that you want. All of that background goes into the ego strength that helps one work through a crisis. Number 7, honest self-appraisal. This is related to ego strength, but deserves separate mention. For an individual in crisis, fundamental to making good choices is an honest, albeit painful, self-appraisal to assess your strengths and weaknesses, the parts of you that are working, and the parts of you that are not working. Only then can you selectively change in ways that retain your strengths while replacing your weaknesses with new ways of coping. While the importance of honesty in resolving a crisis may seem too obvious to require mention, in fact, the reason why people often are not honest with themselves are legion. The issue of honest self-appraisal constituted one of the key struggles of my 1959 professional crisis. I overestimated my abilities in one respect, and I underestimated them in another respect. As for my overestimate, my love for languages deluded me into thinking that I had the abilities necessary to become a simultaneous translator. But it began to dawn on me that love of languages by itself wouldn't be enough to make me a successful simultaneous translator. Growing up in the U.S., I didn't even begin to learn my first spoken foreign language until I was 11 years old. I didn't live in a non-English-speaking country and become conversationally fluent in any foreign language, German, until I was 23 years old. Because I thus came to speak other languages only relatively late in my schooling, my accents today in even my best foreign languages are still recognizably American accents. It wasn't until my late 70s that I finally became able to switch quickly between two languages other than English. But as a simultaneous translator, I would be competing with Swiss translators who had already developed fluency, accents, and ease of switching in several languages by the age of 8. I eventually had to admit to myself I was deluding myself if I dreamed that I could ever compete as a linguist with the Swiss. The other area of self-appraisal with which I struggled in 1959, and in which I underestimated rather than overestimated my abilities, concerned scientific research. I overgeneralized from my inability to solve a technologically challenging problem, namely how to measure ion fluxes across electric eel membranes. But I was still perfectly capable of measuring water transport in the gallbladder by the simple method of weighing a gallbladder. Even now, 60 years later, I still use only the simplest of technologies to do science. I've learned to recognize important scientific questions that can be addressed with simple technologies. I still can't turn on our home television set with its 47-button remote control. I can do only the simplest things with my recently acquired iPhone, and I depend completely on my secretary and on my wife for anything requiring a computer. Whenever I wanted to carry out a research project that required complicated technology, capable analysis of epithelial current spread, noise analysis of membrane ion channels, statistical analysis of pairwise bird species distributions, I've been fortunate to find colleagues who were skilled at doing those analyses and who were willing to collaborate with me. Thus, I eventually learned to appraise honestly what I was or wasn't capable of doing. Number 8. Experience of previous crises. If you have already had the experience of coping successfully with some different crisis in the past, that gives you more confidence that you can solve the new crisis as well. That contrasts with the sense of helplessness growing out of previous crises not mastered, that whatever you do, you won't succeed. The importance of previous experience is a main reason why crises tend to be so much more traumatic for adolescents and young adults than for older people. While the breakup of a close relationship can be devastating at any age, the breakup of one's first close relationship is especially devastating. At the time of later breakups, no matter how painful, one recalls having gone through and gotten over similar pain before. That was part of the reason why my 1959 crisis was so traumatic to me. It was my first acute life crisis. By comparison, my 1980 and 2000 professional crises were untraumatic. I did eventually switch career directions from membrane physiology to evolutionary physiology around 1980, and from physiology to geography after 2000. But those decisions weren't painful because I had come to assume from my previous experience that things would probably turn out okay. Number 9. Patience. Another consideration is the ability to tolerate uncertainty, ambiguity, or failure at initial attempts to change. In short, patience. It's unlikely that a person in a crisis will figure out a successful way of coping on the first try. Instead, it may take several attempts, testing different ways to see whether they solve the crisis and whether they are compatible with one's personality, until one finally finds a solution that works. People who cannot tolerate uncertainty or failure and who give up the search early are less likely to arrive at a compatible new way of coping. That's why my father's gentle advice to me on the park bench in Paris, why not devote just another half year to graduate school in physiology, felt like a lifesaver to me. Dad made patience sound reasonable to me. I hadn't figured that out for myself. Number 10. Flexibility. An important element in overcoming a crisis through selective change involves the advantage of a flexible personality over a rigid, inflexible personality. Rigidity means the pervasive belief that there is only one way. Of course, that belief is an obstacle to exploring other ways and to replacing one's failed old approach with a successful new approach. Rigidity or inflexibility can be the result of a previous history of abuse or trauma, or of an upbringing that offered a child no permission to experiment or to deviate from the family norms. Flexibility can come from the freedom of having been allowed to make one's own choices as one was growing up. For me, learning to be flexible came later in life, as a result of expeditions that I began at age 26 to study rainforest birds on the tropical island of New Guinea. Detailed plans almost never work out as anticipated in New Guinea. Airplanes, boats, and road vehicles regularly break down, crash, or sink. Local people and government officials don't behave as expected and can't be ordered around. Bridges and trails prove impassable. Mountains prove not to be where maps had shown them to be. And myriad other things go wrong. Almost every one of my New Guinea expeditions has begun with my setting out to do X, arriving in New Guinea, finding X to be impossible, and having to be flexible. That is, to improvise a new plan on the spot. When Marie and I eventually had children, I found my experience of New Guinea bird expeditions to be for me the most useful preparation for being a father, because children are also unpredictable, can't be ordered around, and require flexibility on the part of their parents. Number 11. Core values. The next to last consideration, still related to ego strength, involves what are termed core values, that is, the beliefs that one considers central to one's identity, and that underlie one's moral code and outlook on life, such as one's religion and one's commitment to one's family. In a crisis, you have to figure out where to draw the line in adopting selective change. Which core values would you refuse to change because you consider them non-negotiable? At what point do you say to yourself, "I'd rather die than change that"? For instance, many people consider family commitments, religion, and honesty as non-negotiable. We're inclined to admire someone who would refuse to betray his family, lie, recant his religion, or steal in order to get out of a crisis. But crises can produce gray areas in which values previously considered non-negotiable do come up for reconsideration. To take an obvious example, a husband or wife who sues for divorce does thereby decide to break a family commitment to his or her spouse. The moral commandment, "Thou shalt not steal," had to be abandoned by prisoners at Nazi concentration camps during World War II. Food rations were so inadequate that it was impossible to survive if one did not steal food. Numerous concentration camp survivors abandoned their religion because they found the evil of the camps impossible to reconcile with belief in a God. For example, the great Italian Jewish author Primo Levi, who did survive Auschwitz, said afterwards, "The experience of Auschwitz for me was such as to sweep away whatever legacies of my religious education that I had retained. There is Auschwitz. Therefore God cannot exist." I haven't found a solution to that dilemma. Core values may thus make it either easier or harder to resolve a crisis. On the one hand, one's core values can provide clarity, a foundation of strength and certainty from which one can contemplate changing other parts of oneself. On the other hand, clinging to core values even when they reveal themselves as misguided under changed circumstances may prevent one from solving a crisis. Number 12. Freedom from constraints. The remaining factor to mention is the freedom of choice that comes from being unconstrained by practical problems and responsibilities. It's more difficult to experiment with new solutions if you have heavy responsibilities for other people, such as children, or if you have to keep up with a very demanding job, or if you are often exposed to physical dangers. Of course, that doesn't mean that it's impossible to work through a crisis when you have those burdens, but they do impose extra challenges. In 1959, I was fortunate that amidst the personal turmoil of having to figure out whether I still wanted to become a research scientist, I wasn't having to wrestle with any practical constraints. I held a National Science Foundation fellowship that would pay my tuition and living expenses for several more years. The Cambridge Physiology Department wasn't threatening to expel me, nor even requiring me to pass any exams, and nobody was pressing me to give up, except myself. Those are factors about which therapists have told me, or about which they have written, that affect outcomes of personal crises. What use can one expect to make of those factors listed in Table 1.1 when one tries to understand the outcomes of national crises? On the one hand, of course it's clear at the outset that nations aren't individuals. We'll see that national crises raise numerous issues of leadership, group decision-making, national institutions, and others that don't arise for individual crises. On the other hand, of course, it's also clear that an individual's coping mechanisms don't exist in isolation from the culture of the nation and of the subnational groups in which the individual has grown up and now lives. That broader culture has big influences on individual traits, such as an individual's behavior, goals, perceptions of reality, and handling of problems. Hence, we expect some relationships between how individuals cope with individual problems and how nations composed of many individuals cope with national problems. Among those relationships are the roles, both for individuals and for nations, of accepting responsibility for doing something oneself, rather than viewing oneself as a passive, helpless victim, delineating the crisis, seeking help, and learning from models. Obvious as these simple rules are, both individuals and nations ignore or deny them depressingly often. To set a context for the ways in which nations do or don't resemble individuals and how they cope, consider the following thought experiment. If one compares individuals drawn at random from around the world, one finds that they differ for multiple reasons that may be broadly categorized as individual, cultural, geographic, and genetic. For instance, compare on an afternoon in the month of January the upper body garments of 5 men: a traditional Inuit north of the Arctic Circle, 2 ordinary Americans outdoors on a street of my city of Los Angeles, 1 American bank president indoors in his office in New York, and 1 traditional New Guinean in New Guinea's lowland tropical rainforest. For geographic reasons, the Inuit will be wearing a warm hooded parka. The 3 Americans will be wearing shirts but no parkas, and the New Guinean won't have any upper body garment at all. For cultural reasons, the bank president will probably be wearing a tie, but the 2 men on a Los Angeles street will be tie-less. For individual reasons, the 2 randomly selected Los Angeles men may be wearing shirts of different colors. If the question concerned their hair color rather than their upper body garment, genetic reasons would also contribute. Now, for those same 5 men, consider their differences in core values. While there may be some individual differences between the 3 American men, they are much more likely to share core values with one another than with the Inuit or the New Guinean man. Such sharings of core values are just one example of cultural features broadly shared among members of the same society, learned as one is growing up. But individual traits differ on the average between individuals of different societies for reasons explicable only partly or not at all in terms of geographic differences. If one of the 2 Los Angeles men happened to be the President of the United States, his culturally derived core values, for example, his values about individual rights and responsibilities, would have a strong effect on U.S. national policy. The point of this thought experiment is that we do expect some relation between individual characteristics and national characteristics because individuals share a national culture and because national decisions depend ultimately on the views of the nation's individuals, especially on the views of the nation's leaders who partake of the national culture. For the countries discussed in this book, the views of leaders prove to be especially important for Chile, Indonesia, and Germany. Table 1.2 lists the dozen factors that this book will discuss in relation to the outcomes of national crises. Comparison with Table 1.1, which listed the factors recognized by therapists as related to outcomes of individual crises, shows that most factors on one list have recognizable analogues on the other list. Table 1.2 Factors related to the outcomes of national crises. Number 1. National consensus that one's nation is in crisis. Number 2. Acceptance of national responsibility to do something. Number 3. Building a fence to delineate the national problems needing to be solved. Number 4. Getting material and financial help from other nations. Number 5. Using other nations as models of how to solve the problems. Number 6. National identity. Number 7. Honest national self-appraisal. Number 8. Historical experience of previous national crises. Number 9. Dealing with national failure. Number 10. Situation-specific national flexibility. Number 11. National core values. Number 12. Freedom from geopolitical constraints. For about 7 of the dozen factors, the parallels are straightforward. Factor number 1. Nations, as individuals, acknowledge or deny being in crisis, but acknowledgement by a nation requires some degree of national consensus, while an individual acknowledges or denies by himself. Factor number 2. Nations and individuals accept national and individual responsibility to take action to solve the problem, or else deny responsibility by self-pity, blaming others, and assuming the role of victim. Factor number 3. Nations make selective changes in their institutions and policies by building a fence to delineate institutions/policies requiring change from those to be preserved unchanged. Individuals similarly build a fence to undertake selective change in some individual traits, but not in other traits. Factor number 4. Nations and individuals may receive material and financial help from other nations and individuals. Individuals, but not nations, may also receive emotional help. Factor number 5. Nations may model their institutions and policies on those of other nations, just as individuals may model their coping methods on those of other individuals. Factor number 7. Nations, just as individuals, do or don't undertake honest self-appraisal. That requires reaching some degree of national consensus for a nation, but an individual does or doesn't undertake self-appraisal by himself. Factor number 8. Nations have historical experience, while individuals have personal memories of previous national or individual crises. In 2 other cases, the correspondence between factors is more general and less specific. Factor number 9. Nations differ in how they deal with failure, and in their willingness to explore other solutions to a problem if the first attempted solutions fail. Think, for example, of the drastically different responses to military defeat on the parts of Germany after World War I, of Germany after World War II, of Japan after World War II, and of the U.S. after the Vietnam War. Individuals also differ in their tolerance for failure, or for initial failure, and we often refer to that individual characteristic as patience. Factor number 12. Nations experience varying limitations on their freedom of choice for reasons especially of geography, wealth, and military/political power. Individuals also experience varying limitations on their freedom of choice, but for entirely different reasons, such as child care responsibilities, job requirements, and individual income. Finally, for the remaining 3 factors, the individual factor serves just as a metaphor suggesting a factor describing nations. Factor number 6. Psychologists have defined and written at length about the characteristic of individuals termed ego strength. That characteristic applies only to individuals. One can't talk of national ego strength. But nations do have a national characteristic called national identity, which we shall have frequent occasion to discuss, and which plays a role for nations reminiscent of the role that ego strength plays for individuals. National identity means the features of language, culture, and history that make a nation unique among the world's nations, that contribute to national pride, and that a nation's citizens view themselves as sharing. Factor number 10. Another characteristic of individuals that psychologists have defined and written about at length is individual flexibility, and its opposite, individual rigidity. This is a characteristic that permeates an individual's character. It is not situation-specific. For instance, if a man has a firm practice of never loaning money to friends but is otherwise flexible in his behavior, he would not be branded as having a rigid personality. A rigid personality instead expresses itself in having firm rules of behavior for most situations. It is unclear whether any nation has analogous rigidity permeating most situations. For instance, if one were initially inclined to brand Japan or Germany as rigid, the fact is that both countries have been extraordinarily flexible at some periods about many important matters, as we shall discuss in chapters 3 and 6, respectively. Instead, national flexibility may be situation-specific, unlike individual flexibility. We shall return to this question in the epilogue. Factor number 11. Finally, individuals have individual core values such as honesty, ambition, religion, and family ties. Nations have what may be termed national core values, some of which overlap with individual core values, for example, honesty and religion. National core values are related to but not identical to national identities. For instance, the language of Shakespeare and Tennyson is part of Britain's national identity. But Tennyson wasn't the reason why Britain refused to negotiate with Hitler even in the darkest hours of May 1940. Instead, Britain's refusal to negotiate was because of a core value: we shall never surrender. As I mentioned in the prologue, national crises raise additional questions that arise not at all, or else only as distant analogues, for individual crises. Those include the crucial national role of political and economic institutions, questions about the role of a nation's leader or leaders in resolving a crisis, questions more generally about group decision-making, the question of whether a national crisis leads to selective changes through peaceful resolution or through violent revolution, the question of whether different types of national changes are introduced simultaneously as part of a unified program or else separately and at different times, the issue of whether a national crisis was triggered by internal developments within the nation or else by an external shock from another country, and the problem of achieving reconciliation, especially after a crisis involving a war or mass killings, between parties that were in conflict. Reconciliation either between groups within a country or else between a country and its neighbors. To begin to address these questions, the next chapter will present the first of my two examples of national crises that were triggered abruptly by an attack or a threatened attack by another country. We shall see that Finland, the delights of whose language played such a big role in my personal crisis of 1959, will illustrate many of our factors related to outcomes of national crises. Part 2. Nations. Crises that Unfolded. Chapter 2. Finland's War with the Soviet Union. Visiting Finland. Language. Finland until 1939. The Winter War. The Winter War's End. The Continuation War. After 1945. Walking a Tightrope. Finlandization. Crisis Framework. Finland is the Scandinavian Nordic country of only 6 million people that borders Sweden to the west and Russia to the east. In the century before World War I, it was just an autonomous part of Russia, not an independent nation. It was poor and received little attention within Europe and almost no attention outside Europe. At the outset of World War II, Finland was independent but still poor, with an economy still focused on agriculture and forest products. Today, Finland is known around the world for its technology and its industry, and has become one of the world's richest countries, with an average per capita income comparable to that of Germany and Sweden. Its security rests on a glaring paradox. It is a liberal social democracy that for many decades maintained an excellent and trusting relationship with the communist former Soviet Union, and now with current autocratic Russia. That combination of features constitutes a remarkable example of selective change. If you're visiting Finland for the first time and you want to understand the Finnish people and their history, a good place to begin is by visiting Hietaniemi Cemetery, the largest cemetery in Finland's capital city of Helsinki. Unlike the United States, which buries its soldiers in Arlington National Cemetery outside Washington, and in other separate veteran cemeteries around the country, Finland does not have separate military cemeteries. Instead, Finland's fallen soldiers are brought home to be buried in the civilian cemeteries of their town or parish. A large section of Hietaniemi Cemetery is devoted to dead soldiers from Helsinki. They hold a place of honor there, just uphill from the graves of Finland's presidents and other political leaders, and around the monument to Finland's Field Marshal Carl Gustaf Mannerheim, 1867 to 1951. As you approach Hietaniemi Cemetery, the first thing you'll notice is that you can't understand the street signs and the billboards at all. In almost every other European country, even if you don't know the language, you'll be able to recognize some words, Because most European languages belong to the Indo-European language family that includes English, and all Indo-European languages share many word roots. Even in Lithuania and Poland and Iceland, you'll be able to recognize some words on street signs and billboards. But Finnish words will mostly be unrecognizable to you, because Finnish is one of the few languages in Europe that is totally unrelated to the Indo-European language family. The next thing that will strike you at Hietaniemi Cemetery is the simplicity and beauty of its design. Finland is world famous for its architects and decorators, who know how to produce beautiful effects in simple ways. On my first visit to Finland, I remember being invited into the living room of one of my host's homes and immediately thinking to myself, "This is the most beautiful room that I've ever seen." On reflection, I then wondered why I found it so beautiful. Because the room was a nearly empty cubicle with just a few pieces of simple furniture. But the materials and form of the room and those few pieces of furniture were typically Finnish in their simplicity and beauty. You may then be shocked by the number of dead Finnish soldiers buried or remembered at Hietaniemi. I counted more than 3,000 named tombstones of soldiers whose bodies had been recovered, arranged in curving row upon row. Setting off that cemetery section with named tombstones was a wall about 4 feet high and several hundred feet long, divided into 55 panels filled with the names of more soldiers. I counted 715 who were listed as missing because their bodies could not be recovered and brought back. Still another collective monument with no names on it recalls all the uncounted Finnish soldiers who died in enemy prisons. But all of those dead soldiers at Hietaniemi were just from Helsinki. Similar sections are devoted to dead soldiers in every town and parish cemetery in Finland. You'll be starting to realize that lots of Finns must have been killed in war. As you walk among Hietaniemi's gravestones, you'll be struck by the writing on them. Again, you won't be able to understand much of the writing because it is in Finnish, but most gravestones anywhere in any language record the name of the dead person, the person's birth date and birthplace, and the date and place of death. That format is easy to recognize on the gravestones, even in that Finnish cemetery. You'll notice that all of the dates of death are between 1939 and 1944, during World War II. The majority of the dates of birth are in the 1920s and 1910s, which means that most of those soldiers died while in their 20s, as you would expect. But you'll be surprised to see that there also were many soldiers killed in their 50s, or while still young teenagers. For instance, Johan Victor Polston's gravestone records that he was born on August 4th, 1885, and was killed on August 15th, 1941, 11 days after his 56th birthday. Clara Lappilainen was born on July 30th, 1888. She was killed on October 19th, 1943, at the age of 55. At the other extreme, the schoolboy Lauri Martti Hamalainen was born on July 22nd, 1929, volunteered to fight, and was killed on June 15, 1943, at the age of 13, 5 weeks short of his 14th birthday. Why was Finland calling up as soldiers not just the usual 20-year-olds, but also men and women in their 50s, plus young teenagers? As you read the dates and places of death recorded on the gravestones, you'll notice that deaths were concentrated in a few time periods and locations. The largest number of deaths occurred from late February to early March of 1940. Then in August 1941, and then again in June and August of 1944. Many of the places of death are recorded as Viipuri, or at several sites that a Finnish friend can identify for you as being near Viipuri, such as Suveri, Kanas, and Ihantala. That will make you wonder, what was the big deal about Viipuri, and why did so many Finns get killed there within such short time spans? The explanation is that Viipuri used to be the second largest city of Finland until it was ceded to the Soviet Union, along with 1/10 of the total area of Finland, after a ferocious war in the winter of 1939 to 1940, plus a second war from 1941 to 1944. In October 1939, the Soviet Union made territorial demands on 4 Baltic countries: Finland, Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania. Finland was the only country that refused those demands, despite the Soviet Union having an enormous army and a population almost 50 times larger than that of Finland. The Finns nevertheless put up such a fierce resistance that they succeeded in preserving their independence, even though their nation's survival remained in grave doubt through a series of crises lasting a decade. The heaviest casualties were incurred during the 3 peak periods evidenced by the tombstones, as the Soviet army closed in on Viipuri in February through March 1940, then as the Finns recaptured Viipuri in August 1941, and finally as the Soviet army advanced again upon Viipuri in the summer of 1944. Finland's death toll in its war against the Soviet Union was nearly 100,000, mostly men. To modern Americans and Japanese and non-Finnish Europeans, who remember the nearly instantaneous death tolls of 100,000 each in the bombings of single cities, Hiroshima and Hamburg and Tokyo, and the total war deaths of around 20 million each suffered by the Soviet Union and China during World War II, Finland's death toll of just 100,000 over the course of 5 years may seem modest, but it represented 2.5% of Finland's then total population of 3,700,000, and 5% of its males. That proportion is the same as if 9 million Americans were to be killed in a war today, almost 10 times the total number of American deaths in all the wars of our 240-year history. My most recent visit to Hietaniemi Cemetery was on Sunday, May 14, 2017. Even though the last death commemorated in Hietaniemi's military section had occurred more than 70 years previously, in 1944, I saw fresh flowers on many graves, and families walking among the graves. I stopped to chat with a family of 4, of whom the eldest was a man who appeared to be in his 40s. That meant that the fallen soldier whose grave that family was visiting couldn't have been their parent, but must have been their grandparent or great-grandparent. When I commented to the man on the continued visits, remembrance, and fresh flowers, he explained, "Every Finnish family lost family members then." My first visit to Finland was in the summer of 1959. That was only 15 years after the end of Finland's war with the Soviet Union, and only 4 years after the Soviet Union had evacuated its military base on Finnish soil on the outskirts of Helsinki. My Finnish hosts were veterans, widows, and children of the war against the Soviet Union, plus Finnish soldiers on active duty. They recounted to me their own life stories and their country's recent history. I learned enough of the wonderful Finnish language to make my way around as a tourist, to appreciate how the language contributes to Finland's sense of uniqueness, and to precipitate my own life crisis that I described in the previous chapter. For those of you readers who haven't had the good fortune to visit Finland, Some features of my book's framework of crisis and change to keep in mind as you read the following account include the strength and origins of Finnish national identity, Finns' ultra-realistic assessment of their country's geopolitical situation, the resulting paradoxical combination of selective changes that I mentioned in my opening paragraph, and Finland's lack of freedom of choice, lack of help received from allies at crucial moments, and lack of available successful models. Finland identifies with Scandinavia and is considered part of Scandinavia. Many Finns are blue-eyed blondes like Swedes and Norwegians. Genetically, Finns are in effect 75% Scandinavian like Swedes and Norwegians, and only 25% invaders from the east. But geography, language, and culture make Finns different from other Scandinavians, and they are proud of those differences. As for geography, descriptions of Finland by Finns reiterate two themes. We are a small country, and our geography will never change. By the latter phrase, Finns mean that Finland's land border with Russia, or with Russia's previous incarnation as the Soviet Union, is longer than that of any other European country. Finland is, in effect, a buffer zone between Russia and the rest of Scandinavia. Out of the nearly 100 native languages of Europe, all are related members of the Indo-European language family, except for the isolated Basque language and 4 others. Those 4 are Finnish, the closely related Estonian language, and the distantly related Hungarian and Lap Sami languages, all of which belong to the Finno-Ugric language family. Finnish is a beautiful language, and the focus of Finland's national pride and identity. Finland's national epic poem, the Kalevala, holds an even bigger place in Finland's national consciousness than do the plays of Shakespeare for English speakers. To outsiders, Finnish is not only a beautiful language with a singing quality, but also a very difficult one to learn. One thing that makes it difficult is its vocabulary, because its words don't have familiar Indo-European roots. Instead, most Finnish words have to be memorized one by one. The other things that make Finnish difficult are its sounds and its grammar. The letter K is very common in Finnish. Of the 200 pages of my Finnish to English dictionary, 31 pages are for words beginning with K. Try savoring these lines from the Kalevala. Kullervo, kalarvon, poika. Sinisukka, aion, lapsi. Hivuskeltainen, Korea. Kengon kauto, kaunokainen. I have nothing against Ks, but alas, Finnish, unlike English, has double consonants, like KK, pronounced differently from single consonants, like K. That was the feature of Finnish pronunciation that made it hardest for my tolerant Finnish hosts to understand me on the few occasions when I gave short speeches in Finnish. The consequences of failing to pronounce single and double consonants distinctly can be serious. For instance, the Finnish verb meaning to meet is tapaa, with a single P, while the verb to kill is tappaa, with a double P. Hence, if you ask a Finn to meet you but you mistakenly double the P, you may end up dead. Finnish also has what are called short vowels and long vowels. For instance, the word for border is raja, with a short first A, but the word for leg or arm is raaja, with a long first A. And that caused me to be misunderstood when I was near the border of a Finnish national park and mistakenly lengthened the first A in my attempt to talk about the border. 3 Finnish vowels, A and O and U exist in two forms, pronounced either in the back or in the front of the mouth, and written respectively as A and A, O and and U and U. Within a single word, all three of those vowels must either be back vowels or else front vowels. That's termed vowel harmony. For example, the Finnish word for night, which I had frequent occasion to use in saying good night, has only front vowels, yötä, while the word for riverbed has only back vowels, uoma. If you find yourself confused by the 4 cases of the German language, or the 6 cases of the Latin language, you'll be horrified to know that the Finnish language has 15 cases, many of which replace prepositions in English. One of the most delightful hours of my first visit to Finland came when a Finnish soldier who spoke no English and could communicate with me only in Finnish taught me the 6 Finnish locative cases, replacing the English prepositions on, off, onto, in, out of, into, by pointing to a table, pöytä, on which pöydällä, vowel harmony, was a cup, and in which pöydässä was a nail, and by moving the cup onto pöydällä and off of pöydältä, the table, and driving the nail into pöytään and out of pöydästä, the table. Among the other cases, the 2 that foreigners find most confusing are the accusative and the partitive cases. In Latin and German, which lack a partitive case, all direct objects are expressed with the accusative case. I hit the ball in English is Ich schlage den Ball in German. But in Finnish, whenever you use a direct object, you have to decide whether your verb is doing something to the whole object, requiring the accusative case, or to only a part of the object, requiring the partitive case. It may be easy to decide whether you are hitting the whole ball or hitting only a part of the ball, but it's harder to decide whether to use the accusative case or the partitive case in Finnish when you have an abstract noun. For example, if you have an idea, the Finnish language requires you to decide whether you are having the whole idea or only part of the idea, because that determines whether it is correct to use the accusative case or the partitive case. One of my Finnish hosts in 1959 was a Swedish Finn whose home language was Swedish, but who was fluent in Finnish. Nevertheless, he couldn't get a job from any government agency in Finland because all Finnish government jobs require passing exams in both the Finnish and the Swedish languages. My friend told me that if in the 1950s you made only a single mistake in choosing between the accusative case and the partitive case, you flunked the exam and couldn't get a government job. All of those features contribute to making the Finnish language distinctive, beautiful, a source of national pride, and spoken by almost no one other than Finns themselves. The Finnish language formed the core of the Finnish national identity for which so many Finns were willing to die in their war against the Soviet Union. Other central pieces of Finland's national identity are its music composers, its architects and designers, and its long-distance runners. The Finnish musician, Jan Sibelius, is considered one of the greatest composers of the 20th century. Finnish architects and interior designers are renowned worldwide. American readers will think of the St. Louis Arch, Dulles Airport outside Washington, and the TWA terminal at New York's Kennedy Airport, all of them designed by the Finnish-born architect Eero Saarinen. After World War I, when many new countries, including Finland, were created by the victorious Allies, Finland stood out because of Sibelius and Finland's most famous record-setting long-distance runner, Paavo Nurmi, nicknamed the Flying Finn. In the 1924 Olympic Games, he won and set an Olympic record in the 1,500-meter race, then again in the 5,000-meter race an hour later. Then he won the 10,000-meter cross-country race 2 days later. Then he won the 3,000-meter race on the next day. He held the world record in the mile for 8 years. That gave rise to the saying that Nurmi and other Finnish runners ran Finland onto the world map. All of those achievements also contributed to Finns' awareness of their distinctiveness, their national identity, and their willingness to fight the Soviets against overwhelming odds. Speakers of a Proto-Finnish language arrived in Finland in prehistorical times, several thousand years ago. In historical times, that is, after the first detailed written accounts of Finland began to be recorded around AD 1100, possession of Finland was contested between Sweden and Russia. Finland remained mostly under Swedish control until it was annexed by Russia in 1809. For most of the 19th century, Russia's czars let Finland have much autonomy, its own parliament, its own administration, and its own currency, and they didn't impose the Russian language. But after Nicholas II became Tsar in 1894 and appointed as governor a nasty man called Bobrikov, assassinated by a Finn in 1904, Russian rule became oppressive. Hence, towards the end of World War I, when the Bolshevik Revolution broke out in Russia in late 1917, Finland declared its independence. The result was a bitter Finnish Civil War, in which conservative Finns called Whites, consisting of Finnish troops trained in Germany and assisted by German troops who landed in Finland, fought against communist Finns called Reds, as well as against Russian troops still stationed in Finland. When the Whites consolidated their victory in May 1918, they shot about 8,000 Reds, and a further 20,000 Reds died of starvation and disease while rounded up in concentration camps. As measured by percentage of a national population killed per month, the Finnish Civil War remained the world's most deadly civil conflict until the Rwandan genocide of 1994. That could have poisoned and divided the new country, except that there was quick reconciliation. The surviving leftists received back their full political rights, and by 1926 a leftist had become Finland's prime minister. But the memories of the Civil War did stoke Finland's fear of Russia and of communism, with consequences for Finland's subsequent attitude towards the Soviet Union. During the 1920s and 1930s, Finland continued to be fearful of Russia, now reconstituted as the Soviet Union. Ideologically, the two countries were opposite. Finland, a liberal capitalist democracy, the Soviet Union, a repressive communist dictatorship. Finns remembered oppression by Russia under the last Tsar. They were afraid that the Soviet Union would seek to reacquire Finland, for example by supporting Finnish communists to subvert the Finnish government. They watched with concern Stalin's reign of terror and paranoid purges of the 1930s. Of most direct concern to Finland, the Soviets were constructing airfields and railroad lines in sparsely populated areas of the Soviet Union east of the Finnish border. Those railroad lines included ones running towards Finland, ending in the middle of forest short of the border, and serving no conceivable purpose except to facilitate an invasion of Finland. In the 1930s, Finland began to strengthen its army and its defenses under its General Mannerheim, who had led the victorious white troops during the Civil War. Many Finns volunteered to spend the summer of 1939 at work strengthening Finland's main defense line, called the Mannerheim Line, across the Karelian Isthmus, which separated southeastern Finland from Leningrad, the nearest and second-largest Soviet city. As Germany rearmed under Hitler and became increasingly antagonistic to the Soviet Union, Finland tried to maintain a foreign policy based on neutrality, to ignore the Soviet Union, and to hope that no threat would materialize from that direction. The Soviet Union, in turn, remained suspicious of its bourgeois neighbor that had defeated the communist side during the Finnish Civil War with the aid of German troops. Just as Finland had strong geographic and historical reasons for being concerned about the Soviet Union also had strong geographic and historical reasons for being concerned about Finland. The pre-World War II border between Finland and the Soviet Union lay only 30 miles north of Leningrad. German troops had already fought in Finland against communists in 1918. British and French troops had already entered the Gulf of Finland to blockade or attack Leningrad, formerly and now again known as St. Petersburg, during the Crimean War of the 1850s. And France had built a big fortress in Helsinki harbor in the 1700s to prepare for an attack on St. Petersburg. In the late 1930s, Stalin's fear of Germany under Hitler was growing, for good reason. Communists and Nazis exchanged virulent propaganda. Hitler had written in his autobiography, Mein Kampf, of his vision of Germany expanding to the east, that is, into the Soviet Union. Stalin had watched Hitler's Germany absorb Austria in March 1938, take over Czechoslovakia in March 1939, and began to threaten Poland. France, Britain, and Poland rejected Stalin's proposal to cooperate in the defense of Poland against the growing German threat. In August 1939, Finland and the rest of the world were stunned to learn that Hitler and Stalin had abruptly called off their propaganda war and signed the German-Soviet Non-Aggression Pact, also termed the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact. The Finns suspected correctly that the pact included secret agreements dividing up spheres of influence, with Germany acknowledging that Finland belonged to the Soviet sphere. The signing of the pact was quickly followed by Germany's blitzkrieg invasion of Poland, followed within a few weeks by the Soviet Union's invasion of eastern Poland. Stalin understandably wanted to push the Soviet Union's border as far westwards as possible, in order to anticipate the growing German threat. In October 1939, the Soviet Union, still fearful of an eventual German attack, was eager to push even more of its western border back as far westwards as possible. With the temporary security offered by the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact, the Soviet Union issued ultimata to its 4 Baltic neighbors, the so-called Baltic republics of Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia, plus Finland. From the Baltic republics, the Soviet Union demanded Soviet military bases on their soil, plus right of transit of Soviet troops to those bases. Although the stationing of Soviet troops obviously left the republics defenseless, the republics were so small that they saw resistance as hopeless, accepted the Soviet demands, and were unable to avoid annexation by the Soviet Union in June of 1940. Encouraged by that success, in early October 1939, the Soviet Union made 2 demands upon Finland. One demand was that the Soviet-Finnish border on the Karelian Isthmus be moved back farther from Leningrad, so that Leningrad could not be bombarded or quickly captured, that is, by German troops stationed again in Finland as they already had been in 1918. While there was no risk of Finland itself attacking the Soviet Union, it was realistic to fear some major European power attacking the Soviet Union through Finland. The second Soviet demand was that Finland let the Soviet Union establish a naval base on Finland's south coast near the capital of Helsinki, and cede some small islands in the Gulf of Finland. Secret negotiations between Finland and the Soviet Union continued through the months of October and November of 1939. The Finns were willing to make some concessions, but not nearly as many as the Soviets wanted, even though Finland's General Mannerheim urged the Finnish government to make more concessions, because he knew the weakness of the Finnish army and, as a former lieutenant general in Tsarist Russia's army, understood the geographic reasons for the Soviet demands from the Soviet point of view. But Finns from all parts of the Finnish political spectrum, leftists and rightists, reds and whites in the Civil War, were unanimous in refusing to compromise further. All Finnish political parties agreed with that refusal by their government, whereas in Britain in July 1940, there were leading British politicians in favor of compromising with Hitler in order to buy peace. One reason for Finns' unanimity was their fear that Stalin's real goal was to take over all of Finland. They were afraid that giving in to supposedly modest Soviet demands today would make it impossible for Finland to resist bigger Soviet demands in the future. Finland's giving up its land defenses on the Karelian Isthmus would make it easy for the Soviet Union to invade Finland overland, while a Soviet naval base near Helsinki would allow the Soviet Union to bombard Finland's capital by land and by sea. The Finns had drawn a lesson from the fate of Czechoslovakia, which had been pressured in 1938 into ceding to Germany its Sudeten borderland with its strongest defense line, leaving Czechoslovakia defenseless against total occupation by Germany in March 1939. Finns' second reason for not compromising was their miscalculation that Stalin was only bluffing and would settle for less than what he was demanding. Correspondingly, Stalin also miscalculated and thought that the Finns too were only bluffing. Stalin could not imagine that a tiny country would be so crazy as to fight against a country with a population almost 50 times larger. Soviet war plans expected to capture Helsinki within less than 2 weeks. A third reason for Finns' refusal to make further concessions was their miscalculation that countries traditionally friendly to Finland would help defend Finland. Finally, some Finnish political leaders calculated that Finland's army could resist a Soviet invasion for at least 6 months, even though General Mannerheim warned them that that was impossible. On November 30th, 1939, the Soviet Union attacked Finland, claiming that Finnish artillery shells had landed in the Soviet Union and killed some Soviet soldiers. Khrushchev later admitted that those shells had actually been fired by Soviet guns from inside the Soviet Union, under orders from a Soviet general who wanted to provoke war. The war that followed is known as the Winter War. Soviet armies attacked along the whole length of the Finnish-Soviet border, and Soviet planes bombed Helsinki and other Finnish cities. The Finnish civilian casualties in that first night of bombing accounted for 10% of Finland's total civilian war casualties during the entire 5 years of World War II. When Soviet troops crossed the Finnish border and captured the nearest Finnish village, Stalin immediately recognized a Finnish communist leader named Kuusinen as head of a so-called democratic Finnish government, in order to give the Soviet Union the excuse that it was not invading Finland, but just coming to the defense of the Finnish government. The establishment of that puppet government helped convince any still doubting Finns that Stalin really did want to take over their country. At the time that war broke out on November 30, 1939, The details of this absurd military mismatch were as follows. The Soviet Union had a population of 170 million, compared to Finland's population of 3,700,000. The Soviet Union attacked Finland with only 4 of its armies, totaling 500,000 men, and keeping many other armies in reserve or for other military purposes. Finland defended itself with its entire army, consisting of 9 divisions totaling only 120,000 men. The Soviet Union supported its attacking infantry with thousands of tanks, modern warplanes, and modern artillery. Finland was almost without tanks, modern warplanes, modern artillery, anti-tank guns, and anti-aircraft defenses. Worst of all, though the Finnish army did have good rifles and machine guns, it had very limited stocks of ammunition. Soldiers were told to save ammunition by holding fire until Soviet attackers were close. All of those disparities made Finland's chances of defeating the Soviet Union 0 if Stalin were determined to win. The world had already seen how quickly Poland, with a population 10 times that of Finland and far more modern military equipment, had been defeated within a few weeks by German armies half the size of the Soviet Union's armies. Hence, Finns were not so insane as to imagine that they could achieve a military victory. Instead, as a Finnish friend expressed it to me, our aim was instead to make Russia's victory as slow, as painful, and as costly for the Russians as possible. Specifically, Finland's goal was to resist for long enough that the Finnish government would have time to recruit military help from friendly countries, and that Stalin would tire of the military costs to the Soviet Union. To the great surprise of the Soviet Union and of the rest of the world, Finland's defenses held. The Soviets' military plan of attacking Finland along the entire length of their shared border included attacks on the Mannerheim Line across the Karelian Isthmus, plus attempts to cut Finland at the waist by driving all the way across the middle of Finland at the country's narrowest point. Against Soviet tanks attacking the Mannerheim Line, the Finns compensated for their deficiencies in anti-tank guns by inventing so-called Molotov cocktails, which were bottles filled with an explosive mixture of gasoline and other chemicals, sufficient to cripple a Soviet tank. Other Finnish soldiers waited in a foxhole for a tank to come by, then jammed a log into the tank's tracks to bring it to a stop. Daredevil individual Finnish soldiers then ran up to the crippled tanks, pointed their rifles into the cannon barrels and observation slits, and shot Soviet soldiers inside the tanks. Naturally, the casualty rate among Finland's anti-tank crews was up to 70%. What most won the admiration of world observers for the Finnish defenders was their success in destroying the 2 Soviet divisions that attacked Finland at its waist. The Soviets advanced with motor vehicles and tanks along the few roads leading from the Soviet Union into Finland. Small groups of Finnish soldiers mounted on skis, wearing white uniforms for camouflage against the snow, moved through the roadless forest, cut the Soviet columns into segments, and then annihilated one segment after another. A Finnish veteran described to me in 1959 the tactics that he and his fellow soldiers had used in those winter battles. At night, Soviet soldiers who had parked their vehicles in a long column along a narrow one-lane forest road gathered around big bonfires to keep themselves warm. Finnish soldiers instead stayed warm at night with small heaters inside their tents, invisible from the outside. My friend and his platoon skied through the forest, invisible in their white camouflage uniforms, to within firing range of a Soviet column. They then climbed nearby trees while carrying their rifles, waited until they could identify the Soviet officers in the light of the bonfire, shot and killed the officers, and then skied off, leaving the Soviets frightened, demoralized, and leaderless. Why did the Finnish army prevail for so long in defending itself against the Soviet army's overwhelming advantages of numbers and of equipment? One reason was motivation. Finnish soldiers understood that they were fighting for their families, their country, and their independence, and they were willing to die for those goals. For example, when Soviet forces were advancing across the frozen Gulf of Finland, which was defended only by small groups of Finnish soldiers on islands in the Gulf, the Finnish defenders were told that there would be no means of rescuing them. They should stay on those islands and kill as many Soviets as possible before they themselves were killed. And they did. Second, Finnish soldiers were accustomed to living and skiing in Finnish forests in the winter, and they were familiar with the terrain on which they were fighting. Third, Finnish soldiers were equipped with clothing, boots, tents, and guns suitable for Finnish winters. But Soviet soldiers were not. Finally, the Finnish army, like the Israeli army today, was effective far out of proportion to its numbers, because of its informality that emphasized soldiers taking initiative and making their own decisions rather than blindly obeying orders. But the tenacity and temporary successes of the Finnish army were just buying time. With the expected melting of the winter ice and snow in the spring, the Soviet Union could finally put its numerical and equipment superiority to use in advancing across the Karelian Isthmus and across the Gulf of Finland. Finland's hopes depended upon receiving assistance of volunteers, equipment, and army units from other countries. What was happening on that diplomatic front? Widespread sympathy for little Finland bravely fighting the big Soviet aggressor inspired 12,000 foreign volunteers, mostly from Sweden, to come to Finland to fight. But most of those volunteers had not yet completed their military training by the time that the war ended. Some countries sent military equipment of varying degrees of usefulness. For example, one Finnish veteran told me of old artillery pieces dating from World War I that were sent from Italy. When one shoots a projectile from an artillery piece, the gun recoils backwards, so it must be secured on a strong mounting. Each artillery piece requires not only a gunner at the gun itself, but also someone called a spotter stationed some distance in front of the gun in order to spot where the shell lands and thereby to correct the range setting for the next shot. But according to my veteran friend, those old Italian artillery pieces were so poorly designed for absorbing recoil that each gun required 2 spotters. One, the usual spotter in front of the gun to watch where the shell landed, plus another spotter behind the gun to see where the gun landed. Realistically, the only countries from which Finland had any hopes of receiving many troops and or supplies were Sweden, Germany, Britain, France, and the U.S. Neighboring Sweden, although closely connected to Finland through long shared history and shared culture, refused to send troops out of fear of becoming embroiled in war with the Soviet Union. While Germany had sent troops to support Finnish independence and had long-standing ties of culture and friendship with Finland, Hitler was unwilling to violate the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact by helping Finland. The U.S. was far away, and President Roosevelt's hands were tied by U.S. neutrality rules resulting from decades of American isolationist policies. That left only Britain and France as realistic sources of help. Britain and France did eventually offer to send troops, but both were already at war with Germany, and that war was the overwhelming preoccupation of the British and French governments, which could not permit anything else to interfere with that goal. Germany was importing much of its iron ore from neutral Sweden. Much of that ore was being exported from Sweden across Norway by railroad to the ice-free Norwegian port of Narvik, and then by ship to Germany. What Britain and France really wanted was to gain control of these Swedish iron fields and to interrupt the ship traffic from Narvik. Their offer to send troops across neutral Norway and Sweden to help Finland was just a pretext for achieving those true aims. Hence, while the British and French governments offered help to Finland in the form of tens of thousands of troops, it turned out that most of those troops would be stationed at Narvik and along the Narvik Railroad and in the Swedish iron fields. Only a tiny fraction of those troops would actually reach Finland. Even those stationings of troops would of course require the permission of the Norwegian and Swedish governments, which were remaining neutral and refused permission. In January 1940, the Soviet Union finally began to digest the lessons of its horrifying troop losses and military defeats in December. Stalin disowned the puppet Finnish government that he had set up under the Finnish communist leader Kuusinen. That meant that Stalin was no longer refusing to acknowledge the real Finnish government, which sent out peace feelers. The Soviets stopped wasting effort on their attempts to cut Finland at the waist, and instead assembled huge concentrations of troops and artillery and tanks on the Karelian Isthmus, where the open terrain favored the Soviets. Finnish soldiers had been fighting continually at the fronts for 2 months and were exhausted, while the Soviet Union could throw in unlimited fresh reserves. Early in February, Soviet attacks finally broke through the Mannerheim line, forcing the Finns to retreat to their next and much weaker defense line. Although the other Finnish generals under Mannerheim begged him to retreat even further to a better defensive position, Mannerheim had iron nerves. Despite the heavy casualties now being inflicted on the Finnish army, he refused to pull back further, because he knew that it was essential for Finland still to be occupying as much of its territory as possible at the time of the inevitable peace negotiations. In late February 1940, when the exhausted Finns were finally ready for peace, the British and French still urged the Finns to hold out. The French Prime Minister, Daladier, urgently wired Finland that he would send 50,000 troops by the end of March, that he had 100 bomber planes that were ready to take off, and that he guaranteed to arrange the passage of those troops by land across Norway and Sweden. That offer induced the Finns to keep fighting for another week, during which several thousand more Finns were killed. But the British then admitted that Daladier's offer was a deceitful bluff, that those troops and planes were not ready, that Norway and Sweden were still refusing passage to the offered troops, and that the French offer was being made merely to advance the Allies' own aims and to save face for Daladier. Hence, Finland's Prime Minister led a Finnish delegation to Moscow for peace negotiations. At the same time, the Soviet Union maintained its military pressure on Finland by advancing upon Finland's second-largest city of Viipuri, capital of the Finnish province of Karelia. That fighting accounts for all those gravestones labeled Viipuri, February or March 1940, that you'll see in Hietaniemi Cemetery. The conditions that the Soviet Union imposed in March 1940 were much harsher than the conditions that the Finns had rejected in October of 1939. The Soviets now demanded the entire province of Karelia, other territory farther north along the Finland-Soviet border, and use of the Finnish port of Hanko near Helsinki as a Soviet naval base. Rather than remain in their homes under Soviet occupation, the entire population of Karelia, amounting to 10% of Finland's population, chose to evacuate Karelia and withdrew into the rest of Finland. There they were squeezed into rooms and apartments and houses of other Finns, until almost all of them could be provided with their own homes by 1945. Uniquely among the many European countries with large internally displaced populations, Finland never housed its displaced citizens in refugee camps. 19 years later, my Finnish host, during my visit, still remembered the huge strain of finding housing and support for all of those Karelians. Why, in March 1940, Did Stalin not order the Soviet army to keep advancing and to occupy all of Finland? One reason was that the fierce Finnish resistance had made clear that a further advance would continue to be slow and painful and costly to the Soviet Union, which now had much bigger problems to deal with, namely the problems of reorganizing its army and rearming to prepare for a German attack. The poor performance of the huge Soviet army against the tiny Finnish army had been a big embarrassment to the Soviet Union. About 8 Soviet soldiers killed for every Finn killed. The longer a war with Finland went on, the higher was the risk of British and French intervention, which would drag the Soviet Union into war with those countries and invite a British-French attack on Soviet oil fields in the Caucasus. Some authors concluded that the harsh March 1940 peace terms demonstrate that the Finns should indeed have accepted the milder terms demanded by Stalin in October 1939. But Russian archives opened in the 1990s confirmed Finns' wartime suspicion. The Soviet Union would have taken advantage of those milder territorial gains, and the resulting breaching of the Finnish defense line in October 1939 in order to achieve its intent of taking over all of Finland, just as it did to the 3 Baltic republics in 1940. It took the Finns' fierce resistance and willingness to die, and the slowness and cost of the war against Finland to convince the Soviet Union not to try to conquer all of Finland in March 1940. After the March 1940 armistice, the Soviet Union reorganized its army and annexed the 3 Baltic republics. Germany occupied Norway and Denmark in April 1940, and then defeated France in June 1940, so that Finland was now cut off from any possible outside help except from Germany. Finland rebuilt its own army, especially with German equipment. Hitler decided to attack the Soviet Union in the following year, 1941. At some point, German military planners began discussions with Finnish military planners about hypothetical joint operations against the Soviet Union. While Finland had no sympathy with Hitler and Nazism, the Finns understood the cruel reality that it would be impossible for them to avoid choosing sides and to preserve their neutrality in a war between Germany and the Soviet Union. Otherwise, one or both of those countries would seek to occupy Finland. Finland's bitter experience of having to fight the Soviet Union alone in the Winter War made the prospect of repeating that experience worse than the alternative of an alliance of expedients with Nazi Germany. The least awful of several very bad options. To quote from Stephen Zaloga's biography of Mannerheim, the poor performance of the Soviet army in the Winter War had convinced all observers, not only Finland but also in Germany, Britain, and the U.S., that a war between Germany and the Soviet Union would end with a German victory. Naturally, too, the Finns wanted to regain their lost province of Karelia. On June 21, 1941, Germany did attack the Soviet Union. Finland declared that it would remain neutral, but on June 25th, Soviet planes bombed Finnish cities, giving the Finnish government the excuse that night to declare that Finland was once again at war with the Soviet Union. This second war against the Soviet Union following the First Winter War is called the Continuation War. This time, Finland mobilized 1/6 of its entire population to serve in or work directly for the army, the largest percentage of any country during World War II. That's as if the U.S. today were to reinstitute the draft and to build up an army of over 50 million. Serving directly in the armed forces were males from age 16 to their early 50s, plus some women near the front lines. All Finns of both sexes not actually in the armed forces, ages 15 to 64, had to work in a war industry, agriculture, forestry, or other sector necessary for defense. Teenage children worked in the fields, sawmills, and anti-aircraft. With the Soviet army preoccupied in defending itself against the German attack, the Finns quickly reoccupied Finnish Karelia, and, more controversially, also advanced beyond their former borders into Soviet Karelia. But Finland's war aims remained strictly limited, and the Finns described themselves not as allies, but as co-belligerents with Nazi Germany. In particular, Finland adamantly refused German pleas to do two things: to round up Finland's Jews, although Finland did turn over a small group of non-Finnish Jews to the Gestapo, and to attack Leningrad from the north while Germans were attacking it from the south. That latter refusal of the Finns saved Leningrad, enabled it to survive the long German siege, and contributed to Stalin's later decision that it was unnecessary to invade Finland beyond Karelia. Nevertheless, the fact remained that Finland was fighting alongside Nazi Germany. The distinction between ally and co-belligerent was lost on outsiders who did not understand Finland's situation. When I was growing up in the U.S. during World War II, I just thought of Finland as the fourth Axis power, along with Germany and Italy and Japan. Under pressure from Stalin, Britain declared war on Finland. But the only action that Britain took was to send one bombing raid against the Finnish city of Turku, where the British pilots intentionally dropped their bombs offshore into the ocean rather than hit Turku itself. After early December 1941, the Finnish army ceased its advance, and nothing further happened in the continuation war between the Soviet Union and Finland for almost 3 years. On the one hand, Finland had no other goals after occupying Karelia. On the other hand, the Soviet army was too busy fighting the German army to be able to spare troops against Finland. Finally, after the Soviet Union had made sufficient progress in pushing German troops out of the Soviet Union that it felt able to divert attention to Finland, in June 1944 it launched a big offensive against the Karelian Isthmus. Soviet troops quickly broke through the Mannerheim Line, but just as in February 1941, the Finns succeeded in stabilizing the front. The Soviet advance then petered out, partly because Stalin set a higher priority on using his army to reach Berlin from the east ahead of American and British armies advancing from the west, and partly because of the dilemmas already faced during the Winter War. The expected high cost of overcoming further Finnish resistance, of guerrilla warfare in Finland's forests, and of figuring out what to do with Finland if and when the Soviet Union did succeed in conquering it. Thus, in 1944, as in 1941, Finnish resistance achieved the realistic goal expressed by my Finnish friend, not of defeating the Soviet Union, but of making further Soviet victories prohibitively costly, slow, and painful. As a result, Finland became the sole continental European country fighting in World War II to avoid enemy occupation. Once the battlefront restabilized in July 1944, Finland's leaders again flew to Moscow to sue for peace and signed a new treaty. This time, Soviet territorial demands were almost the same as they had been in 1941. The Soviet Union took back Finnish Karelia and a naval base on the south coast of Finland. The Soviet Union's only additional territorial acquisition was to annex Finland's port and nickel mines on the Arctic Ocean. Finland did have to agree to drive out the 200,000 German troops stationed in northern Finland in order to avoid having to admit Soviet troops into Finland to do that. It took Finland many months, in the course of which the retreating Germans destroyed virtually everything of value in the whole Finnish province of Lapland. When I visited Finland in 1959, my Finnish hosts were still bitter that their former German allies had turned on Finland and laid waste to Lapland. Finland's total losses against the Soviets and the Germans in the two wars, the Winter War and the Continuation War, were about 100,000 men killed. In proportion to Finland's population then, that's as if 9 million Americans were killed in a war today. Another 94,000 Finns were crippled, 30,000 Finnish women were widowed, 55,000 Finnish children were orphaned, and 615,000 Finns lost their homes. That's as if a war resulted in 8 million Americans being crippled, 2.5 million American women being widowed, 500,000 American children being orphaned, and 50 million Americans losing their homes. In addition, in one of the largest child evacuations in history, 80,000 Finnish children were evacuated, mainly to Sweden, with long-lasting traumatic consequences extending to the next generation. Today, daughters of those Finnish mothers evacuated as children are twice as likely to be hospitalized for a psychiatric illness as are their female cousins born to non-evacuated mothers. The Soviet Union's much heavier combat losses against Finland were estimated at about 500,000 dead and 250,000 wounded. That Soviet death toll includes the 5,000 Soviet soldiers taken prisoner by the Finns and repatriated after the armistice to the Soviet Union, where they were immediately shot for having surrendered. The Armistice Treaty treated Finland to collaborate with the Allied powers in the apprehension of persons accused of war crimes. The Allied interpretation of Finnish war criminal was the leaders of Finland's government during Finland's wars against the Soviet Union. If Finland hadn't prosecuted its own government leaders, the Soviets would have done so and imposed harsh sentences, probably death sentences. Hence, Finland felt compelled to do something that in any other circumstance would have been considered disgraceful. It passed a retroactive law, declaring it illegal for its government leaders to have defended Finland by adopting policies that were legal and widely supported under Finnish law at the time that those policies were adopted. Finnish courts sentenced to prison Finland's wartime President Ruti, its wartime prime ministers Rangel and Linkomies, its wartime foreign minister, and 4 other ministers plus its ambassador to Berlin. After those leaders had served out their sentences in comfortable special Finnish prisons, most of them were voted or appointed back into high public positions. The peace treaty required Finland to pay heavy reparations to the Soviet Union, $300 million to be paid within 6 years. Even after the Soviet Union extended the term to 8 years and reduced the amount to $226 million, that was still a huge burden for the small and unindustrialized Finnish economy. Paradoxically, though, those reparations proved to be an economic stimulus by forcing Finland to develop heavy industries such as building ships and factories for export. The reparations thereby exemplify the etymology of the Chinese word weiji, meaning crisis, which consists of the 2 characters wei, meaning danger, and ji, meaning opportunity. That industrialization contributed to the economic growth of Finland after the war to the point where Finland became a modern industrial country, and now a high-tech country, rather than, as formerly, a poor agricultural country. In addition to paying those reparations, Finland had to agree to carry out much trade with the Soviet Union, amounting to 20% of total Finnish trade. From the Soviet Union, Finland imported especially oil. That proved to be a big advantage for Finland, because it didn't share the dependence of the rest of the West on Middle Eastern oil supplies. But as part of its trade agreement, Finland also had to import inferior Soviet-manufactured goods such as locomotives, nuclear power plants, and automobiles, which could otherwise have been obtained more cheaply and with much higher quality from the West. Finns coped with their frustration through black humor, just as they had in dealing with the antiquated Italian artillery that I mentioned earlier. For instance, at the time of my 1959 visit, many Finns had Soviet cars of the Moskvich model, which frequently broke down. Many European and American car models then had sunroofs, sliding panels that one could use to open the roof and let in the sun during beautiful weather. According to a widespread Finnish joke, new models of Moskviches were going to have not just a sunroof, but also a sun floor, another sliding panel, this one in the floor. Question: what's the advantage of having a sun floor which can't let in the sun? Answer: whenever your Moskvich breaks down, which will happen often, you can put your feet through the opening in the sun floor, stand up on the ground inside your Moskvich, and push it forwards. Finns refer to the years 1945-1948 as the years of danger. In retrospect, we know that Finland survived. But during those years, that happy outcome seemed uncertain. The foremost danger was that of a communist takeover, through domestic communist subversion supported by the Soviet Union. Paradoxically, for a democratic country that had been fighting for its survival against the communist Soviet Union, Finland's Communist Party and its allies won a quarter of the seats in the March 1945 free elections for Finland's parliament, and they tried to take over the police force. The Soviet Union had already occupied East Germany, was in the process of engineering communist takeovers of 4 Eastern European countries, Poland, Hungary, Bulgaria, and Romania, engineered a successful coup in Czechoslovakia, and supported an unsuccessful guerrilla war in Greece. Would Finland be next? The cost of reparations to the Soviet Union represented a heavy burden on the still largely agricultural, not yet industrialized Finnish economy. War had destroyed Finland's infrastructure. Farms had been neglected, manufacturing facilities had fallen into disrepair, 2/3 of Finland's shipping fleet had been destroyed, and trucks were worn out, without spare parts, and reduced to burning wood instead of gasoline. Hundreds of thousands of displaced Karelians, crippled Finns, orphans, and widows required housing, money, and emotional support from those Finnish families that remained intact and healthy. Tens of thousands of Finnish children who had been evacuated to Sweden were returning, having been traumatized, forgotten their Finnish language, and nearly forgotten their parents during their years in exile. In those years of danger, Finland devised a new post-war policy for averting a Soviet takeover. That policy became known as the Paasikivi-Kekkonen line, after Finland's 2 presidents who formulated, symbolized, and rigorously implemented it for 35 years. Juho Paasikivi, 1946 to 1956, Urho Kekkonen, 1956 to 1981. The Paasikivi-Kekkonen line reversed Finland's disastrous 1930s policy of ignoring Russia. Paasikivi and Kekkonen learned from those mistakes. To them, the essential painful realities were that Finland was a small and weak country. It could expect no help from Western allies. It had to understand and constantly keep in mind the Soviet Union's point of view. It had to talk frequently with Russian government officials at every level, from the top down, and it had to win and maintain the Soviet Union's trust by proving to the Soviet Union that Finland would keep its word and fulfill its agreements. Maintaining the Soviet Union's trust would require bending over backwards by sacrificing some of the economic independence and some of the freedom to speak out that strong, unthreatened democracies consider inalienable national rights. Both Paasikivi and Kekkonen knew the Soviet Union and its people very well. Paasikivi from conducting the October 1939 and March 1940 and September 1944 negotiations with the Soviet Union, and from serving as ambassador to Moscow. Paasikivi concluded that Stalin's driving motivation in his relationship with Finland was not ideological, but strategic and geopolitical. That is, the Soviet Union's military problem of defending its second-largest city, Leningrad/St. Petersburg, against further possible attacks via Finland or via the Gulf of Finland, as had already happened in the past. If the Soviet Union felt secure on that front, Finland would be secure. But Finland could never be secure as long as the Soviet Union felt insecure. More generally, conflict anywhere in the world could make the Soviet Union uneasy and prone to place demands on Finland. So Finland had to become active in world peacekeeping. Paasikivi and then Kekkonen were so successful in developing a trusting relationship with Stalin, and then with Khrushchev and with Brezhnev, that when Stalin was once asked why he had not tried to maneuver the Communist Party into power in Finland, as he had in every other Eastern European country, he answered, "When I have Paasikivi, why would I need the Finnish Communist Party?" Here is President Kekkonen's explanation of his own and Paasikivi's policy from his political autobiography. The basic task of Finnish foreign policy is to reconcile the existence of our nation with the interests which dominate Finland's geopolitical environment. Finnish foreign policy is preventive diplomacy. The task of this diplomacy is to sense approaching danger before it is too close and take measures which help to avoid this danger, preferably in such a way that as few as possible notice that it has been done, particularly for a small state which harbors no illusions that the stances it takes can swing the scales one way or another. It is vitally important to be able in good time to form a correct conception of the strength of those factors on which future development in the military and political sector will depend. A nation should rely only on itself. The war years taught us an expensive lesson in this respect. Experience also taught us that a small country purely and simply cannot afford to mix emotions, be they feelings of sympathy or antipathy, into its foreign policy solutions. A realistic foreign policy should be based on awareness of the essential factors in international politics, namely national interests and the power of relationships between states. The concrete payoffs from Finland's adherence to the Paasikivi-Kekkonen line have consisted of what the Soviet Union and today Russia has and hasn't done to Finland during the past 70 years. It hasn't invaded Finland. It didn't engineer a takeover of Finland by the Finnish Communist Party when that party existed. It did reduce the amount and extend the period of the war reparations that Finland owed and paid off to the Soviet Union. In 1955, it did evacuate its naval base and did withdraw its artillery on the Finnish coast at Porkkala, just 10 miles from Helsinki. It did tolerate Finland's increasing its trade with the West and decreasing its trade with the Soviet Union. Finland's association with the EEC, European Economic Community, and Finland's joining EFTA, the European Free Trade Association. It was fully within the Soviet Union's power to do, not to do, or to forbid most of those things. The Soviet Union would never have behaved as it did if it had not trusted and felt secure with Finland and with Finland's leaders. In its foreign relations, Finland constantly walked a tightrope between developing its relations with the West and retaining Soviet trust. To establish that trust immediately after the Continuation War in 1944, Finland fulfilled on time all the conditions of its armistice and subsequent peace treaty with the Soviet Union. That meant driving German troops out of Finland, conducting war crimes trials against Finland's own wartime leaders, legalizing the Finnish Communist Party and bringing it into the government while preventing it from taking over Finland, and punctually paying its war reparations to the Soviet Union, even though that involved individual Finns contributing their jewelry and gold wedding rings. In expanding its Western involvement, Finland made efforts to reduce chronic Soviet suspicion that Finland might become economically integrated into the West. For instance, Finland found it prudent to refuse the U.S.'s offer of badly needed Marshall Plan aid. While reaching agreements with or joining the Western European Associations EEC and EFTA, Finland simultaneously made agreements with Eastern European communist countries, guaranteed most favored nation status to the Soviet Union, and promised the Soviet Union the same trade concessions that Finland was making to its EEC partners. At the same time as Western countries were Finland's major trade partners, Finland became the Soviet Union's second leading Western trade partner, after West Germany. Container shipments through Finland were a major route for Western goods to be imported into the Soviet Union. Finland's own exports to the Soviet Union included ships, icebreakers, consumer goods, and materials to build entire hospitals, hotels, and industrial towns. For the Soviet Union, Finland was its major source of Western technology and its major window onto the West. The result was that the Soviets no longer had any motivation to take over Finland, because Finland was so much more valuable to the Soviet Union independent and allied with the West than it would have been if conquered or reduced to a communist satellite. Because Soviet leaders trusted Presidents Paasikivi and Kekkonen, Finland chose not to turn over its presidents as in a normal democracy, but maintained those two in office for a total of 35 years. Paasikivi served as president for 10 years until just before his death at age 86, while his successor, Kekkonen, served for 25 years until failing health compelled him to resign at age 81. When Kekkonen visited Brezhnev in 1973 at the time of Finland's negotiations with the EEC, Kekkonen diffused Brezhnev's concerns by giving Brezhnev his personal word that Finland's EEC relationship wouldn't affect Finland's relationship with Russia. Finland's parliament then enabled Kekkonen to fulfill that promise by adopting an emergency law to extend his term for another 4 years, thereby postponing the presidential election scheduled for 1974. Finland's government and press avoided criticizing the Soviet Union and practiced voluntary self-censorship not normally associated with democracies. For example, when other countries condemned the Soviet invasions of Hungary and Czechoslovakia and the Soviet war against Afghanistan, the Finnish government and press remained silent. A Finnish publishing house canceled its plans to publish Solzhenitsyn's novel Gulag Archipelago for fear of offending Soviet sensitivities. When a Finnish newspaper in 1971 did offend the Soviet Union by stating truthfully that the Baltic republics were occupied by the Soviet Union in 1939, a Soviet newspaper denounced that statement as a bourgeois attempt to disrupt neighborly relations between Finland and the Soviet Union. And the Soviet foreign minister warned Finland that the Soviet Union expected the Finnish government to prevent such incidents in the future. The Finnish government obliged by calling on the Finnish press to exercise more responsibility, that is, to self-censor such potentially offensive statements. Finland's Tightrope Act served to combine independence from the Soviet Union with economic growth. In this respect, too, Finland, as a small country, has had to face realities. Today's 6 million Finns will never develop the economic advantages of scale enjoyed by 90 million Germans or 330 million Americans. Finland will never succeed in economic spheres dependent on a low standard of living, and the resulting ability to pay workers the low wages still widespread outside Europe and North America. By world standards, Finland will always have few workers who will always expect high wages. Hence, Finland has had to make full use of its available workforce and to develop industries earning high profits. In order to make productive use of its entire population, Finland's school system aims to educate everybody well, unlike the U.S. school system, which now educates some people well but more people poorly. Finland has egalitarian, high-quality public schools with few private schools. Astonishingly to rich Americans, even those few Finnish private schools receive the same level of funding from the government as do public schools, and are not permitted to increase their funding by charging tuition, collecting fees, or raising endowments. While U.S. school teachers have low social status and are drawn predominantly from the lower-performing ranks of college students, Finnish school teachers go through a very competitive selection process, are drawn from the brightest high school and university students, enjoy high status, even more than university teachers, are well paid, all have advanced degrees, and have lots of autonomy in how they teach. As a result, Finnish students score at or near the top of world national rankings in literacy, math, and problem-solving abilities. Finland gets the best out of its women as well as out of its men. It was the second country in the world after New Zealand to extend the vote to women, and its president happened to be a woman at the time of one of my visits. Finland even gets the best out of its police. Again, astonishingly to Americans, Finnish police have to have a university bachelor's degree, are trusted by 96% of Finns, and almost never use their guns. Last year, Finnish police on duty fired only 6 shots, 5 of them just warning shots. That's fewer than an average week of police gunshots in my city of Los Angeles. That strong focus on education yields a productive workforce. Finland has the world's highest percentage of engineers in its population. It is a world leader in technology. Its exports account for nearly half of its GDP, gross domestic product, and its main exports are now high-tech, heavy machinery and manufactured goods, instead of timber and other conventional forest products, as was the case before World War II. Finland has become a world leader in the development of new high-tech products from its forests, such as electricity generation, fertilizers, textile fibers to replace wool and copper, and even guitars. Finland's combined private and government investment in research and development equals 3.5% of its GDP, almost double the level of other European Union countries, and, along with the percentage of its GDP spent on education, close to the highest in the world. The result of that excellent educational system and those high investments in research and development is that within just half a century, Finland went from being a poor country to being one of the richest in the world. Its average per capita income is now equal to that of France, Germany, and the United Kingdom, all of which have populations 10 times that of Finland and have been rich for a long time. When I visited Finland in 1959, knowing almost nothing about the history of Finland's 2 wars with the Soviet Union, I asked my Finnish hosts why Finland deferred to the Soviet Union in so many ways, imported those inferior Moskvich cars, and was so afraid about the possibility of a Soviet attack on Finland. I told my Finnish hosts that the United States would surely defend Finland if the Soviet Union attacked. In retrospect, there was nothing more cruel, ignorant, or tactless that I could have said to a Finn. Finland had bitter memories that when it actually was attacked by the Soviet Union in 1939, it had not been helped by the U.S., Sweden, Germany, Britain, or France. Finland had to learn from its history that its survival and independence depended on itself, and that Finland would be safe only if the Soviet Union felt safe and trusting towards Finland. My ignorant attitude has been shared by many non-Finns who should have known better, but who instead labeled Finnish policy by the derogatory term Finlandization. As a definition of Finlandization, here is one from the New York Times in 1979. A deplorable state of affairs in which a small and weak neighbor, awed by the might and political ruthlessness of a totalitarian superpower, makes shameless and embarrassing concessions of its sovereign liberties. Those who decry Finlandization consider Finland's policy to be cowardly. Many Finnish actions do indeed horrify Western European and American observers. It could never happen in the U.S. or Germany that a presidential election would be postponed, a presidential candidate would withdraw his or her candidacy, a publisher would cancel a book, or the press would censor itself, just to avoid inflaming Soviet sensitivities. Such actions seem to violate a democracy's right to freedom of action. But the sensitivities of other countries are a problem for every country. To quote President Kekkonen again, a country's independence is not usually absolute. There was not a single state in existence that did not have to bow to historical inevitabilities. There are obvious reasons why Finland has to bow much more to historical inevitabilities than does the U.S. or Germany. Finland is small and borders on Russia, while the U.S. and Germany do not. What do the critics who decry Finlandization think that Finland should instead have been doing? Risk still another Soviet invasion by not considering Soviet reactions? Part of the fear behind non-Finnish critics' objections to Finlandization stemmed from their concern that the communist Soviet Union might lull their own countries into deference to the Soviet Union. But other Western European countries and the U.S. exist in an entirely different geopolitical situation and don't have to deal with Finland's geopolitical problems. Kekkonen's defense of Finland's policy was summarized in the phrase, "Finlandization is not for export." In fact, Finland's foreign policy towards the Soviet Union has of necessity been Byzantinely complex. The end result is that in the 70 years since the end of World War II, Finland has come no closer to becoming a Soviet or now a Russian satellite. Instead, it has succeeded in steadily increasing its ties with the West while still maintaining good ties with Russia. At the same time, Finns know that life is uncertain, and so military service is still compulsory for Finnish men and voluntary for Finnish women. Training lasts up to a year and is rigorous, because Finland expects that its soldiers must really be able to fight. After that year of training, Finns are called up for reserve duty every few years until age 30 to 35 or older. The reserve army constitutes 15% of Finland's population, as if the U.S. maintained a reserve army of 50 million. Let's now evaluate, in the light of Finland's recent history, the dozen factors postulated as associated with resolution of national crises. Table 1.2. By analogy to the factors relevant to personal crises. Table 1.1. Among those factors, 7 of them favored, 1 of them initially hindered, and subsequently favored, and a lack of 3 of them hindered Finland's resolution of its fundamental problem, the threat from its powerful neighbor. The 7 factors associated with crisis solution that Finland conspicuously displayed were acceptance of responsibility, factor number 2, Building a fence, number 3, strong national identity, number 6, honest self-appraisal, number 7, dealing with national failure, number 9, flexibility, number 10, and national core values, number 11. First, among the nations discussed in this book, Finland is the outstanding example of acceptance of responsibility and honest, ultra-realistic self-appraisal. Its reappraisal was especially painful because Soviet armies had killed, widowed, orphaned, or made homeless a large fraction of Finland's population. Finns had to avoid falling into the trap of letting self-pity and resentment paralyze their relations with the Soviet Union. But they finally recognized realities, that Finland is small, that it shares a long border with the Soviet Union, that it could not count on its allies for effective support, that the responsibility for its survival lay entirely with itself, and that it was strong enough to resist the Soviet Union for a while and to make a Soviet invasion slow and costly and painful for the Soviets, but that it could not resist the Soviets forever. Finns learned from the mistakes of their pre-war foreign policy. They finally faced the fact that the only way that they could retain their political independence was by earning Soviet trust, and by sacrificing some economic independence and freedom to speak out. Finland illustrates well our theme of selective change and building a fence, factor number 3. In its eventual response after September 1944 to the Soviet attack, Finland reversed its long-standing previous policy of trying to ignore and not deal with the Soviet Union. It adopted a new policy of economic involvement and frequent political discussions with the Soviet Union. But those changes were highly selective, because Finland remained unoccupied, politically self-governing, and a socially liberal democracy. That coexistence of two seemingly contrasting identities, one changed and the other unchanged, has puzzled and angered many non-Finns, who coined the scornful term Finlandization and implied that Finland could and should have done something different. Finland exhibits outstandingly strong national identity, factor number 6, much more than someone unfamiliar with Finland could have expected of such a small country that otherwise seems typically Scandinavian. Finland's national identity and belief in Finland's uniqueness have arisen especially from its beautiful but unique and difficult language, which few outsiders even attempt to learn. From the oral epic poetry associated with that language, the Kalevala, and from Finland's century-long history of autonomy under Russian Tsarist rule, when Finland already had its own administration, currency, and parliament. Further contributing to Finland's national identity has been the worldwide recognition of its musicians, athletes, architects, and designers. Today, Finland's national identity also rests heavily on pride in its military achievements during the Winter War. Finns view World War II with pride, more than do the citizens of any other country except Britain. Finland's 2017 centenary celebrations of its independence focused on its World War II achievements at least as much as on its 1917 achievement of independence. That's as if American celebrations of our Independence Day, July 4, were to focus on our victory in World War II rather than on our Declaration of Independence in 1776. Finland illustrates willingness to tolerate initial failure, and to persist in experimenting with solutions to a crisis until it finds a solution that worked, factor number 9. When the Soviet Union issued its demands to Finland in October 1939, Finland did not respond by offering the economic and political involvement that it eventually adopted. Even if Finland had made such an offer then, Stalin would probably have refused the offer. It required Finland's ferocious resistance in the Winter War to convince Stalin to leave Finland independent. Instead, from 1944 onwards, when Finland recognized the failure of its pre-war policy of ignoring the Soviet Union and of its wartime policy of seeking a military solution, Finland went through a long and almost uninterrupted period of experimentation in order to discover how much economic and political independence it could retain, and what it had to do to satisfy the Soviet Union in return. Finland illustrates flexibility born of necessity, factor number 10. In response to Soviet fears and sensitivities, Finland did things unthinkable in any other democracy. It put on trial and imprisoned its own wartime leaders according to a retroactive law. Its parliament adopted an emergency decree to postpone a scheduled presidential election. A leading presidential candidate was induced to withdraw his candidacy, and its press self-censored statements likely to offend the Soviet Union. Other democracies would consider those actions as disgraceful. In Finland, those actions instead reflected flexibility, sacrificing sacred democratic principles to the extent required to retain political independence, the principle held most sacred. Quoting again from Zaloga's biography of Mannerheim, Finns have excelled at negotiating the least awful of several very bad options. Finland's history illustrates belief in a non-negotiable core value, factor number 11, independence, and not being occupied by another power. Finns were prepared to fight for that core value, even though they thereby risked mass death. Fortunately for Finns, they survived, and also retained their independence. There is no universal correct answer to that agonizing dilemma. Poles in 1939, Yugoslavs in 1941, and Hungarians in 1956 also refused, respectively, German and Soviet demands and fought for their independence. But without Finland's fortunate outcome, all three countries lost, became or remained occupied, and suffered cruelly under occupation. Conversely, Czechoslovakia in 1938, Estonia and Latvia and Lithuania in 1939, and Japan in August 1945 accepted, respectively, a German or Soviet or American ultimatum, because they judged their situation to be militarily hopeless. In retrospect, the situations of Czechoslovakia and Estonia may not have been hopeless, but we shall never know. The factor that initially hindered and subsequently favored Finland's crisis resolution was lack of national consensus about the crisis, and then the achievement of consensus, factor number 1. Throughout the 1930s, Finland largely ignored the impending crisis with the Soviet Union, and then in 1939 miscalculated that Stalin's demands were partly a bluff. From 1944 onwards, there was instead a consensus formulated as the Paasikivi-Kekkonen line that the Finnish government had to talk frequently with Soviet political leaders and learn to see things from the Soviet point of view. The three factors favorable to crisis solution that Finland conspicuously lacked, and for whose lack Finland had to compensate in other ways, were support from allies, factor number 4, available models, factor number 5, and freedom from geopolitical constraints, factor number 12. Of the nations discussed in this book, none received less support from allies than did Finland. All of Finland's traditional and potential friends refused to provide the substantive help for which Finland had been hoping during the Winter War. Sweden did provide small non-governmental help in the form of about 8,000 volunteers and accepting refugee Finnish children, while Germany did provide essential military and economic help during the Continuation War. Finland could not look to any model of a weak country that had succeeded in resisting Soviet or Nazi demands. Almost all other European countries either acceded to such demands and lost their independence, like the Baltic republics, or resisted and were brutally conquered, like Poland and Yugoslavia, or resisted successfully through their own military power, far exceeding Finland's, only Britain, or preserved their independence through concessions far milder than those that the Soviet Union demanded of Finland, Switzerland's and Sweden's accommodations to Nazi Germany. Conversely, no other nation could use Finland's successful tightrope act with the Soviet Union as a model. Finlandization is not for export. Finland's freedom of choice was severely limited by the geopolitical constraint of its long border with its powerful Soviet neighbor. Only post-World War II Germany approached Finland in the degree to which more powerful countries limited its freedom to act. Among our questions specific to national crises and not arising for personal crises, two warrant discussion for Finland: the role of leadership and reconciliation after conflict. Finland did benefit from skilled military and political leadership during and after World War II. As military leader, General Mannerheim was a master of allocating scarce resources, judging the relative dangers posed by Soviet threats on different war fronts, keeping cool and thinking clearly in excruciatingly painful situations, and retaining the confidence of his troops and officers. Finland's Prime Minister and later President, Juho Paasikivi, and his successor, Urho Kekkonen, besides both speaking fluent Russian, proved skillful in negotiating with Stalin from a position of weakness, winning and keeping Stalin's trust despite his paranoia, and convincing Stalin that maintaining Finland's independence would be good policy for the Soviet Union. Imagine yourself in Paasikivi's shoes in September 1944, when he flew to Moscow to meet Stalin for the peace negotiations to end the continuation war. After he had already flown to Moscow for the peace negotiations of March 1940 to end the Winter War, and after Finland had broken that March 1940 agreement by siding with Germany and reconquering Karelia in the summer of 1941. What would you have said to Stalin in 1944? Believe me, you can trust me this time. But Mannerheim's, Paasikivi's, and Kekkonen's impacts as leaders should not be exaggerated, because their aims and strategies were similar to those of other leading Finnish generals and politicians, although their skills were exceptional. The other question specific to national crises concerns reconciliation after cruel internal conflict or civil war. Reconciliation in Finland after its civil war of 1918 was much speedier and more complete than reconciliation in Chile after the Pinochet military dictatorship, Chapter 4, while Indonesians have still done little to reach closure after the army-instigated genocide of 1965, Chapter 5. A partial explanation involves national differences in the extent to which the army remained powerful and continued to threaten its former adversaries. The army stayed in power in Indonesia after 1965 and remained visible and threatening in Chile even after Pinochet had stepped down as president, whereas Finland's army became less visible after the Civil War. Another part of the explanation is Finn's sense of the distinctiveness shared by all Finns, that both the winners and the losers of the Finnish Civil War shared the same egalitarian tradition, and were unique among the world's people in speaking the Finnish language, reciting the Kalevala, and being the countrymen of John Sibelius and Paavo Nurmi. Finland is thus the first of our two examples of countries experiencing a crisis due to a sudden external shock. In the next chapter, on Meiji-era Japan, we shall discuss another country with strong national identity and a distinctive language, much more distinctive culturally than Finland, with even more drastic selective change, and with outstanding realism like Finland's, but with a different geopolitical situation that permitted Japan to pursue a long-term strategy more independent than Finland's. Chapter 3. The Origins of Modern Japan. My Japanese Connections, Japan before 1853, Perry, 1853 to 1868, the Meiji Era, Meiji Reforms, Westernization, Overseas Expansion, Crisis Framework, Questions. Unlike the other countries discussed in this book, for Japan, I don't speak the language, haven't lived there for prolonged periods, and visited it for the first time only 2 decades ago. However, I have had much opportunity to learn second-hand about Japan's selective changes and its mixture of European with traditional Japanese features. When I moved to California from Boston on the U.S.'s East Coast, where I was born and grew up, I found myself in a part of the U.S. with a much larger Asian population, many of them Japanese or Japanese Americans. Asians now form the largest proportion of the student body of my university, the University of California at Los Angeles, outnumbering students of European descent. I have many Japanese friends and colleagues, including a wonderful Japanese research assistant, who know the U.S. and Europe very well from having lived there for a long time, and who, in some cases, have intermarried. Conversely, I have many American friends and colleagues who know Japan very well from having lived there for a long time, and again, in some cases, from having intermarried. I myself acquired Japanese cousins and nieces when I married into a family with 2 Japanese branches. As a result, I hear constantly about the differences between Japan and the U.S. or Europe from Japanese, Americans, and Europeans, with long experience of living both in Japan and in the U.S. and or Europe. All of my Japanese relatives, students, friends, and colleagues talk about the big differences coexisting with the big similarities between Japanese and American/European societies. In alphabetical order, without trying to rank them in importance, some of the differences that they identify involve apologizing or not apologizing, the difficulty of learning to read and write, enduring hardships silently, extensive socializing with prospective business clients, extreme politeness, feelings towards foreigners, openly misogynist behavior, patient-doctor communication, pride in beautiful penmanship, reduced individualism, relations with parents-in-law, standing out as different from other people, the status of women, talking directly about feelings, unselfishness, ways of disagreeing with other people, and many other features. All of those differences are legacies of traditional Japan, coexisting with Western influences on modern Japan. That mixing began with a crisis exploding on July 8, 1853, and accelerated with the Meiji Restoration of 1868, when Japan embarked on a program of selective change that extended over half a century. Meiji-era Japan is perhaps the modern world's outstanding example of selective national change, and of using other nations as models. Like Finland's crisis, which we discussed in the previous chapter, Japan's began abruptly with a foreign threat, but not with an actual attack. Like Finland, Japan exhibited outstanding honest self-appraisal and patience at experimenting with different solutions until it found ones that worked. Unlike Finland, Japan adopted much more comprehensive selective changes and enjoyed greater freedom of action. Hence, Japan in the Meiji era offers a good case study to pair with our discussion of Finland. Japan was the first modern non-European country to match European societies and overseas neo-European societies. the U.S., Canada, Australia, and New Zealand, in standard of living, industrialization, and technology. Japan today resembles Europe and Neo-Europes not only economically and technologically, but also in many political and social respects, such as in being a parliamentary democracy, having high literacy, adopting Western dress, and adopting Western music along with traditional Japanese music. But in other respects, especially social and cultural ones, Japan is still more different from all European societies than any European society is from other European societies. There is nothing surprising about those non-European aspects of Japanese society. They are entirely to be expected, because Japan lies 8,000 miles from Western Europe and has been heavily influenced by nearby countries of the Asian mainland, especially China and Korea, with which Japan shares a long history. Before 1542, no European influence had reached Japan. There was then a period of influence associated with Europe's overseas expansion, but limited by the great intervening distance from 1542 to 1639, followed by a period of reduced influence until 1853. Most of the European aspects of contemporary Japanese society have arrived since 1853. Of course, they haven't replaced everything about traditional Japan, of which much remains. That is, Japan, like Coconut Grove's survivors after the fire, and like Britain after World War II, is a mosaic of its old self and its new self, more so than any of the other 6 societies discussed in this book. Until the Meiji Restoration, Japan's actual ruler was a hereditary military dictator called the shogun, while the emperor was a figurehead without real power. Between 1639 and 1853, the shoguns limited Japanese contact with foreigners, thereby continuing a long Japanese history of lesser isolation arising from the effects of their island geography. That history may at first surprise us when we glance at a world map and compare Japan's geography with that of the British Isles. Superficially, these 2 archipelagos appear to be geographic equivalents of each other off Eurasia's east and west coasts, respectively. Just look at a map to convince yourself. Japan and Britain look roughly similar in area, and both lie near the Eurasian continent, so one would expect similar histories of involvement with the continent. In fact, since the time of Christ, Britain has been successfully invaded from the continent 4 times. Japan, never. Conversely, Britain has had armies fighting on the continent in every century since the Norman conquest of AD 1066. But until the late 19th century, there were no Japanese armies on the continent except during 2 brief periods. Already during the Bronze Age, over 3,000 years ago, there was vigorous trade between Britain and mainland Europe. British mines in Cornwall were the main source of tin for making European bronze. A century or 2 ago, Britain was the world's leading trading nation, while Japanese overseas trade still remained small. Why do these huge differences apparently contradict straightforward geographic expectations? The explanation for that contradiction involves important details of geography. While Japan and Britain look at a glance similar in area and isolation, Japan is actually 5 times farther from the continent, 110 versus 22 miles, and 50% larger in area and much more fertile. Hence, Japan's population today is more than double Britain's, and its production of land-grown food and timber and inshore seafood is higher. Until modern industry required importation of oil and metals, Japan was largely self-sufficient in essential resources and had little need for foreign trade, unlike Britain. That's the geographic background to the isolation that characterized most of Japanese history and that merely increased after 1639. Europeans first reached China and Japan by sea in A.D. 1514 and 1542, respectively. Japan, which had already been doing some trade with China and Korea, then began trading with four groups of Europeans: Portuguese, Spanish, Dutch, and British. That did not consist of direct trade between Japan and Europe, but instead of trade at settlements on the Chinese coast and elsewhere in Southeast Asia. Those European contacts affected spheres of Japanese society ranging from weapons to religion. When the first Portuguese adventurers reaching Japan in 1542 shot ducks with their primitive guns, Japanese observers were so impressed that they avidly developed their own firearms, with the result that by 1600 Japan had more and better guns than any other country in the world. The first Christian missionaries arrived in 1549, and by 1600 Japan had 300,000 Christians. But the shoguns had reasons to be concerned about European influence in general, and about Christianity in particular. Europeans were accused of meddling in Japanese politics, and of supplying weapons to Japanese rebels against the Japanese government. Catholics preached intolerance of other religions, disobeyed Japanese government orders not to preach, and were perceived as loyal to a foreign ruler, the Pope. Hence, after crucifying thousands of Japanese Christians between 1636 and 1639, the shogun cut most ties between Japan and Europe. Christianity was banned. Most Japanese were forbidden to travel or live overseas. Japanese fishermen who drifted to sea, got picked up by European or American ships, and managed to return to Japan, were often kept under house arrest or forbidden to talk about their experiences overseas. Visits by foreigners to Japan were banned, except for Chinese traders confined to one area of the port city of Nagasaki, and Dutch traders confined to Dejima Island in Nagasaki Harbor. Because those Dutch were Protestants, they were considered non-Christian by Japan. Once every 4 years, those Dutch traders were ordered to bring tribute to the Japanese capital, traveling by a prescribed route under watchful eyes like dangerous microbes kept inside a sealed container. Some Japanese domains did succeed in continuing to trade with Korea, China, and the Ryukyu Islands, the archipelago several hundred miles south of Japan that includes Okinawa. Intermittent Korean trade visits to Japan were disguised to Japanese audiences as visits tolerated to receive Korean tribute. But all of those contacts remain limited in scale. The small trade between the Netherlands and Japan was economically negligible. Instead, its significance to Japan was that those Dutch traders became an important source of information about Europe. Among the courses of instruction offered by Japanese private academies were so-called Dutch studies. Those classes taught information acquired from the Netherlands about practical and scientific subjects, especially Western medicine, astronomy, maps, surveying, guns, and explosives. Within the Japanese government's Bureau of Astronomy was an office devoted to translating Dutch books on those subjects into Japanese. Much information about the outside world, including Europe, also came to Japan via China, Chinese books, and European books translated into Chinese. In short, until 1853, Japan's contact with foreigners was limited and was controlled by the Japanese government. Japan in 1853 was very unlike Japan today, and even unlike Japan in 1900 in important ways. Somewhat like medieval Europe, Japan in 1853 was still a feudal hierarchical society divided into domains, each controlled by a lord called a daimyo, whose power exceeded that of a medieval European lord. At the apex of power stood the shogun, of the Tokugawa line of shoguns that had ruled Japan since 1603, and that controlled 1/4 of Japan's rice-growing land. Daimyo required the shogun's permission to marry, move, or erect or repair a castle. They were also required, in alternate years, to bring their retainers and take up residence at the shogun's capital at great expense to themselves. Besides the resulting tension between the shogun and the daimyo, other problems in Tokugawa Japan arose from the growing gap between the shogun's expenses and his income, increasingly frequent rebellions, urbanization, and the rising merchant class. But the Tokugawa shoguns had coped with problems and had remained in power for 250 years, and were at no imminent risk of being overthrown. Instead, the shock that led to their overthrow was the arrival of the West. The background to Western pressure on Japan was Western pressure on China, which produced far more goods desired by the West than did Japan. European consumers especially wanted Chinese tea and silk, but the West produced little that China wanted in return, so Europeans had to make up that trade deficit by shipping silver to China. In order to reduce the hemorrhaging of their silver stocks, British traders got the bright idea of shipping cheap opium from India to sell to China at prices below those of existing Chinese sources. No, that British opium policy is not an invented anti-Western slander. It really was true, and needs to be remembered when one wants to understand modern Chinese attitudes towards the West. The Chinese government understandably responded by denouncing opium as a health hazard, banning its importation, and demanding that European smugglers surrender all the opium stored on their ships anchored off China's coast. Britain objected to that Chinese response as an illegal restraint of trade. The result was the Opium War of 1839 to 1842 between Britain and China, the first serious test of military strength between China and the West. Although China was far larger and more populous than Britain, it turned out that Britain's navy and army were far better equipped and trained than China's. Hence China was defeated and forced into humiliating concessions, paying a large indemnity and signing a treaty that opened 5 Chinese ports to British trade. France and the U.S. then extracted the same concessions from China. When the Japanese government learned of these developments in China, it feared that it would be only a matter of time until some Western power demanded a similar treaty port system in Japan. It did happen in 1853, and the Western power responsible was the U.S. The reason why, among Western powers, the U.S. was the one that became motivated to act first against Japan was the U.S.'s conquest of California from Mexico in 1848, accompanied by the discovery there of gold, which caused an explosion of American ship traffic to the Pacific coast. Sailings of American whaling and trading ships around the Pacific also increased. Inevitably, some of those American ships got wrecked. Some of those wrecks occurred in ocean waters near Japan, and some of their sailors ended up in Japan, where they were killed or arrested, according to Tokugawa Japan's isolationist policy. But the U.S. wanted those sailors instead to receive protection and help, and it wanted American ships to be able to buy coal in Japan. Hence, U.S. President Millard Fillmore sent Commodore Matthew Perry to Japan with a fleet of 4 ships, including 2 gun-bearing steam-powered warships infinitely superior to any Japanese ships at that time. Japan had neither steamships nor even steam engines. On July 8, 1853, Perry sailed his fleet uninvited into Edo Bay, now called Tokyo Bay, refused Japanese orders to leave, delivered President Fillmore's letter of demands, and announced that he expected an answer when he returned the following year. For Japan, Perry's arrival and his open threat of overwhelming force conformed to our definition of crisis, a serious challenge that cannot be solved by existing methods of coping. After Perry's departure, the shogun circulated Fillmore's letter to the daimyo to ask their opinion about how best to respond. That was already unusual. Among their varied proposed responses, common themes were a strong desire to maintain Japan's isolation, but recognition of the practical impossibility of Japan defending itself against Perry's warships, hence the suggestion of compromising to buy time during which Japan could acquire Western guns and technology to defend itself. It was the latter view that prevailed. When Perry returned on February 13, 1854, this time with a fleet of 9 warships, the shogun responded by signing Japan's first treaty with a Western country. Although Japan succeeded in putting off Perry's demand for a trade agreement, it did make other concessions that ended its 215-year policy of isolation. It opened 2 Japanese ports as harbors of refuge for American ships, accepted an American consul to reside at one of those ports, and agreed to treat shipwrecked American sailors humanely. After the signing of that agreement between Japan and the U.S., the British and Russian and Dutch naval commanders in the Far East quickly reached similar agreements with Japan. The 14-year period that began in 1854, when the shogun's government, called the Bakufu, signed Perry's treaty ending Japan's centuries of isolation, was a tumultuous period of Japanese history. The Bakufu struggled to solve the problems resulting from Japan's forced opening. Ultimately, the shogun failed, because the opening triggered unstoppable changes in Japanese society and government. Those changes, in turn, led to the shogun's overthrow by his Japanese rivals, and then to much more far-reaching changes under the new government that was led by those rivals. Perry's treaty and its British, Russian, and Dutch equivalents didn't satisfy the Western goal of opening Japan to trade. Hence, in 1858, the new American consul in Japan negotiated a broader treaty that did address trade, and that was again soon followed by similar treaties with Britain, France, Russia, and the Netherlands. Those treaties became regarded in Japan as humiliating, and were termed the unequal treaties, because they embodied the Western view that Japan did not deserve to be treated in the way that Western powers treated one another. For instance, the treaties provided for extraterritoriality of Western citizens in Japan, that is to say, that they were not subject to Japanese laws. A major goal of Japanese policy for the next half-century became the undoing of the unequal treaties. Japan's military weakness in 1858 relegated that goal to the distant future. Instead, the Bakufu's more modest immediate goal in 1858 was to minimize the intrusion of Westerners and of their ideas and influence. That was achieved by Japan's keeping up the fiction of obeying the treaties, while actually frustrating them by delaying, unilaterally changing agreements, taking advantage of Western unfamiliarity with ambiguous Japanese place names, and playing off different Western countries against one another. Through the 1858 treaties, Japan succeeded in limiting trade to just 2 Japanese ports, termed treaty ports, and in restricting foreigners to specified districts within those ports, beyond which foreigners were forbidden to travel. The Bakufu's basic strategy from 1854 onwards was one of buying time. That meant satisfying Western powers with as few concessions as possible, but in the meantime acquiring Western knowledge, equipment, technology, and strength, both military and non-military, so as to be able to resist the West as soon as possible. The Bakufu, and also the powerful domains of Satsuma and Choshu that were nominally subject to the Bakufu but enjoyed much autonomy, purchased Western ships and guns, modernized their militaries, and sent students to Europe and the U.S. Those students studied not just practical matters such as Western navigation, ships, industry, engineering, science, and technology, but also Western laws, languages, constitutions, economics, political science, and alphabets. The Bakufu developed an institute for the study of barbarian, that is to say foreign, books, translated Western books, and sponsored the production of English-language grammars and an English pocket dictionary. And while the Bakufu and the big domains were thus trying to build up strength, problems resulting from Western contact were developing in Japan. The Bakufu and domains became heavily indebted to foreign creditors as a result of expenses such as weapons purchases and sending students overseas. Consumer prices and the cost of living rose. Many samurai, the warrior class, and merchants objected to the Bakufu's efforts to monopolize foreign trade. Now that the shogun had asked the daimyo for advice after Perry's first visit, some daimyo wanted to become further involved in policy and planning, rather than leaving it all to the shogun as before. It was the shogun who had negotiated and signed treaties with Western powers, but the shogun couldn't control outlying daimyo who violated those treaties. The result was several sets of intersecting conflicts. Western powers were in conflict with Japan about whether to open Japan more, the Western goal, or less, the prevalent Japanese goal, to the West. Domains such as Satsuma and Choshu, which had already traditionally been in conflict against the Bakufu, were now in sharper conflict, each side trying to use Western equipment and knowledge and allies against the other. Conflicts increased between domains. There was even conflict between the Bakufu and the figurehead emperor at the imperial court, on whose behalf the Bakufu supposedly acted. For instance, the imperial court refused to approve the 1858 treaty that the Bakufu had negotiated with the U.S., but the Bakufu proceeded to sign it anyway. The sharpest conflict within Japan arose over Japan's basic strategy dilemma, whether to try to resist and expel the foreigners now, or instead to wait until Japan could become stronger. The signing of the unequal treaties by the Bakufu created a backlash in Japan, anger at the foreigners who had dishonored Japan, and anger at the shogun and other lords who had permitted Japan to be dishonored. Already around 1859, resentful, hot-headed, naive young sword-wielding samurai began to pursue a goal of expelling foreigners by a campaign of assassination. They became known as shishi, meaning men of high purpose. Appealing to what they believed were traditional Japanese values, they considered themselves morally superior to older politicians. The following statement of Shishi principles, issued in 1861, conveys the flavor of their anger. It is a source of deepest grief to our emperor that our magnificent and divine country has been humiliated by the barbarians, and that the spirit of Japan, which was transmitted from antiquity, is on the point of being extinguished. It is said that when one's lord is humiliated, his retainers must choose death. Must we not set even greater emphasis on the present situation, in which the imperial country is about to know disgrace? We swear by our deities that if the imperial flag is once raised, we will go through fire and water to ease the emperor's mind, to carry out the will of our former lord, and to purge this evil from our people. Should any in this cause seek to put forward personal considerations, he shall incur the punishment of the angered gods, and be summoned before his fellows to commit harakiri. Shishi terrorism was directed against foreigners, and even more often against Japanese working for or compromising with foreigners. In 1860, a group of Shishi succeeded in beheading the regent Ii Naosuke, who had advocated signing treaties with the West. Japanese attacks against foreigners climaxed in two incidents in 1862 and 1863, involving the domains of Satsuma and Choshu. On September 14, 1862, a 28-year-old English merchant, Charles Richardson, was attacked by Satsuma swordsmen on a road and left to bleed to death, because he was considered to have failed to show proper respect for a procession that included the father of Satsuma's daimyo. Britain demanded indemnities, apologies, and execution of the perpetrators not only from Satsuma, but also from the Bakufu. After nearly a year of unsuccessful British negotiations with Satsuma, a fleet of British warships bombarded and destroyed most of Satsuma's capital of Kagoshima and killed an estimated 1,500 Satsuma soldiers. The other incident occurred in late June 1863, when Choshu coastal guns fired on Western ships and closed the crucial Shimonoseki Strait between the main Japanese islands of Honshu and Kyushu. A year later, a fleet of 17 British, French, American, and Dutch warships bombarded and destroyed those coastal guns and carried off Choshu's remaining cannon. Those two Western retaliations convinced even Satsuma and Choshu hotheads of the power of Western guns, and of the futility of Japan's attempting to expel the foreigners while in its current weak condition. The hotheads would have to wait until Japan had achieved military equality with the West. Ironically, that was the policy that the Bakufu had already been following, and for which the hotheads had been excoriating the Bakufu. But some domains, especially Satsuma and Choshu, were now convinced that the shogun was incapable of strengthening Japan to the point where it could resist the West. The daimyo concluded that, while they shared the Bakufu's goal of acquiring Western technology, achieving that goal required reorganizing Japan's government and society. Hence, they sought gradually to outmaneuver the shogun. Satsuma and Choshu had formerly been rivals, had been suspicious of each other, and had fought against each other. Recognizing that the shogun's efforts to build up military strength threatened both domains, they now formed an alliance. After the former shogun's death in 1866, the new shogun launched a crash program of modernization and reform, including importing military equipment and military advisors from France. That increased the perceived threat to Satsuma and Choshu. When the former emperor also died in 1867, his 15-year-old son succeeded to the imperial throne. Satsuma and Choshu leaders conspired with the new emperor's grandfather, and thereby enlisted the support of the imperial court. On January 3, 1868, the conspirators seized the gates of the imperial palace in the city of Kyoto, convened a council stripping the shogun of his lands and of his position on the council, and ended the shogunate. The council proclaimed the fiction of restoring the responsibility for governing Japan to the emperor, although that responsibility had previously actually been the shogun's. That event is known as the Meiji Restoration, and it marks the beginning of what is termed the Meiji era, the period of rule of the new emperor. After that coup gave them control of Kyoto, the immediate problem facing the Meiji leaders was to establish control over all of Japan. While the shogun himself accepted defeat, many others did not. The result was a civil war between armies supporting and armies opposing the new imperial government. Only when the last opposition forces on Japan's northern main island of Hokkaido had been defeated in June 1869 did foreign powers recognize the imperial government as the government of Japan. And only then could Meiji leaders proceed with their efforts to reform their country. At the beginning of the Meiji era, much about Japan was up for grabs. Some leaders wanted an autocratic emperor, others wanted a figurehead emperor with actual power in the hands of a council of advisors. That was the solution that eventually prevailed. And still another proposal was for Japan to become a republic without an emperor. Some Japanese who had come to appreciate Western alphabets proposed that alphabets replace Japan's beautiful but complex writing system, consisting of Chinese-derived characters combined with 2 Japanese syllabaries. Some Japanese wanted to launch a war against Korea without delay. Others argued for waiting. The samurai wanted their private militias to be retained and used. Others wanted to disarm and abolish the samurai. Out of this turmoil of conflicting proposals, the Meiji leaders decided soon in favor of 3 basic principles. First, although some of the leaders had been among the hotheads who wanted immediately to expel Westerners, realism quickly prevailed. It became as clear to Meiji leaders as it had been to the shogun that Japan was presently incapable of expelling Westerners. Before that could be done, Japan had to become strong by adopting Western sources of strength, meaning not just guns themselves, but also far-reaching political and social reforms that provided the underpinnings of Western strength. Second, an ultimate goal of Meiji leaders was to revise the unequal treaties that had been imposed upon Japan by the West. But that required Japan to be strong and to be seen by the West as a legitimate Western-style state, with a Western-style constitution and laws. For example, Britain's Foreign Secretary, Lord Granville, bluntly told Japanese negotiators that Britain would recognize Japanese jurisdiction over British subjects resident in Japan in precise proportion to their, Japanese, advancement in enlightenment and civilization, as judged by Britain according to British standards of advancement. It ended up taking 26 years from the Meiji coup until the time when Japan could get the West to revise the unequal treaties. The third basic principle of Meiji leaders was to identify, adopt, and modify in each sphere of life the foreign model that was best matched to Japanese conditions and values. Meiji Japan variously borrowed especially from British, German, French, and American models. Different foreign countries ended up as models in different spheres. For instance, the new Japanese Navy and Army became modeled on the British Navy and the German Army, respectively. Conversely, within a given sphere, Japan often tried a succession of different foreign models, for example, in creating a Japanese civil law code. The Justice Ministry relied on a French scholar to produce a first draft, and then turned instead to a German model for the next draft. Meiji Japan's borrowing from the West was massive, conscious, and planned. Some of the borrowing involved bringing Westerners to Japan. For instance, importing Western school teachers to teach or to advise on education, and bringing 2 German scholars to help write a Japanese constitution drawing heavily on Germany's constitution. But more of the borrowing involved Japanese traveling as observers to Europe and the U.S. A crucial step, undertaken just 2 years after the Meiji government had consolidated its power, was the Iwakura mission of 1871 to 1873. Consisting of 50 government representatives, it toured the U.S. and a dozen European countries, visited factories and government offices, met U.S. President Grant and European government leaders, and published a 5-volume report providing Japan with detailed accounts of a wide range of Western practices. The mission announced its purpose as being to select from the various institutions prevailing among enlightened nations such as are best suited to our present condition. When war broke out between France and Prussia in 1870, Japan even sent 2 observers with a much narrower purpose, to watch firsthand how Europeans fought. A byproduct of these foreign travels was the Japanese with overseas experience tended to become Meiji Japan's leaders, both in government and in private spheres. For example, of the 2 most important young men who rose to power in the Meiji government in the 1880s, Ito Hirobumi, who led the design of Japan's new constitution, had made several long visits to Europe, while Yamagata Aritomo, who became prime minister, had studied military science in Germany. Godai Tomoatsu used his European experience to become president of Osaka's Chamber of Commerce and a Japanese railroad and mining entrepreneur, while Shibusawa Aichi went on to develop Japanese banking and textile industries. In order to make this massive borrowing from the West palatable to Japanese traditionalists, innovations and borrowings in Meiji Japan were often claimed to be not new at all, but just returns to Japan's traditional ways. For example, when the emperor himself in 1889 promulgated Japan's first constitution, based heavily on the German constitution, in his speech he invoked his ascent to the throne of a lineal succession unbroken for ages eternal, and the right of sovereignty of the state that we have inherited from our ancestors. Similarly, new rituals invented for the imperial court during the Meiji era were claimed to be timeless old court rituals. This reframing of innovations as supposedly retained traditions, the phenomenon of invented traditions, often invoked by innovators in other countries besides Japan, contributed to the success of Meiji leaders in carrying out drastic changes. The cruel fact was that the leaders faced a dangerous situation when they assumed power in January 1868. Japan was at risk of attacks by foreign powers, at risk from the civil war between the Bakufu's opponents and its supporters, at risk of wars between domains, and at risk of revolts by groups threatened with losing their former rank and power. Abolition of the samurai's privileges did provoke several samurai rebellions, the most serious of them the Satsuma Revolt of 1877. Armed peasant uprisings did break out periodically in the 1870s, but opposition to Meiji reforms turned out to be less violent than might have been anticipated. Meiji leaders proved skilled at buying off, co-opting, or reconciling their actual or potential opponents. For instance, Inomoto Takeaki, the admiral of the fleet that held out on Hokkaido against Meiji forces until 1869, ended up being absorbed into Meiji ranks as a cabinet minister and envoy. Let's now consider what selective changes actually became adopted in Meiji Japan. The changes affected most spheres of Japanese life: the arts, clothing, domestic politics, the economy, education, the emperor's role, feudalism, foreign policy, government, hairstyles, ideology, law, the military, society, and technology. The most urgent changes, effected or launched within the first few years of the Meiji era, were to create a modern national army, to abolish feudalism, to found a national system of education and to secure income for the government by tax reform. Attention then shifted to reforming the law codes, designing a constitution, expanding overseas, and undoing the unequal treaties. In parallel with this attention to pressing practical matters, Meiji leaders also began to address the challenge of creating an explicit ideology to enlist the support of Japan's citizens. Military reform began with purchasing modern Western equipment, enlisting French and German officers to train the army, and later experimenting with French and British models to develop a modern Japanese navy. The result illustrates Meiji's skill at selecting the best foreign model. Instead of selecting just one foreign country's armed forces as the model for all branches of the Japanese military, Japan ended up modeling its army on Germany's army, but modeling its navy on Britain's navy. Because in late 19th century Europe, Germany had the strongest army, but Britain had the strongest navy. As one example, when Japan wanted to learn how to build the fast battleships called battle cruisers, invented in Britain, Japan commissioned a British shipyard to design and build the first Japanese battle cruiser, then used it as the model for building 3 more battle cruisers in 3 different Japanese shipyards. A national conscription law adopted in 1873 and based on European models provided for a national army of men armed with guns and serving for 3 years. Formerly, each feudal domain had had its own private militia of samurai swordsmen, useless in modern war, but still a threat to the Japanese national government. Hence the samurai were first forbidden to carry swords or to administer private punishment. Then hereditary occupations, including that of being a samurai, were abolished. Then the ex-samurai were paid off in government stipends, and finally those stipends were converted to interest-bearing government bonds. Another urgent order of business was to end feudalism. To make Japan strong required building a centralized Western-style state. That posed a delicate problem, because as of January 1868, the only real powers of the new imperial government were those just surrendered by the shogun. Other powers remained with the daimyo, the feudal lords. Hence, in March 1868, 4 daimyo, including those of Satsuma and Choshu, who had instigated the Meiji Restoration, were persuaded to offer their lands and people to the emperor by an ambiguously worded document. When the emperor accepted that offer in July, the other daimyo were commanded to make the same offer, and as a sop they were then appointed as governors of their former feudal domains. Finally, in August 1871, the daimyo were told that their domains and governorships would now be swept away and replaced with centrally administered prefectures. But the daimyo were allowed to keep 10% of their former domains' assessed incomes, while being relieved of the burden of all the expenses that they had formerly borne. Thus, within 3.5 years, centuries of Japanese feudalism were dismantled. The emperor remained the emperor. That didn't change. However, he was no longer cloistered in Kyoto's imperial palace. He was transferred to the effective capital of Edo, renamed Tokyo. In his 45 years of rule, the emperor made 102 trips outside of Tokyo and around Japan, compared with a total of just 3 trips by all emperors combined during the 265 years of the Tokugawa era, 1603 to 1868. Education was subject to big reforms with big consequences. For the first time in its history, Japan acquired a national system of education. Compulsory elementary schools were established in 1872, followed by the founding of Japan's first university in 1877, middle schools in 1881, and high schools in 1886. The school system at first followed the highly centralized French model, shifting in 1879 to the American school model of local control, and then in 1886 to a German model. The end result of that educational reform is that Japan today ties for having the world's highest percentage of literate citizens, 99%, despite also having the world's most complicated and hard-to-learn writing system. While the new national system of education was thus inspired by the West, its proclaimed purposes were thoroughly Japanese: to make Japanese people loyal and patriotic citizens, revering their emperor and imbued with a sense of national unity. A more mundane but equally important purpose of educational reform was to train recruits for jobs in government and to develop Japan's human capital so that Japan could rise in the world and prosper. In the 1880s, recruitment for the central government bureaucracy became based on an exam testing Western knowledge rather than testing knowledge of Confucian philosophy. National education, along with the government's official abolition of hereditary occupations, undermined Japan's traditional class divisions, because now higher education, rather than birth, became the stepping stone to high government office. Partly as a result, among the world's 14 large rich democracies today, Japan is the one with the most equal division of wealth, and the one with proportionately the fewest billionaires in its population. The U.S. lies far at the opposite extreme in both respects. The Meiji government's remaining top priority was to devise an income stream to finance its government operations. Japan had never had Western-style national taxes. Instead, each daimyo had separately taxed his own lands to fund his own operating costs, while the shogun had similarly taxed just his own lands, but also demanded additional money for specific purposes from all the daimyo. Yet the Meiji government had just relieved the ex-daimyo of their responsibilities as governors, had converted their ex-domains into prefectures, and had decreed that those prefectures would now be administered by the central government, leaving the ex-daimyo with no need, so said Meiji leaders, for revenues to finance administrative operations of their own. Hence the Meiji Finance Ministry reasoned that it now needed at least as much annual revenue as the shogun and all the daimyo combined had previously extracted. It achieved that aim in a Western manner by imposing a national 3% land tax. Japanese farmers periodically complained and rioted because they had to pay cash every year regardless of the size of the harvest. But they might have considered themselves lucky if they could have foreseen modern Western tax rates. For example, here in my state of California, we pay a state 1% property tax, plus a state income tax of up to 12%, plus a national income tax of currently up to 44%. Less urgent matters include substituting a Western-style legal system for Japan's traditional system of justice. Law courts with appointed judges were introduced in 1871, followed by a Supreme Court in 1875. Criminal, commercial, and civil law reforms followed different paths of Westernization by experimenting with different foreign models. The criminal law code was initially reformed on a French model, then changed to a German model. The commercial law code used a German model, and the civil law code used French, British, and indigenous Japanese concepts before ending up as German-inspired. In each case, challenges influencing the choices included finding solutions compatible with Japanese views, plus adopting Western institutions in order to achieve international respectability necessary for revising the unequal treaties. For instance, that required abolishing traditional Japanese torture and broad use of the death penalty, which the West no longer considered respectable. Modernization of Japan's infrastructure began early in the Meiji era. The year 1872 saw the founding of a national post system and the building of Japan's first railroad and its first telegraph line, followed by establishment of a national bank in 1873. Gas street lighting was installed in Tokyo. The government also got involved in Japan's industrialization by setting up factories to produce bricks, cement, glass, machinery, and silk with Western machinery and methods. After Japan's successful war of 1894 to 1895 against China, government industrial spending came to concentrate on war-related industries such as coal, electricity, gun factories, iron, steel railroads, and shipyards. Government reform was especially important if Japan was to achieve international respectability, and especially challenging. Cabinet government was introduced in 1885. Already in 1881 it had been announced that a constitution would be forthcoming, partly in response to public pressure. It then took 8 years to devise a Western-style constitution in harmony with Japanese circumstances. The solution to that challenge depended on taking as a model not the U.S. Constitution, but the German Constitution, because German emphasis on a strong emperor corresponded to Japanese conditions. Japan's constitution invoked Japanese belief that its emperor was descended from the gods through an unbroken line of previous emperors extending back millennia in time. In a ceremony taking place in the Imperial Palace's audience chamber on a date, February 11, that was the 2549th anniversary of the day traditionally associated with the empire's founding, the emperor himself invoked his ancestors and presented the scroll of the new constitution to the prime minister as the emperor's gift to Japan. Present at the ceremony were representatives of the Foreign Diplomatic Corps and foreign community to make sure that they did not miss the point. Japan was now a civilized nation with a constitutional government, equal to the world's other constitutional governments, and, hint, hint, no longer to be singled out by unequal treaties. Like other spheres of Japanese life, Japanese culture became a mosaic of new Western elements and traditional Japanese elements. Western clothing and hairstyles are overwhelmingly prevalent in Japan today and were adopted quickly by Japanese men. For instance, a group photograph taken of 5 members of the Iwakura mission in 1872, only 4 years after the Meiji Restoration, and only 19 years after Commodore Perry's arrival, shows 4 of the members with Western suits, ties, top hats, and hairstyle, and only one, Iwakura himself, still in Japanese robes and with his hair in a traditional Japanese topknot. In the arts, traditional Japanese music, painting, woodblock prints, kabuki theater, and no plays survived alongside Western ballroom dancing, military bands, orchestras, operas, theater, painting, and novels. Any nation risks falling apart if its citizens do not feel joined by some unifying national ideology. Each nation has its own familiar ideals and phrases responding to that task of creating a unifying ideology. For example, American ideals have included democracy, equality, freedom, liberty, and opportunity, as captured in phrases such as rags to riches, melting pot, land of liberty, land of equal opportunity, and land of unlimited possibilities. Particularly in newly independent countries such as Indonesia, Chapter 5, or in countries undergoing rapid change such as Meiji Japan, governments consciously formulate and promote unifying national ideologies. How did Meiji Japan do it? The need for a unifying Meiji ideology was expressed in a widely circulated 1891 commentary on the Emperor's 1890 rescript on education. Japan is a small country. Since there are now those that swallow countries with impunity, we must consider the whole world our enemy. Thus, any true Japanese must have a sense of public duty, by which he values his life lightly as dust, advances spiritedly, and is ready to sacrifice himself for the sake of the nation. The purpose of the rescript is to strengthen the basis of the nation by cultivating the virtues of filiality and fraternal love, loyalty and sincerity, and to prepare for any emergency by nurturing the spirit of collective patriotism. If we do not unite the people, fortifications and warships will not suffice. If we do unite them, then even 1,000,000 formidable foes will be unable to harm us. In the last 2 decades of the Meiji era, having dealt with mundane but urgent issues such as tax reform and law codes, the Meiji government was able to devote more attention to that task of imbuing Japanese with a sense of public duty. That was achieved partly by government support for traditional religion and even more by government attention to education. Traditional Japanese religion served to unify Japanese people by teaching shared beliefs in the Emperor's divine descent, patriotism, civic duty, filial piety, respect for the gods, and love of country. Hence the government promoted the traditional Shinto religion and Confucian philosophy, subsidized the leading national Shinto shrines, and appointed their priests. Those values, associated with worship of the emperor as a living god, were featured prominently in the uniform national textbooks prescribed at every level of Japanese education. Now that we've summarized the main components of selective change in Meiji Japan, other than changes in policies of overseas expansion to be examined in the following pages, let's reflect on Meiji changes and dispel some possible misunderstandings. The goal of Meiji leaders was emphatically not to westernize Japan, in the sense of converting it into a European society far from Europe, unlike Australia's British colonists, whose goal was indeed to convert Australia into a British society far from Britain, Chapter 7. Instead, the Meiji goal was to adopt many Western features, but to modify them to suit Japanese circumstances, and to retain much of traditional Japan. Those adopted and modified Western features were grafted onto a Japanese core retained from Japanese history. For example, Japan didn't need Europe as a model of literacy and urbanization. Tokugawa Japan already had high literacy, and the Bakufu capital city Edo, renamed as Tokyo, was already the world's largest city a century and a half before Commodore Perry's arrival. Nor did Meiji Westernization consist of blindly imitating specific pieces of Western institutions. Meiji leaders operated from a remarkably clear overall understanding of Western society that underlay the Western military, educational, and other institutions adopted in Japan with modifications. Meiji Japan was able to draw on many models. Those included multiple Western models, variously Britain, Germany, France, and the U.S. in different spheres. There were also many indigenous Japanese models on which to draw. Late Tokugawa Japan consisted of 240 separate domains, differing in their tax policies and in other institutions. In addition to those positive models, Meiji Japan profited from an important negative model, China, whose fate of domination by the West made clear what Japan wanted to avoid. Meiji reforms were directed at two different audiences: a domestic Japanese audience and an overseas Western audience. On the one hand, the reforms were aimed at Japan itself, in order to strengthen the nation militarily and economically, and to imbue Japanese people with a unifying ideology. On the other hand, the reforms also aimed to make Western countries respect Japan as an equal, because Japan had now adopted Western institutions that the West respected. Those institutions included ones of basic governance, such as a Western-style constitution and law codes, and ones of outward appearance, such as men's Western clothing and hairstyles, and the emperors celebrating a Western-style wedding with a Western-style single wife, the empress. Previous Japanese emperors had openly had many concubines. While Meiji leaders were in agreement on their overall goal of strengthening Japan so that it could resist the West, they did not start off with an encompassing blueprint. Instead, Meiji reforms were devised and adopted piecemeal in stages, first creating a national army, an income stream, and a national system of education, and abolishing feudalism, then a constitution, and civil and criminal law codes, and even later, overseas expansion by wars, to be discussed in the next pages. Nor were all of these reforms adopted smoothly and unanimously. There was internal conflict in Meiji Japan, such as the already mentioned samurai rebellions and peasant uprisings. The remaining major line of selective change in the Meiji era that we have not already considered was Japan's transformation from being a target to being an agent of overseas expansion and military aggression. We saw that Tokugawa Japan isolated itself and had no aspirations of overseas conquest. In 1853, Japan appeared to be at imminent risk from militarily much stronger foreign powers. By the beginning of the Meiji era in 1868, however, Japan's military reforms and industrial build-up had removed that imminent risk and permitted instead a stepwise expansion. The first step was Japan's formal annexation in 1869 of the northern island of Hokkaido. Originally inhabited by a people, the Ainu, quite different from the Japanese, but already partly controlled by the Bakufu. In 1874, a punitive military expedition was sent to the island of Taiwan, whose aborigines had killed dozens of Ryukyu fishermen. At the end of the expedition, however, Japan pulled back its forces and refrained from annexing Taiwan. In 1879, the Ryukyu Islands, themselves the archipelago several hundred miles south of Japan, were annexed. From 1894 to 1895, Meiji Japan fought and won its first overseas war against China and did annex Taiwan. Japan's 1904 to 1905 war against Russia enabled Meiji Japan for the first time to test itself against a Western power. Both Japan's navy and its army defeated the Russians. That was a milestone in world history, the defeat of a major European power by an Asian power in an all-out war. By the resulting peace treaty, Japan annexed the southern half of Sakhalin Island and gained control of the South Manchurian Railroad. Japan established a protectorate over Korea in 1905 and annexed it in 1910. In 1914, Japan conquered Germany's Chinese sphere of influence and Micronesian island colonies in the Pacific Ocean. Finally, in 1915, Japan presented China with the so-called 21 demands that would have converted China virtually into a vassal state. China gave in to some, but not all, of the demands. Japan had already considered attacking China and Korea before 1894, but drew back because it recognized that it wasn't strong enough and that it risked giving European powers an excuse to intervene. The only occasion on which Meiji Japan overestimated its strength was in 1895, at the end of its war against China. The concessions that Japan had extracted from China then included China's ceding to Japan the Liaodong Peninsula, which controls the sea and land routes between China and Korea. But France, Russia, and Germany reacted by joining together to force Japan to abandon the peninsula, which Russia proceeded to lease from China 3 years later. That humiliating setback made Japan aware of its weakness, standing alone vis-à-vis European powers. Hence, in 1902, Japan made an alliance with Britain for protection and insurance before attacking Russia in 1904. Even with the security offered by that British alliance, Japan waited to issue its demands against China until the armed forces of European powers were tied up in World War I and unable to threaten intervention as they had done in 1895. In short, Japan's military expansion in the Meiji era was consistently successful because it was guided at every step by honest, realistic, cautious, informed self-appraisal of the relative strengths of Japan and its targets, and by a correct assessment of what was realistically possible for Japan. Now compare that successful Meiji-era expansion with Japan's situation as of August 14, 1945. On that date, Japan was at war simultaneously with China, the U.S., Britain, Russia, Australia, and New Zealand, as well as with many other countries that had declared war against Japan but were not actively fighting. That was a hopeless combination of enemies against which to fight. Much of the Japanese army had been pinned down for years in China. American bombers had gutted most major Japanese cities. The 2 atomic bombs had obliterated Hiroshima and Nagasaki. A British-American fleet was bombarding the Japanese coast. Russian armies were advancing against weak Japanese resistance in Manchuria and Sakhalin. Australian and New Zealand troops were mopping up Japanese garrisons on some Pacific islands. Almost all of Japan's larger warships and merchant fleet had been sunk or knocked out of service. More than 3 million Japanese people had been killed. It would have been bad enough if blunders of Japanese foreign policy had been responsible for Japan being attacked by all those countries. Instead, Japan's blunders were worse. Japan itself had been the one to attack those countries. In 1937, Japan launched a full-scale war against China. It fought 2 brief but bloody border wars with Russia in 1938 and 1939. In 1941, Japan simultaneously and suddenly attacked the U.S. and Britain and the Netherlands, even while Japan was still susceptible to resumption of fighting with Russia. Japan's attack on Britain automatically resulted in declarations of war by Britain's Pacific dominions, Australia and New Zealand. Japan proceeded to bomb Australia. In 1945, Russia did attack Japan. On August 15, 1945, Japan finally bowed to the long-delayed but inevitable outcome and surrendered. Why did Japan from 1937 onwards blunder stepwise into such an unrealistic and ultimately unsuccessful military expansion when Meiji Japan from 1868 onwards had carried out stepwise such a realistic and successful military expansion? There are numerous reasons. The successful war against Russia, disillusionment with the Treaty of Versailles, the collapse of Japan's export-led economic growth in 1929, and others. But one additional reason is especially relevant to this book: a difference between Meiji-era Japan and the Japan of the 1930s and 1940s, in knowledge and capacity for honest self-appraisal on the part of Japanese leaders. In the Meiji era, many Japanese, including leaders of Japan's armed forces, had made visits abroad. They thereby obtained detailed first-hand knowledge of China, the U.S., Germany, and Russia, and their armies and navies. They could make an honest appraisal of Japan's strength compared to the strengths of those other countries. Then, Japan attacked only when it could be confident of success. In contrast, in the 1930s, the Japanese army on the Asian mainland was commanded by young hothead officers who didn't have experience abroad, unless in Nazi Germany, and who didn't obey orders from experienced Japanese leaders in Tokyo. Those young hotheads didn't know firsthand the industrial and military strength of the U.S. and of Japan's other prospective opponents. They didn't understand American psychology, and they considered the U.S. a nation of shopkeepers who wouldn't fight. Quite a few older leaders of the Japanese government and armed forces, especially of the Navy in the 1930s, did know the strength of the U.S. and Europe firsthand. The most poignant moment of my first visit to Japan in 1998 came when my dinner-table partner one evening turned out to be a retired Japanese steel executive, at that time in his 90s, who recalled for me his visits to American steel factories in the 1930s. He told me that he had been stunned to discover that the U.S.'s manufacturing capacity for high-quality steel was 50 times Japan's, and that fact alone had convinced him that it would be insane for Japan to go to war with the U.S. But Japan's older leaders with overseas experience in the 1930s were intimidated and dominated, and several were assassinated by young hotheads lacking overseas experience, much as Shishi hotheads in the late 1850s and 1860s had assassinated and intimidated Japan's leaders then. Of course, the Shishi had no more overseas experience of the strength of foreign countries than did Japan's young officers of the 1930s. The difference was that Shishi attacks against Westerners provoked the bombardments of Kagoshima and Shimonoseki Strait by powerful Western warships, which demonstrated convincingly even to the Shishi that their strategy had been unrealistic. In the 1930s, there were no such foreign bombardments of Japan to force realism upon the young officers who had not been overseas. In addition, the historical experience of the generation of Japanese leaders who came of age in Meiji Japan was virtually the opposite of the experience of Japan's leaders of the 1930s. Meiji leaders had spent their formative years in a weak Japan at risk of attack by strong potential enemies. But to Japan's leaders of the 1930s, war instead meant the intoxicating success of the Russo-Japanese War, the destruction of Russia's Pacific Fleet in Port Arthur Harbor by a surprise attack that served as the model for Japan's surprise attack against the American fleet at Pearl Harbor, and the spectacular destruction of Russia's Baltic Fleet by the Japanese Navy in the Battle of Tsushima Strait. When we discuss Germany in Chapter 6, we shall encounter another example of successive generations within the same country holding drastically different political views as the result of different historical experiences. Thus part, not all, but part, of the reason for Japan initiating World War II against such hopeless odds was that young army leaders of the 1930s lacked the knowledge base and historical experience necessary for honest, realistic, cautious self-appraisal. The result was disastrous for Japan. Meiji Japan strikingly illustrates parallels to most of the dozen factors identified in Chapter 1 as affecting outcomes of individual crises. For one factor, factor number 5 of Table 1.2, Japan provides the outstanding illustration among our 7 countries. For another factor, number 7, it provides one of the 2 outstanding illustrations. 7 other factors, 1, 3, 4, 6, 9, 10, and 11, are also important. And one factor, number 12, operated both positively and negatively. More than any other nation discussed in this book, Meiji Japan illustrates change by borrowing from foreign models, factor number 5, after careful comparison of different models in order to identify which one best suited Japanese circumstances in a particular sphere. The result was that Japan's constitution and army came to be based on German models, its fleet on the British model, its initial draft civil law code on the French model, and its 1879 educational reforms on the American model. Even the U.S. Declaration of Independence appears to have served as a model for a government reform proposal drafted in 1870 by Itagaki Taisuke and Fukuoka Kotei, who began their proposal with a preamble stating that all men were by rights equal, from which they went on to draw many conclusions. Think of the second sentence of our Declaration of Independence. We hold these truths to be self-evident that all men are created equal, leading to many conclusions. Itagaki's and Fukuoka's proposed American model of government was not adopted, but many other foreign models did get adopted. We discussed in the preceding section the role of realistic self-appraisal, factor number 7, in Meiji Japan, rivaled only by its role in Finland. Our discussion made clear that successful national self-appraisal requires 2 elements. One is a willingness to confront painful truths. In Japan's case, the truth that the hated barbarians were stronger than Japan, and that Japan could gain strength only by learning from those barbarians. The other prerequisite is knowledge. It wasn't enough that Meiji leaders and the Shishi of the decade preceding the Meiji Restoration possessed the willingness to confront the painful truth of Western military strength. They required knowledge of that strength from first-hand observation or experience. But Japan's young army officers of the 1930s lacked first-hand knowledge of Western military strength. Meiji realistic self-appraisal was linked to another of our outcome predictor factors: widespread Japanese consensus about the crisis with which Commodore Perry's visit confronted Japan, factor number 1. Meiji Japan illustrates well the necessity of building a fence and of adopting change selectively, factor number 3. Massive change was adopted in many spheres of Meiji society, including the economic, legal, military, political, social, and technological spheres. But other features of traditional Japan were retained in the Meiji era, including Confucian morality, emperor worship, ethnic homogeneity, filial piety, Shintoism, and Japan's writing system. Initially, changes were proposed for some of those features too, such as proposals to make Japan a republic and to adopt a Western alphabet. But Japan quickly built a fence separating traditional features to be retained from those considered in need of change. While the desire for change was strong, the desire to remain traditional was also so strong that some of the changes had to be portrayed as fictitious retentions of invented traditions in order to make them palatable. This coexistence of drastic change with conservative retention also illustrates the factor of situation-specific national flexibility, factor number 10. Along with the value of foreign models, Meiji Japan illustrates the value of foreign help, factor number 4. Innumerable examples include the Nagasaki-based British trader Thomas Glover, who sent a group of 19 Satsuma men to study in England already in 1864. The many Westerners in Europe and the United States who hosted Japanese visitors, the Germany advisors Albert Mosse and Hermann Rössler, who came to Japan in 1886 to help Ito Hirobumi devise a constitution for Japan, and the British shipyard Vickers construction of Japan's first battlecruiser Kongo, which then served as the model for the battlecruisers Haruna, Hiei, and Karishima, to be built in Japan. Meiji Japan and Japan today illustrate strong national identity, factor number 6. Japanese people and their leaders considered Japan unique, superior, and set apart from the rest of the world. That shared belief enabled Japanese to endure the stresses of the Meiji era, sometimes differing about how best to secure Japan's future, but never doubting their country's value. Meiji Japan exemplifies patience, the willingness to tolerate initial failure, and persistence until a workable solution is found. Factor number 9. Japan's initial response to the foreign threats of the 1850s and 1860s was to try to keep the foreigners out. Then, once foreigners had been admitted at specific Japanese treaty ports, to try to expel them again. But it gradually became clear and accepted by the Bakufu and the Shishi and Meiji leaders that that approach didn't work, and that a different approach was necessary, opening Japan to the West, learning from the West, and thereby strengthening Japan. Similarly, Meiji efforts to devise law codes, a national system of education, and a constitution took years of drafts, experimentation, and changes. In each of those three spheres, the Meiji government initially tried one or more foreign models, discarded them as inappropriate to Japanese circumstances, and finally settled on a different foreign model. That is, the Civil Law Code, which began with French-inspired and British-inspired drafts and ended up German-inspired. Non-negotiable core values, factor number 11, united the Japanese in their willingness to make sacrifices. High among those values was loyalty to the emperor. That was dramatically illustrated at the end of World War II, when the U.S. demanded unconditional surrender, even after the 2 atomic bombs, and in a hopeless military situation, Japan still insisted on one condition: that the said surrender declaration does not include any demand which prejudices the prerogatives of His Majesty as a sovereign ruler. Without acceptance of that condition, Japan was prepared to resist the threatened U.S. invasion of the Japanese mainland. The strength of Japanese core values was also illustrated in World War II by the willingness of large numbers of Japanese soldiers to commit suicide, far beyond the willingness of the soldiers of any other modern nation. Best known were the kamikaze pilots of conventional aircraft and the Baka pilots of rocket-powered gliders, who crashed their bomb-carrying machines into enemy warships, and the Kaiten sailors, who rowed and piloted torpedoes launched from Japanese ships into enemy warships. The high-tech kamikaze, Baka, and Kaiten suicide weapons, introduced only towards the end of World War II, were preceded by several years of low-tech suicides when Japanese soldiers, feigning surrender, detonated hidden hand grenades to kill their captors as well as themselves. All of those forms of suicide served immediate military purposes by killing enemy troops. In addition, defeated Japanese soldiers and officers also routinely killed themselves without killing any enemy, in deference to the inculcated value of no surrender. For instance, of the 2,571 elite Japanese troops defending Tarawa Atoll in November 1943 against invading American troops, 2,563 died, many of the last ones by suicide, leaving only 8 to be taken prisoner. Japan, as an island archipelago without land borders, is in a relatively favorable situation with regard to geopolitical constraints, factor number 12, compared to nations such as Finland and Germany, which do share land borders with other countries. We saw in the last chapter that Finland's long border with Russia constitutes Finland's fundamental problem. We'll see in Chapter 6 that land borders with powerful neighbors have also been a main theme of German history. Nevertheless, powerful other nations did constitute the fundamental problem for Tokugawa and Meiji Japan, even though those other nations lay halfway around the world from Japan, separated by the world's oceans. Already in the 19th century, and even more so in today's modern world, technology modifies geopolitical constraints, but does not eliminate them completely. Let's conclude our discussion of Meiji Japan by asking where it falls with respect to 4 questions arising for national crises and not for individual crises: revolution versus evolution, leadership, group conflict and reconciliation, and presence or absence of a unified vision. National crises may take the form of violent revolution, Chile in 1973, Indonesia in 1965, or of peaceful evolution, post-war Australia. Meiji Japan is intermediate, but closer to the latter end of the continuum. The shogunate was ended on January 3, 1868, by a nearly bloodless coup. Some supporters of the shogun, but not the shogun himself, then resisted and were eventually defeated in a civil war lasting a year and a half. But that civil war caused proportionately many fewer casualties than did the Indonesian coup and counter-coup of 1965, the Chilean coup of 1973, and its aftermath, or the Finnish Civil War of 1918. There was no leader who dominated the Meiji Restoration to the degree that Hitler, Pinochet, and Suharto put their personal stamps on Nazi Germany, post-1973 Chile, and post-1965 Indonesia, respectively. Instead, at any one time there were multiple Meiji leaders, and there was a gradual leadership transition in the 1880s. The various leaders all shared the qualification of first-hand experience of the West, and they shared commitment to a basic strategy of strengthening Japan by selectively using foreign models. Japan's emperor remained a symbolic figurehead rather than an actual leader. As for group conflict and reconciliation, from 1853 to 1868, there were disagreements about basic strategy within Japan. From around 1868 onwards, when the basic strategy became established, there were the normal disagreements arising in any country about policies to effect that strategy. Until 1877, some of those disagreements were resolved by violence, especially between the Bakufu and the Satsuma Choshu alliance, until 1869, between Shishi and Japanese moderates in the 1860s, and between the Meiji government and dissident samurai in the samurai revolts. The level of violence was again modest compared to that in Chile and Indonesia. Subsequent reconciliation between the opposing parties of those Japanese disagreements was much more complete than in Chile, and far more so than in Indonesia, in part because many fewer people had been killed, and in part because Meiji government leaders went to more effort and displayed more skill in reconciling with their opponents than did Chile's and Indonesia's military leaders. Among the other countries discussed in this book, Finland, after its 1918 Civil War, offers the closest parallel to Meiji Japan in dispelling the legacies of violent conflicts. Resolutions of most national crises require numerous policy changes, which may either be adopted piecemeal or else may all be part of one unified vision. Meiji Japan is our case study that comes closest to the latter extreme of the unified vision. That isn't to say that Meiji leaders launched all of their policy changes simultaneously. They knew that some problems were more urgent than other problems. They began by creating an imperial army, implementing tax reform, and solving a few other pressing matters in the early 1870s, but did not unleash their first full-fledged overseas war until 1894. However, all of these policies stemmed from a principle on which agreement had been reached at the beginning of the Meiji era: the need to strengthen Japan in many different spheres by learning selectively from the West. Meiji Japan has thus offered us a good second case for exploring the issues involved in resolving national crises through selective change. Finland, our first case, and Meiji Japan were similar in facing crises that exploded on one day, when an external military threat that had been developing for years suddenly materialized. Both Finns and Japanese have strong national identities and core values that they defended by sacrificing their lives against overwhelming odds. The Japanese were put to that test in World War II, rather than in the Meiji era. Both Finns and Meiji Japanese were brutally honest and realistic. In some other respects, though, Finns and Meiji Japanese found themselves at opposite extremes. Meiji Japan received help from many nations, the very ones that threatened it. Finns received virtually no help during the Winter War. Japan solved its problems by drawing on abundant models. Finland could draw on none. Japan's large population, economic strength, and distance from its enemies gave Japan the time and space necessary to achieve military equality with the nations threatening it. The proximity and relative sizes of Finland and Russia eliminated that option for Finland. In the next two chapters, we shall turn to nations whose crises climaxed as suddenly as did those of Finland and Meiji Japan, but whose explosions were internal. Chapter 4. A Chile for All Chileans. Visiting Chile. Chile until 1970. Allende. The coup and Pinochet. Economics until no. After Pinochet. Pinochet's shadow. Crisis framework. Returning to Chile. In 1967, I spent a sabbatical in Chile, at a time when everything there seemed peaceful. My Chilean hosts emphasized to me that Chile was very different from other Latin American countries. Chile had a long history of democratic government, they explained, punctuated by only a few relatively bloodless military coups. Chile didn't have frequent military governments, as did Peru and Argentina and other South and Central American countries. It rated as the most politically stable country in all of Latin America. Chileans identify with Europe and with the U.S. rather than with Latin America. For instance, my visit to Chile was under a University of Chile/University of California exchange program. That program had been founded not just to recognize the geographic fact that Chile and California occupy similar positions in the Mediterranean zones on the west coast of their respective continents, but also to acknowledge that Chile and California are similar in their social atmosphere and political stability. My Chilean friends summed it up by the sentence, "We Chileans know how to govern ourselves." But just 6 years after my visit, in 1973, Chile was taken over by a military dictatorship that smashed previous world records for government-perpetrated sadistic torture. In the course of a military coup on September 11, Chile's democratically elected president committed suicide in the presidential palace. Not only did the Chilean junta kill Chileans in large numbers, torture them in larger numbers, devise vile new techniques of psychological and physical torture, and drive still more Chileans into exile, it also directed terrorist political killings outside Chile, including what was, until the World Trade Towers attack of September 11 of 2001, coincidentally on the anniversary of Chile's coup, the only terrorist political killing of an American citizen on American soil, in Washington, D.C. in 1976. That military government remained in power for almost 17 years. Today, 29 years after the military government stepped down, Chile is struggling with that government's legacy. Some torturers and military leaders have been sent to prison, but the top military leaders were not imprisoned. Many Chileans, while deploring the torture, still view the military coup as necessary and unavoidable. As you read about recent Chilean history in the following pages, you'll find many questions to keep in mind. How can one explain such an abrupt reversal of direction in a country with strong democratic traditions? How can Chile and other countries deal with a hideous recent past? How do this book's themes of national crisis and change play out in Chile? You'll recognize big selective changes in government economic policy and in political compromise. You'll also recognize some recurrent themes: honest self-appraisal and the lack thereof, freedom of action and the lack thereof, support or opposition from allies, and the role of a model or a presumed model. Two of Chile's leaders pose the recurrent historical question of whether leaders with distinctive personalities really change the course of history. Most of all, for my fellow Americans, Chile raises a frightening question to keep in mind as you read this chapter. The U.S. shares with Chile a strong democratic tradition. The yielding of that tradition to a dictatorship seemed utterly inconceivable to Chileans in 1967, just as it seems inconceivable to many Americans today. But it did happen in Chile, and the warning signs there were visible in retrospect. Could it also happen to the U.S.? Let's begin with Chile's geography, history, and people. When you look at a map, you'll be struck by the fact that Chile is the longest and thinnest country in the world. While averaging only slightly more than 100 miles wide from west to east, it's nearly 3,000 miles long from north to south, almost as long as the U.S. is wide. Geographically, Chile is isolated from other countries by the high chain of the Andes in the east, separating it from Argentina, and by the world's most barren desert in the north, separating it from Bolivia and Peru. As a result, the only foreign wars that Chile has fought since achieving independence were two with its northern neighbors Bolivia and Peru in the years 1836 to 1839 and 1879 to 1883. Despite that enormous length, Chile's productive farmland, agriculture, and population are concentrated in just a fraction of the country's area, within the central valley surrounding the capital city of Santiago. Only 60 miles from Santiago is Chile's main port of Valparaiso, the largest port on the west coast of South America. That geographic concentration, plus Chile's ethnic homogeneity mentioned below, has contributed to the unity of Chile, which has never had to deal with the geographic secessionist movements that have plagued most other countries of Chile's territorial extent. Unlike South America's other countries, which are tropical, Chile shares with Argentina and Uruguay the two big advantages resulting from being located in the temperate zone at the southern end of South America. Those advantages are the higher average agricultural productivity and the lower average disease burden of temperate zone areas compared to the tropics. As a consequence, Chile, Argentina, and Uruguay are the South American countries with the highest average per capita incomes, even despite the chronically misguided economic policies of Argentine governments. Chile's relative prosperity arises from its agriculture, fisheries, minerals, more about that below, and manufacturing industries. Chile was already a big exporter of wheat to both California and Australia at the time of the Californian and Australian gold rushes of the 1840s, and has remained an agricultural exporter ever since. In recent decades, Chile became the leading exporter of fish products in South America and among the leading ones in the world. Chile eventually developed more manufacturing than did most other Latin American countries. As for Chile's history and people, before European arrival, the area that is now Chile supported only a sparse Native American population, lacking the cultural and political achievements of the rich, populous, powerful Inca Empire to the north and what is now Bolivia, Peru, and Ecuador. As in most of the rest of South and Central America, the Europeans who conquered and settled Chile were Spaniards, beginning in the 1540s. They imported few African slaves and intermarried with the Native Americans. Thus, unlike most other South American countries, Chile today is ethnically rather homogeneous and doesn't have large unmixed Native American or African minorities. Instead, Chileans are overwhelmingly Spanish and mestizo, meaning the mixed offspring of Spaniards and Native Americans. Almost all of them Catholic, and almost all of them Spanish-speaking, unlike the large minorities speaking Native American languages in other Latin American countries. The largest minority group, the Mapuche Native Americans, constitutes only 1% of the population. Relatively few people are of other than Spanish and Native American ancestry. Thus, Chile's geography, history, and people have all contributed to its unity. That's been a positive force in Chilean history, tending to make it less tumultuous than the histories of other Latin American countries. But a big negative force is one that Chile does share with many other Latin American countries. Spanish colonists established large land holdings unlike the small farms established by European settlers of North America. Hence, whereas the U.S. and Canada developed broad-based democratic governments from the very beginnings of their settlements by Europeans, in Chile, a small oligarchy controlled most of the land, wealth, and politics. That concentration of political power has constituted a basic problem of Chilean history. The underlying conflict between the intransigent oligarchy's traditional power and the rising power of other classes of society could either have been resolved through political compromise or have remained unsolved due to political stalemate. The latter outcome became increasingly frequent after Chile adopted in 1945 a new constitution that staggered the elections of the President, Senate, and lower house of Congress among different years. That well-intentioned idea, adopted in the name of the virtuous principle of balance of power, unfortunately resulted in the presidency, control of the Senate, and control of the lower house usually belonging to different political parties, depending on which party happened to be strongest in that particular election year. Two further subsequent changes in voting procedures increased the left-wing vote at the expense of the oligarchy's previous dominance. One change was that Chilean women finally obtained the right to vote in municipal elections in 1934, and in presidential elections in 1949. The other change was that voting in Chile had traditionally been open and in public, making it easy for landowners to observe and influence how peasants voted. Hence, adoption of voting by secret ballot in 1958 produced a leftwards shift. Chilean political parties came to constitute three blocs, left, center, and right, that were similar in strength. Hence the government was variously either left-controlled or right-controlled. depending on which way the center chose to lean. Each of those blocs themselves contained more extreme and less extreme elements in conflict with each other. For example, within the left bloc, there were moderates, including most orthodox communists, who wanted to achieve change by constitutional means, competing with a radical left that was impatient and wanted revolutionary change. The army stayed out of modern Chilean political struggles until 1973. Chile's most recent presidential election before I lived there in 1967 had taken place in 1964. Exceptionally for Chile, where the leading presidential candidate had usually obtained just a plurality rather than a majority of votes, the 1964 election produced a big majority for the center's candidate, Eduardo Frei. He was regarded as well-intentioned and honest. Fear of the Marxist program and rising strength of the left-wing coalition led many right-wing voters to support Frei, and his party also won control of Congress's lower house in the 1965 elections. That raised hopes that Frei could adopt major change and end Chile's political gridlock. Frei acted quickly to enable the Chilean government to buy 51% control of Chile's U.S.-owned copper mining companies. He poured government investment into the Chilean economy, expanded access to educational opportunities for poor Chileans, succeeded in making Chile the biggest per capita recipient of U.S. economic aid in Latin America, and initiated a program of agrarian reform to break up large land holdings. But Frei's ability to change Chilean society was restricted by Chile's long-standing political stalemate. On the one hand, Frei's program was too radical for the Chilean right. On the other hand, Frei wasn't radical enough for Chilean left-wingers who wanted even more Chilean control of the copper mining companies, even more government investment, and even more land redistribution. Under Frei, the Chilean economy continued to suffer from strikes, inflation, and shortages. For instance, during my months in Chile, there were chronic meat shortages. Even whale meat and tough beef were available in butchers' shops only occasionally, although sheep eyes were available every day of the week. Friends of mine fell victim to street violence. By 1969, all three Chilean political blocs, right, left, and center, were feeling frustrated by Chilean politics. Developments in Chile from 1970 onwards were guided by two consecutive leaders who represented opposite extremes in politics and personality: Salvador Allende and Augusto Pinochet. They were similar only in sharing the fact that, to this day, it remains unclear why each of them acted as he did. My understanding of Allende is based on public information about him and on the recollections of a Chilean friend of mine who knew him and his family well. Allende was a quintessential Chilean professional, from an upper-middle-class family, rich, intelligent, idealistic, a good speaker, and endowed with an appealing personality. Already in his student days he became a declared Marxist and a founder of Chile's Socialist Party, which was more extreme left-wing than Chile's Communist Party. But Allende rated as moderate by Chilean socialist standards because his aim was to bring Marxist government to Chile by democratic means, not by armed revolution. He graduated medical school and at the age of just 31 became Chile's Minister of Health, a job that he carried out with acknowledged success. He ran for president of Chile in 1952, 1958, and 1964, and was defeated all three times, twice by large margins. Hence, by the time that Allende once again ran for president in 1970, at the head of a popular unity coalition of socialists, communists, radicals, and centrists, his reputation was that of an unthreatening perennial loser. In the 1970 elections, Allende received the largest share of the popular vote, 36%, but only barely, because the much larger percentage, 64%, of the electorate opposed to him was split between a right-wing coalition, 35%, only 1.4% lower than Allende's share, and a center coalition, 28%. Since Allende had obtained only a plurality rather than a majority of votes, his election required confirmation by Congress, which did confirm him in return for a series of constitutional amendments guaranteeing freedom of the press and other freedoms. Despite the unthreatening personality and history of behavior of Allende himself, his election immediately provoked an unsuccessful attempt by the U.S. government to muster Chilean congressional support for rejecting his confirmation, and also provoked the emigration of the family of one of my Chilean friends who didn't care to wait and see what policies Allende would implement. Why was the election of that gentle moderate as president greeted with such a strong negative reaction? The reason was Allende's and his party coalition's declared goal of bringing Marxist government to Chile, a prospect that horrified the Chilean right wing and centrists, the Chilean armed forces, and the U.S. government. Today, decades after the collapse of the Soviet Union and the end of the Cold War, my younger readers who were not alive during the 1940s, 1950s, and 1960s cannot imagine why those powerful constituencies were so adamant that a Marxist government in Chile had to be forestalled by any means. The explanation begins with the fact that after World War II, the Soviet Union embarked on a policy of world domination and developed its own atomic bombs, hydrogen bombs, and intercontinental ballistic missiles. It attempted to strangle democratic West Berlin in 1948 by closing all road access. It carried out brutal communist takeovers and bloody crushings of revolts in Czechoslovakia, East Germany, Hungary, and Poland. It established dictatorships, propped up by Soviet troops in those and other Eastern European countries. Most dangerous of all, after Fidel Castro had installed a Marxist government in Cuba, Castro and Khrushchev began to station ballistic missiles to be armed with nuclear warheads in Cuba, only 90 miles from the coast of the U.S. For one terrifying week in October 1962, seared unforgettably into the memories of all of us who were alive then and old enough to remember it, the world was closer to the brink of nuclear war than at any other time in history, before or since. Subsequent to the crisis, the gradual release of formerly classified information by both the U.S. and the Soviet Union made clear that we had been even closer to destruction than had been appreciated at the time. Unbeknownst to America's military leaders then, who knew that at least 162 missiles had already been stationed in Cuba, but who thought that the missiles' nuclear warheads had not yet arrived, many of the warheads had actually already reached Cuba. After the Cuban Missile Crisis, the Soviet Union responded by accelerating its programs to develop more powerful nuclear weapons and intercontinental ballistic missiles. The U.S. responded with the determination that never again would it tolerate the installation of a communist government in the Western Hemisphere. Any American president who failed to prevent such an installation would have been immediately impeached and removed from office for gross neglect of American interests, just as President Kennedy was warned that he would be impeached if he failed to get Soviet missiles out of Cuba. Beginning in the 1960s, the U.S. also became preoccupied with communist threats in Vietnam and other Southeast Asian countries. The Chilean right, center, and armed forces were equally adamant that there would be no Marxist government in Chile, because they had seen what had happened to Cuba and to anti-Marxist Cubans after Castro had come to power. They wouldn't tolerate that history repeating itself in Chile. The other U.S. motive for concern about Chile was that Chile's copper mining companies, which are the biggest sector of the Chilean economy, were U.S.-owned and developed by U.S.-invested capital, because Chile in the 19th century lacked the capital and the technology to develop copper mines by itself. Under President Frey, Chile had already expropriated and paid for a 51% interest in the companies. The U.S. feared, correctly as it turned out, that Allende might expropriate the remaining 49% without paying. Hence, from the 1960s onwards, through a program called the Alliance for Progress, the U.S. government supported Latin American, including Chilean, centrist reform parties and poured foreign aid money into Latin American countries governed by such parties, in order to preempt support for leftist revolutions. Under President Frey, Chile became the leading recipient of U.S. development money in Latin America. Given those realities, what policies did Allende adopt upon becoming president? Even though he knew that his candidacy had been supported by only 36% of Chilean voters and had been opposed by the Chilean armed forces and the U.S. government, he rejected moderation, caution, and compromise, and instead pursued policies guaranteed to be anathema to those opposing forces. His first measure, with the unanimous support of Chile's Congress, was to nationalize the U.S.-owned copper companies without paying compensation. That's a recipe for making powerful international enemies. Allende's pretext for not paying compensation was to label company profits already earned above a certain rate of return as excess profits, to be counted against compensation and canceling out the compensation owed. He nationalized other big international businesses. He horrified the Chilean armed forces by bringing large numbers of Cubans into Chile, by carrying a personal machine gun given to him by Fidel Castro, and by inviting Castro to Chile for a visit that stretched out to 5 weeks. He froze prices, even of small consumer items like shoelaces, replaced free market elements of Chile's economy with socialist-style state planning, granted big wage increases, greatly increased government spending, and printed paper money to cover the resulting government deficits. He extended President Frey's agrarian reform by expropriating large estates and turning them over to peasant cooperatives. While that agrarian reform and others of Allende's goals were well-intentioned, they were carried out incompetently. For instance, one Chilean friend of mine, at that time still a 19-year-old not-yet-graduated student economist, was given major responsibility for setting Chilean prices of consumer goods. Another Chilean friend described Allende's policies as follows: Allende had good ideas, but he executed them poorly. Although he correctly recognized Chile's problems, he adopted wrong solutions to those problems. The result of Allende's policies was the spread of economic chaos, violence, and opposition to him. Government deficits, covered by just printing money, caused hyperinflation, such that real wages, that is, wages adjusted for inflation, dropped below 1970 levels, even though wages not corrected for inflation nominally increased. Foreign and domestic investment and foreign aid dried up. Chile's trade deficit grew. Consumer goods, including even toilet paper, became scarce in markets, which were increasingly characterized by empty shelves and long queues. Rationing of food and even of water became severe. Workers who had been Allende's natural supporters joined the opposition and mounted nationwide strikes, Especially damaging to Chile's economy were strikes by copper miners and truckers. Street violence and predictions of a coup grew. On the left, Allende's radical supporters armed themselves. On the right, street posters went up proclaiming, "Jakarta viene." Literally, that means Jakarta is coming, a reference to Indonesian right-wing massacres of communists in 1965, to be discussed in the next chapter. That was an open threat by the Chilean right wing to do the same to Chilean leftists, as it turned out that they actually did. Even Chile's powerful Catholic Church turned against Allende when he proposed mandatory educational curriculum reforms at private Catholic schools as well as at government schools, aimed at creating a generation of cooperative and unselfish Chilean new men by sending students into the fields as manual laborers. The outcome of all those developments was the 1973 coup that many of my Chilean friends characterize as inevitable, even though the form that the coup took was not inevitable. An economist friend summed up for me Allende's fall as follows. Allende fell because his economic policies depended on populist measures that had failed again and again in other countries. They produced short-term benefits at the cost of mortgaging Chile's future and creating runaway inflation. Many Chileans admired Allende and viewed him almost as a saint, but saintly virtues don't necessarily translate themselves into political success. I introduced my account of Allende by saying that it remains unclear why he acted as he did. I keep asking myself, why on earth did Allende, an experienced politician and a moderate, pursue extremist policies that he knew were unacceptable to most Chileans as well as to Chile's armed forces? My Chilean friends have suggested a couple of possible answers, but no one can be sure which answer, if any, truly explains Allende's reasoning. One possibility is that Allende's previous political successes misled him into thinking that he could defuse the opposition. He had already been successful as Minister of Health. He had initially assuaged congressional doubts over his election by constitutional amendments that didn't tie his hands about economic policies, and Congress had unanimously approved his expropriation of the copper companies without compensation. He now hoped to placate the armed forces by bringing all three of their commanders into his cabinet. The other possibility is that Allende was pushed to extreme measures against his better judgment by his most radical supporters, the Movement of the Revolutionary Left, Spanish acronym MIR, who wanted a quick revolution to overthrow Chile's capitalist state. They were accumulating weapons, adopted the slogan, "Arm the People," complained about Allende being too weak, and refused to listen to his entreaties, "Just wait patiently for a few more years." Even if either or both of these possible explanations constituted Allende's motives, I find them unsatisfying. It seems to me that even at the time, and not just with the wisdom of hindsight, Allende's policies were based on unrealistic appraisals. The long-expected coup took place on September 11, 1973. After all three branches of the Chilean armed forces, Army, Navy, and Air Force, had agreed on a plan 10 days previously. Although the CIA had been constantly supporting opposition to Allende and seeking to undermine him, even Americans who exposed CIA meddling in Chilean affairs agreed that the coup was executed by Chileans themselves, not by the CIA. The Chilean Air Force bombed the president's palace in Santiago, while Chilean army tanks shelled it. Recognizing his situation to be hopeless, Allende killed himself with the machine gun presented to him by Fidel Castro. I confess that I had been skeptical about that claim, and had suspected that Allende had actually been killed by coup soldiers. But an investigative commission set up by Chile's restored democratic government, after the end of military government, concluded that Allende really did die alone by suicide. That conclusion was confirmed for me by a Chilean friend who knew a fireman of the fire brigade that went to the burning palace and met Allende's surviving final companions, including the last person to see Allende alive. The coup was welcomed with relief and broad support from centrist and rightist Chileans, much of the middle class, and, of course, the oligarchs. By then, Chile's economic chaos, foolish governmental economic policies, and street violence under Allende had become intolerable. Coup supporters regarded the junta merely as an unavoidable transition stage towards restoring the previous status quo of middle and upper-class civilian political domination that had prevailed before 1970. One Chilean friend recounted to me the story of a dinner party of 18 people that he had attended in December 1973, just 3 months after the coup. When the subject of conversation turned to the question how long the guests present expected the junta to remain in power, 17 of the 18 guests predicted just 2 years. The 18th guest's prediction of 7 years was considered absurd by the other guests. They said that couldn't happen in Chile, where all previous military governments had quickly returned power to a civilian government. No one at that dinner party foresaw that the junta would remain in power for almost 17 years. It suspended all political activity, closed Congress, banned left-wing political parties and even the centrist Christian Democrats, to the great surprise of those centrists, took over Chile's universities and appointed military commanders as university rectors. The junta member who became its leader, essentially by accident, had joined it at the last minute and had not led the coup planning. General Augusto Pinochet. Just a couple of weeks before the coup, the Chilean army had pressured its previous chief of staff into resigning because he was opposed to a military intervention. By default, the new army chief of staff became Pinochet, who had commanded the army units in the Santiago area. Even at that time, Pinochet was considered relatively old, 58 years. Chile's other army generals and armed forces commanders thought that they understood their colleague, as did the CIA, which had gathered extensive information about him. The CIA's appraisal of Pinochet was quiet, mild-mannered, honest, harmless, friendly, hard-working, businesslike, religious, modest in lifestyle, a devoted, tolerant husband and father, with no known interest outside the military and the Catholic Church and his family. In short, not a person likely to lead a coup. The junta expected itself to be a committee of equals with rotating leadership. They chose Pinochet as their initial leader mainly because he was its oldest member, because he was chief of staff of the largest branch of the Chilean armed forces, the army itself, and perhaps because they shared the CIA's view of Pinochet as unthreatening. When the junta took power, Pinochet himself announced that its leadership would rotate. But when it came time for Pinochet to rotate off and to step down as leader, he didn't do so. Instead, he succeeded in intimidating his fellow junta members by a secret service that he set up. Hundreds of incidents unfolded that involved dissent within the junta, but Pinochet usually succeeded in getting his way. Neither his fellow junta members, nor the CIA, nor anyone else anticipated Pinochet's ruthlessness, his strong leadership, and his ability to cling to power. At the same time as he continued to project an image of himself as a benign old man and devout Catholic, depicted by the state-controlled media with his children and going to church. The barbaric deeds that happened in Chile after September 11, 1973, cannot be understood without recognizing the role of Pinochet. Like Hitler in the Germany of the 1930s and 1940s, Pinochet, while part of a broader context, was a leader who imposed his stamp on the course of history. He was even more of an enigma than was Allende. Whereas I mentioned two interpretations that have been offered for Allende's actions, I haven't heard any plausible explanation for the sadism managed by Pinochet. As one Chilean friend expressed it to me, I didn't understand Pinochet's psychology. As soon as the junta took power, it rounded up leaders of Allende's Popular Unity Party and other perceived leftists, such as university students, and the famous Chilean folk singer Victor Jara, with the goal of literally exterminating the Chilean left wing. Within the first 10 days, thousands of Chilean leftists were taken to 2 sports stadiums in Santiago, interrogated, tortured, and killed. For instance, Jara's body was found in a dirty canal with 44 bullet holes, all of his fingers chopped off, and his face disfigured. 5 weeks after the coup, Pinochet personally ordered a general to go around Chilean cities in what became known as the Caravan of Death, killing political prisoners and Popular Unity politicians whom the army had been too slow at killing. The junta banned all political activities, closed Congress, and took over universities. 2 months after the coup, Pinochet founded an organization that evolved into DINA, DINA, a national intelligence organization and secret police force. Its chief reported directly to Pinochet, and it became Chile's main agent of repression. It was notorious for its brutality, even judged by the standards of brutality of the other intelligence units of the Chilean armed forces. It set up networks of secret detention camps, devised new methods of torture, and made Chileans disappear, that is, murdered them without a trace. One center, called La Venda Sexy, specialized in sexual abuse to extract information, for example by rounding up a prisoner's family members and sexually abusing them in front of the prisoner, by methods too revolting to describe in print, and utilizing rodents and trained dogs. If you visit Santiago, have a strong stomach, and aren't susceptible to nightmares, you can tour one such detention center at Via Grimaldi, now transformed into a museum. In 1974, DINA began to operate outside Chile. It started in Argentina by planting a car bomb that killed Chile's former Army Commander-in-Chief, General Carlos Prats, and his wife Sofia. Because Prats had refused to join the coup and was feared by Pinochet as a potential threat, DINA then launched an international campaign of government terrorism called Operation Condor by convening a meeting of the heads of the secret police of Chile, Argentina, Uruguay, Paraguay, Bolivia, and eventually Brazil, in order to cooperate on cross-border manhunts of exiles, leftists, and political figures. Hundreds of Chileans were tracked down and killed in other South American countries, Europe, and even one in the U.S. The U.S. case occurred in 1976 in Washington, D.C., only 14 blocks from the White House, when a car bomb killed the former Chilean diplomat Orlando Letelier, Minister of Defense under Allende, plus an American colleague. As I mentioned previously, that was the only known case of a foreign terrorist killing an American citizen on American soil until the World Trade Towers attack of 2001. By 1976, Pinochet's government had arrested 130,000 Chileans, or 1% of Chile's population. While the majority of them were eventually released, Dina and other junta agents killed or disappeared thousands of Chileans, most of them under the age of 35, plus 4 American citizens and various citizens of other countries. The killings were often preceded by torture, aimed at least partly at extracting information. It isn't clear, though, to what extent the torture was also motivated by pure sadism. Chilean students with whom I have discussed the matter have suggested both motives to me. About 100,000 Chileans fled into exile, many of them never to return. One has to wonder how a previously democratic country could descend to such depths of behavior, which far exceeded the previous military interventions of Chilean history in duration, number of killings, and sadism. Partly the answer involves Chile's increasing polarization, violence, and breakdown of political compromise, culminating under Allende in the arming of the Chilean far left and in the Carte Viene, warnings of impending massacres by the far right. Allende's Marxist designs and Cuban connections, much more than previous Chilean leftist programs, had made the armed forces fearful and prepared to take preventive actions. The other part of the answer, according to Chileans with whom I've talked, involves Pinochet himself, who was an unusual person, even though he seemed so ordinary and sought to project an image of himself as a benign, devoutly Catholic old man. Few documents link Pinochet directly to atrocities. Perhaps the closest thing to a smoking gun was his order to the general whom he sent to carry out the caravan of death. Many Chilean rightists believe to this day that Pinochet didn't order the tortures and killings himself, and that the carnage was instead ordered by other generals and leaders. But I find it impossible to believe that Pinochet could meet every week or every day with the head of his secret service, Dina, or that many other Chilean military officials could routinely perform torture without Pinochet's explicit orders. Pinochet, like Hitler, thus seems to be an example of an evil leader who did make a difference to the course of history. Yet Chilean military crimes can't be blamed on Pinochet alone, because no one has ever suggested that he personally shot or tortured anyone. At its peak, Dina had over 4,000 employees, whose job it was to interrogate, torture, and kill. I don't interpret that to mean that most Chileans are uniquely evil. Every country has thousands of sociopaths who would commit evil if ordered, or even just permitted to do it. For example, any of you who has been imprisoned even in generally non-evil countries like Britain and the U.S., and who has had the misfortune to experience there the sadism of jailers and law enforcement officers who have not been specifically ordered to be sadistic, can imagine how those jailers and officers would have behaved if they had indeed received explicit orders to be sadistic. The other main effort of Pinochet's dictatorship, besides exterminating the Chilean left, was to reconstruct the Chilean economy on a free market basis, reversing Chile's prior norm of extensive government intervention. That reversal did not happen during Pinochet's first year and a half in power, when the economy continued to contract, inflation persisted, and unemployment rose. But from 1975 onwards, Pinochet turned over economic management to a group of neoliberal economic advisors who became known as the Chicago Boys, because many of them had trained at the University of Chicago in association with the economist Milton Friedman. Their policies emphasized free enterprise, free trade, market orientation, balanced budget, low inflation, modernization of Chilean businesses, and reduced government intervention. South American military governments usually prefer an economy that they control themselves for their own benefit, rather than a free market economy that they can't control. Hence, the junta's adoption of the Chicago Boys' policies was unexpected, and it remains uncertain why it happened. It might not have happened at all without Pinochet, because the policies were opposed by some senior Chilean military officers, including one junta member, Air Force General Gustavo Lee, whom Pinochet finally forced to resign in 1978. The adoption is sometimes attributed to the 1975 Chilean visit of Milton Friedman himself, who met with Pinochet for 45 minutes and followed up the meeting by sending Pinochet a long letter full of recommendations. But Friedman came away from the meeting with a low opinion of Pinochet, who asked Friedman only one question during their conversation. In fact, the Chicago Boys program differed significantly from Friedman's recommendations and drew on detailed plans that Chilean economists had already laid out in a document nicknamed The Brick, because it was so lengthy and heavy. A possible explanation is that Pinochet recognized that he knew nothing about economics, portrayed himself as, or was, a simple man, and found appealing the Chicago Boys' simple, consistent, persuasive proposals. Another factor may be that Pinochet identified the Chicago Boys and their policies with the U.S., which strongly supported Pinochet, shared his hatred of communists, and resumed its loans to Chile immediately after Pinochet's coup. As true of some other actions of Pinochet and of Allende, the motives in this case as well are not clear. Whatever the motives, the resulting free market policies included the reprivatization of hundreds of state-owned businesses nationalized under Allende, but not of the copper companies. The slashing of the government deficit by across-the-board cuts of every government department's budget by 15 to 25%, the slashing of average import duties from 120% to 10%, and the opening of Chile's economy to international competition. That caused the Chicago Boys program to be opposed by Chile's oligarchy of industrialists and traditional powerful families, whose inefficient businesses had previously been shielded from international competition by high duties and were now forced to compete and innovate. But the results were that the rate of inflation declined from its level of 600% per year under Allende to just 9% per year. The Chilean economy grew at almost 10% per year. Foreign investment soared, Chilean consumer spending rose, and Chilean exports eventually diversified and increased. These positive results were not without setbacks and painful consequences. An unfortunate decision to tie the value of the Chilean peso to the U.S. dollar produced a big trade deficit and an economic crisis in 1982. The economic benefits for Chileans were unequally distributed. Middle-class and upper-class Chileans prospered, but many other Chileans suffered and found themselves living below the poverty level. In a democracy, it would have been difficult to inflict such widespread suffering on poor Chileans, as well as to impose government policies opposed by rich business oligarchs. That was possible only under a repressive dictatorship. Still, one Chilean friend, not otherwise sympathetic to Pinochet, explained to me, "Yes, but so many Chileans had already been suffering from Chile's previous economic problems under Allende, without hope of an eventual improvement." When it became clear that the junta wasn't just a temporary transitional phase, but intended to remain in power, many middle-class and upper-class Chileans nevertheless continued to support Pinochet because of that unequally distributed economic improvement, and despite governmental repression. Optimism and a sigh of relief about the end of the economic chaos that had prevailed under Allende arose among those Chileans outside the sectors of Chilean society that were being tortured or killed. Like many Chileans, the U.S. government supported Pinochet for more than half of the duration of his military dictatorship. In the U.S.'s case, because of his strong anti-communist stance. U.S. government policy was to extend economic and military aid to Chile, and publicly to deny Pinochet's human rights abuses, even when those being tortured and killed were American citizens. As American Secretary of State Henry Kissinger expressed it, "However unpleasantly they, the junta, act, this government, i.e. Pinochet's, is better for us than Allende was." That American government support of Pinochet, and that blind eye to his abuses, continued through the presidencies of Richard Nixon, Gerald Ford, Jimmy Carter, and initially Ronald Reagan. But from the mid-1980s onwards, two things turned the U.S. government against Pinochet. One was the accumulated evidence of abuses, including abuses against American citizens, evidence that became increasingly hard to ignore. A turning point was the horrifying killing in Santiago of Rodrigo Rojas, a Chilean teenager who was a U.S. legal resident and who died after being doused with gasoline and set on fire by Chilean soldiers. The other factor turning the Reagan government against Pinochet was Chile's economic downturn of 1982 to 1984, which turned more of the Chilean public against Pinochet. Because the economic recovery from 1984 onwards failed to improve the lot of many Chileans, the Chilean left gained strength. Chile's Catholic Church became an open focus of opposition, despite Pinochet's being a devout Catholic, and even the Chilean military was becoming dissatisfied with him. In short, Pinochet was not just evil. Worse yet, from the perspective of the U.S. government, he had become a liability for American political interests. In 1980, the junta proposed a new constitution that would entrench right-wing and military interests and asked voters to legitimize Pinochet by voting to extend his term as president for 8 years, from 1981 to 1989. After an election campaign tightly controlled by the junta, a big majority of Chilean voters approved the new constitution and Pinochet's extended term. As that extended term approached its end in 1989, the junta announced another plebiscite in 1988 that would extend Pinochet's presidency for yet another 8 years until 1997, when he would be 82 years old. This time, though, Pinochet miscalculated and was outmaneuvered by his opponents. International attention forced the campaign to be conducted openly, and the balloting to be conducted honestly. The U.S. threw its resources behind the opposition, which organized a massive effort to register 92% of potential voters, and mounted a brilliantly designed campaign around the simple slogan, "No." To Pinochet's surprise, the No campaign prevailed, with 58% of votes cast. Although Pinochet's initial response on the night of the election was to try to deny the vote's outcome, the other junta members forced him to accept it. But 42% of Chileans had still voted for Pinochet in that free election of 1988. With that no victory, Pinochet's opponents at last gained the opportunity to return to power in the presidential elections scheduled for 1990. But the No campaigners had consisted of 17 different groups, with 17 different visions for Chile after Pinochet. Hence, Chile risked going down the path trodden by the Allied democracies that had defeated Germany and Japan in World War II, and of whom Winston Churchill had written as the theme of the last volume of his 6-volume history of World War II, Triumph and Tragedy, how the great democracies triumphed, and so were able to resume the follies which had so nearly cost them their life. A similar question was pending for Chile. Would Chileans resume their follies of intransigence and of the no-compromise posture that had cost many of them their lives, and that had cost their country its democratic government? Of Pinochet's leftist opponents who were not killed by Pinochet, 100,000 fled into exile, beginning around 1973. They remained in exile for a long time, about 16 years, until 1989. They thus had ample time to reflect on their former intransigence. Many of them went to Western or Eastern Europe, where they spent years watching how socialists, communists, and other leftists of European countries operated, and how those leftists fared. Those Chilean exiles who went to Eastern Europe tended to become depressed upon discovering that intransigent leftist idealists in power didn't create national happiness. Those exiles who fled to Western Europe instead observed moderate social democracies in action, the resulting high standard of living, and a calmer political atmosphere than the atmosphere that had prevailed in Chile. They discovered that leftists don't have to be radical and intransigent, but that they could achieve many of their goals by negotiating and compromising with people who hold different political views. The exiles experienced the collapse of the Soviet Union and of Eastern Europe's communist governments, and China's bloody suppression of demonstrations in 1989. All of those observations served to temper extremism and communist sympathies of Chile's leftists. Already during the No campaign of 1989, No backers of disparate views realized that they couldn't win unless they learned to cooperate with each other. They also realized that Pinochet still enjoyed wide support among Chile's business community and upper class, and that they couldn't win, or if they did win, that they would never be permitted to assume power unless Pinochet supporters could be assured of their personal safety in a post-Pinochet era. Painful as the prospect was, leftists in power would have to practice tolerance towards former enemies whose views they loathed, and whose behavior towards them had been horrible. They had to declare their willingness to build a Chile for all Chileans, the goal that Patricio Elwin, Chile's first democratically elected president after Pinochet, proclaimed in his inaugural speech of March 12, 1990. Once the alliance of the 17 No groups had thus won the referendum, the alliance's leftists faced the necessity of convincing the alliance's centrists of the Christian Democratic Party that a new leftist government wasn't to be feared and wouldn't be as radical as Allende's leftist government had been. Hence, leftist and centrist parties joined in an electoral alliance termed Concertación. Leftists agreed that if the alliance could win the 1990 election, which it did, they would let the presidency alternate between a leftist and a centrist, and would let the Christian Democrats fill the presidency first. Leftists agreed to those conditions because they realized that that was the only way that they could eventually return to power. In fact, Concertación proceeded to win the first 4 post-Pinochet elections in 1990, 1993, 2000, and 2006. The first two presidents were the Christian Democrats Patricio Elwin and Eduardo Frei, Jr., son of former President Eduardo Frei. The next two presidents were the socialist Ricardo Lagos and Michelle Bachelet. The latter was Chile's first woman president, and also was the daughter of a general who had been tortured and imprisoned by Pinochet's junta. In 2010, Concertación was defeated by a right-wing president, Sebastián Piñera. In 2014, Socialist Bachelet returned to power, and in 2018, right-winger Piñera again. Thus, Chile, after Pinochet, reverted to being a functioning democracy still anomalous for Latin America, but with a huge selective change, a willingness to tolerate, compromise, and share and alternate power. Besides abandoning political intransigence, the other major change of direction by Chile's new democratic Concertación governments, compared to the democratic governments of the pre-Pinochet era, was with respect to economic policy. The new governments continued most of Pinochet's free market economic policies because those policies were seen to have been largely beneficial in the long run. In fact, Concertación governments carried those policies even further by reducing import tariffs so that they came to average only 3% by 2007, the lowest in the world. Free trade agreements were signed with the U.S. and with the European Union. The main change introduced by Concertación into the military government's economic policies was to increase government spending on social programs and to reform labor laws. The result has been that since the 1990 change of government, the Chilean economy has grown at an impressive rate, and that Chile leads the rest of Latin America economically. Average incomes in Chile were only 19% of U.S. averages in 1975. That proportion had risen to 44% by the year 2000, while average incomes in the rest of Latin America were dropping over that same time. Inflation rates in Chile are low. The rule of law is strong, private property rights are well protected, and the pervasive corruption with which I had to deal during my 1967 visit has decreased. A consequence, and also a partial cause, of this improved economic climate was a doubling of foreign investment that took place quickly in Chile during the first 7 years of the return of democracy. Today, Santiago looks completely different from the city that I knew in 1967. It is bristling with skyscrapers, including the tallest one in South America, and has a new subway and new airport. However, Chile's economic performance is far from a uniformly distributed success. Economic inequality remains high, socio-economic mobility is low, and Chile continues as before to be a land of contrasting wealth and poverty. Although Chile's rich people today tend to be new business leaders, rather than the families of former large landowners. But the overall big improvement of the Chilean economy means that while the relative gap between rich and poor persists, the absolute economic status of the poor in Chile has become much better. The percentage of Chileans living below the poverty line dropped from its level of 24% during Pinochet's last year in power to only 5% by 2003. The no electoral victory of 1989 did not mean that Chile was free of Pinochet and the armed forces. Far from it. Before stepping down as president, Pinochet obtained legislation naming him Senator for Life, permitting him to appoint several new Supreme Court justices, and retaining him as Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces until he finally retired in 1998 at the age of 83. That meant that Pinochet, and his implicit threat of another military coup, were constantly on the minds of Chile's democratic leaders. As one Chilean friend explained it to me, it's as if, upon Nazi Germany's surrender on 9 May 1945, Hitler hadn't committed suicide, but remained senator for life, and the German army's commander-in-chief. Further strengthening the Chilean military's position, Pinochet's constitution included a provision still in effect today, specifying that 10% of Chile's national copper sales revenue, yes, sales, not just profits, must be spent each year on the military budget. That gives Chile's armed forces a financial basis far in excess of the money needed to defend Chile against any credible foreign threat, especially considering that Chile's last and only its second war ended over a century ago in 1883, that Chile's borders are protected by ocean and desert and high mountains, and that Chile's neighbors, Argentina, Bolivia, Peru, are not dangerous. Instead, the only likely use of Chile's armed forces is against the Chilean people themselves. The Chilean constitution, approved under Pinochet, contained 3 provisions favoring the right wing. One provision specified that of the Senate's 35 members, 10 were not elected by the public, but were instead designated by the president from a list of officials likely to consist only of right-wingers, that is to say, former chiefs of the Army and Navy. Former presidents became appointed senators for life. A second provision, not overturned until 2015, specified that each Chilean congressional district elected 2 representatives, the first of whom required just a plurality of voters, but the other of whom required an 80% majority. That made it very difficult for any district to elect 2 leftists. The last provision requires a 5/7 voter majority to change the Constitution. But it's difficult in a democracy, especially one as fractured as Chile, to get 5/7 of the electorate to agree to anything. As a result, although decades have passed since Pinochet was voted out of the presidency, Chile still operates under a modified version of his constitution that most Chileans consider illegitimate. It is painful for any country to acknowledge and atone for evil deeds that its officials committed against its own citizens or against citizens of other countries. It's painful because nothing can undo the past, and often many of the perpetrators are still alive, unrepentant, powerful, and widely supported. Acknowledgement and atonement have been especially difficult for Chile, because Pinochet was supported by such a large minority of Chilean voters even in the 1989 uncoerced plebiscite, because Pinochet remained commander-in-chief of the armed forces, and because the democratic government had good reason to fear another military coup if it proceeded against military perpetrators. On 2 occasions, when Pinochet's son was being investigated, and when a Human Rights Commission was beginning its work on investigating the atrocities, soldiers did appear on the streets in full military garb. Their appearance was supposedly just on a routine exercise, but the implicit threat was obvious to everyone. Patricio Elwin, the first post-Pinochet president, proceeded cautiously. When he promised justice insofar as it is possible, Chileans hopeful for a reckoning felt disillusioned and feared that his phrase was just a euphemism for no justice. But Elwin did establish a Truth and Reconciliation Commission, which in 1991 published the names of 3,200 Chileans who had been killed or disappeared, and a second commission in 2003 reported on torture. Speaking on television, Elwin was nearly in tears as he begged the families of victims for forgiveness on behalf of the Chilean government. Such heartfelt apologies by government leaders for government cruelties have been vanishingly rare in modern history. The closest parallel is German Chancellor Willy Brandt's equally heartfelt apology at the Warsaw Ghetto to the victims of Germany's former Nazi government. See Chapter 6 for details. A turning point in the reckoning with Pinochet was the British arrest warrant issued against him in 1998 while he was visiting a London clinic for medical treatment. The warrant was issued at the request of a Spanish judge seeking extradition of Pinochet to Spain to answer for crimes against humanity, and for the killings of Spanish citizens in particular. Pinochet's lawyers initially argued that Pinochet should be immune from prosecution because torture and killings are legitimate functions of government. When the British House of Lords eventually rejected that defense, Pinochet's lawyers then claimed that he was old and infirm and should be released on humanitarian grounds. The lawyers allowed him to be photographed only while he was in a wheelchair. After 503 days under house arrest, Britain's Home Secretary denied Spain's extradition request, supposedly because Pinochet lacked the strength to testify at a trial, but possibly because of the help that Pinochet's government had given to Britain during Britain's Falkland Islands War of 1982 against Argentina. Pinochet then immediately flew to Chile. Upon his plane's arrival, he was unloaded in a wheelchair, and then stood up and walked across the tarmac to shake hands with the Chilean generals present to greet and congratulate him. But even Chilean rightists were shocked by a U.S. Senate subcommittee's revelation that Pinochet had stashed $30 million in 125 secret U.S. bank accounts. While rightists had been prepared to tolerate torturing and killing, they were disillusioned to learn that Pinochet, whom they had considered different from and better than other dishonest Latin American dictators, stole and hid money. Chile's Supreme Court stripped Pinochet of the immunity from prosecution that he had enjoyed as senator for life. Chile's tax authority, the equivalent of the U.S.'s Internal Revenue Service, issued a complaint against Pinochet for filing false tax returns. Perhaps the authorities were inspired by the example of the notorious American gangster Al Capone, who successfully avoided conviction for committing and ordering murders, bootlegging, and running gambling and prostitution rings, but who was finally sent to jail for federal income tax evasion. Pinochet was then indicted for other financial crimes and murders and was placed under house arrest, and his wife and 4 children were also arrested. But in 2002 he was declared unfit to stand trial because of dementia. He died of a heart attack in 2006 at the age of 91. Eventually, hundreds of Chilean torturers and killers were indicted, and dozens of them were sent to prison, including General Manuel Contreras, director of Pinochet's secret intelligence agency DINA, sentenced to 526 years in prison, and unrepentant to his death. Many older Chileans continue to regard the sentences as too harsh, and continue to regard Pinochet as a wonderful man who was unjustly persecuted. Many other Chileans regard the sentences as too mild, too few, too late, aimed mainly at low-ranking rather than high-ranking criminals, and resulting in their being sent to special, comfortable resort-like prisons. For instance, not until 2015 did Chilean judges charge 10 military officers with killing the famous singer Victor Jara in 1973. And 7 others with killing Rodrigo Rojas in 1986, 42 and 29 years respectively after those deeds. In 2010, Chile's President Michelle Bachelet opened a Villa Grimaldi Museum in Santiago, that documents in horrifying detail the tortures and killings under the military government. That would have been utterly unthinkable as long as Pinochet remained Army Commander-in-Chief. Chileans are still wrestling with the moral dilemma of how to weigh the positive and the negative sides of their country's former military government, especially the dilemma of how to balance its economic benefits against its crimes. The dilemma is insoluble. A simple answer would be, why even try to weigh the benefits against the crimes? Why not just acknowledge that the military government did both beneficial things and horrible things? But Chileans did have to weigh them in the 1989 plebiscite, when they were offered only the choice between voting yes or no to keeping Pinochet as president for 8 more years. And when they couldn't vote yes but, or no but, faced with that choice, 42% of Chileans voted yes, despite the sickening deeds that eventually went on display at the Villa Grimaldi Museum. While most younger Chileans now scorn Pinochet, the division of views among Chileans old enough to remember the Allende and Pinochet years was exemplified for me by 2 Chilean husband and wife couples whom I interviewed. In each case, the husband and the wife asked me to interview them separately, because their views of such painful matters differed. In each case, the husband then said to me, in effect, Pinochet's policies benefited Chile economically, but his torturings and killings were inexcusable. The wives said to me, in effect, Pinochet's torturings and killings were evil, but you have to understand that his policies benefited Chile economically. From the perspective of our book's framework about factors facilitating or impeding crisis outcome, Chile illustrates many of them. First, the changes in Chile were indeed selective and big, Factor 3 of Table 1.2. Initially, Chile broke its long-standing tradition of minimal military intervention, and it resolved its long-standing tension between government economic intervention and a government hands-off economic approach by adopting a drastic shift to a hands-off approach. Eventually, when the shift to military intervention was reversed, that reversal itself was made selectively. Yes, democratic government was restored, but the shift to a free market economy that the military had introduced was retained. That became one of Chile's 2 lasting selective changes, which also illustrates remarkable flexibility, Factor number 10. The socialists who eventually returned to power abandoned their commitment to socialism and continued the economic policies of the hated military government. Chile's other lasting selective change was an end, at least for the last several decades, to the intransigent rejection of political compromise that had characterized national politics for most of Chile's recent history. Chile achieved those selective changes through 2 rounds of uncertainty and failure, Factor number 9. The first round was Allende's failed attempt to resolve Chile's chronic economic and social problems by rejecting compromise and ushering in a Marxist government. The second round was Pinochet's failed attempt also to reject compromise and to create a lasting military government and an extended presidency for himself, which was averted by his miscalculation of the outcome of the 1988 referendum. How did Chile emerge from almost 17 years of military repression and record-smashing government cruelty without even deeper trauma than it did suffer? While Chile today is still struggling with the aftermath of the Pinochet years, I'm pleasantly surprised that Chileans are not more tormented. For that outcome, Chileans' national identity and pride get much of the credit, Factor number 6. Chileans still embrace the words of my Chilean friends to me in 1967. Chile is very different from other Latin American countries. We Chileans know how to govern ourselves. Chileans have made a big effort to remain different from those other Latin American countries and to govern themselves effectively. They have been willing to adhere to their motto of building a Chile for all Chileans, despite the powerful motives of so many Chileans not to accept other kinds of Chileans as belonging to that same fatherland. Without that national identity, Chile could not have escaped political paralysis, and could not have returned to being the most democratic and the richest country in Latin America. Chile illustrates both an honest, realistic appraisal of strength at one stage and a lack of such realism at another stage. Factor number 7. Pinochet and his fellow military leaders proved correct in 1973 that they could prevail over their adversaries inside Chile and abroad. Allende proved wrong in his belief that he could succeed in democratically bringing Marxist government to Chile. This difference further illustrates a sad truth, that success is not guaranteed to well-intentioned, decent people, nor necessarily denied to evil people. Chile illustrates the role both of support and of lack of support from others, factor number 4, and of models from which to learn, factor number 5. The opposition of the U.S. played a role in Allende's downfall, and the prompt restoration of U.S. economic aid following the 1973 coup played a role in the military government's long survival. Pinochet's perception, not entirely true to reality, of the U.S. economy as a model of a free market economy played a role in his embracing the economic policies of the Chicago Boys. Similarly, Chile illustrates both the advantages of freedom of action and the disadvantages of lack of freedom of action. Factor number 12. Chile's geographic isolation by mountains and deserts from its Latin American neighbors greatly reduced the need for Allende or Pinochet to be concerned that their policies might provoke interventions by neighboring Argentina, Peru, and Bolivia. In contrast, dictatorial governments in Uganda, Rwanda, East Pakistan, Cambodia, and many other countries were toppled by interventions by neighboring countries. But Allende's freedom of action was constrained by the distant U.S., while the freedom of action of all Chilean governments has been constrained by the exposure of Chile's copper industry, the biggest pillar of the Chilean economy, to world market conditions beyond Chile's control. Those are features of Chile's crisis viewed from the perspective of individual crises. Now let's consider features unique to national crises, i.e. not shared with individual crises. And let's compare events in Chile with those in the other nations that we are discussing. First, Chile's crisis in 1973, like Indonesia's of 1965, to be discussed in the next chapter, was an internal one. Unlike the external shocks to Japan in 1853 and to Finland in 1939. This is not to deny the role of external pressure from the U.S. in Chile's crisis. Both Chile's and Indonesia's internal crises arose from political polarization, disagreement about deeply held core values, and a willingness to kill and to risk being killed rather than to compromise. Second, Chile's history illustrates the theme of peaceful evolution versus violent revolution. In Germany in 1848, and again in the radical violence that began there in 1968, violent revolution failed, but subsequent peaceful evolution succeeded in achieving many of the same goals. Australia's changes from 1945 onwards were achieved entirely by peaceful evolution, without even any attempts at violent revolution. In contrast, crises both in Chile and in Indonesia in 1973 and 1965, respectively, culminated in violent revolutions that brought long-lasting military governments into power. But both of those military governments were removed from power by peaceful protests. While the success of those protests was not assured at the time that they began, the other option of trying to remove Pinochet and Indonesia's Suharto from power by a violent revolt would surely have provoked and been crushed by the armed forces. But neither the Chilean nor the Indonesian armed forces could bring themselves to shoot at huge crowds of peaceful protesters on the street. Third, Chile, again like Indonesia in 1965, and Germany in 1933, but unlike Meiji Japan or post-World War II Australia, illustrates the role of one exceptional leader. In the case of Pinochet, a leader who was exceptionally evil, in my view. Chilean friends tell me that Chile's growing polarization in the late 1960s and early 1970s made it likely that the resolution of that polarization would be violent. Even before the coup of September 11, 1973, violence had been increasing for 6 years. What surprised Chileans, such as my friends at the December 1973 dinner party, who expected the military government to remain in power for less than 2 years, was the duration of the violence. It wasn't just a quick spasm of killings for a few days or weeks after the coup. Chileans continued to be tortured and killed for many years, and Pinochet continued to hold on to power for almost 17 years. That outcome was unexpected not only to ordinary Chileans, but also to the two groups of people whom one would expect to be best able to predict Pinochet's behavior: his Chilean partners in the junta, who had followed and shared his professional career for several decades, and the CIA, part of whose job it is to understand what may happen in other countries. Pinochet's junta partners were as surprised as was the CIA by his ruthlessness and determination to cling to power, so contrary to the traditions of all previous coup leaders in Chile's history. His individual psychology continues to baffle historians. The remaining theme illustrated by modern Chilean history involves constraints that pose obstacles to coming to grips with evil deeds of the past. In May 1945, Nazi Germany was militarily completely defeated. Many of its Nazi leaders committed suicide, and the whole country was occupied by its enemies. After World War II, there was still plenty of ex-Nazis in German government, but they could not openly defend Nazi crimes. Thus, Germany did eventually deal publicly with Nazi crimes. At the opposite extreme, when the Indonesian army killed or arranged the killings of over 500,000 Indonesians in 1965, the Indonesian government behind those mass killings remained in power, and it is still in power today. Not surprisingly, even today, more than 50 years after the mass killings, Indonesians hesitate to talk about them. Chile is an intermediate case. The Chilean military government that ordered killings yielded peacefully to a democratic government. But the military leaders remained alive and retained much power. Chile's new democratic government initially didn't dare proceed against military criminals. Today it is still proceeding cautiously. Why is it cautious? Because the army might come back. Because there are still lots of Chileans who defend Pinochet. Because a Chile for all Chileans means, unfortunately, a Chile that includes former war criminals. Finally, many of my American readers concerned about growing political polarization in the U.S. today will find this account of recent Chilean history frightening. Despite Chile's strong democratic traditions, Chile's political polarization and breakdown of compromise culminated in violence and a dictatorship that few Chileans had foreseen. Could that happen in the U.S.? One might immediately object, no, of course not. The U.S. is different from Chile. The U.S. Army would never revolt and usher in a dictatorship. Yes, the U.S. is indeed different from Chile. Some of those differences reduce and some of them increase the risk of an end of democracy in the U.S. If democracy does end in the U.S., it won't be through an uprising led by the heads of the armed forces. There are other ways to end democracy. I'll defer further discussion of these questions about the U.S. to Chapter 9. When I returned to Chile in 2003, for the first time since I left that country in 1967, I visited Allende's presidential palace, now open as a tourist attraction. I had been told that the public is free to enter. At the front door was a grim-looking policeman, carabiniero, holding a rifle and standing on a box 1.5 feet high, so that he towered over me. He looked down at me, glared without smiling, and asked what I wanted. I replied that I was a tourist, and he let me pass. But I found myself wondering what he might do and whether I was unknowingly violating some regulation. I reflected, it was a policeman or soldier like that who doused Rodrigo Rojas with gasoline and set him on fire. I felt frightened and left after only a minute, with a better understanding of why Chile's democratic government has proceeded cautiously in indicting Pinochet's torturers and killers. Chapter 5. Indonesia, the Rise of a New Country. In a hotel. Indonesia's background. The colonial era. Independence. Sukarno. Coup. Mass murder. Suharto. Suharto's legacies. Crisis framework. Returning to Indonesia. Indonesia is the world's fourth most populous country, with about 260 million inhabitants, exceeded only by China, India, and the United States. It's also the world's most populous country with a predominantly Muslim population, home to more inhabitants than even Pakistan, Bangladesh, or Iran. Those facts could lead one to expect Indonesia to get lots of attention from American and European newspapers. In fact, the word Muslim makes Westerners think instead of other countries that figure much more in Western consciousness than does Indonesia. Nowadays, American and European newspapers mention the country only infrequently. The few occasions in the last 15 years when I can recall front-page articles about it were when 2 big earthquakes and a plane crash killed many people in 2018, when several drug runners who included foreign citizens were executed in 2015 in spite of foreign protests, when 200,000 people were killed by a tsunami in 2004, and when a bombing in Bali in 2002 claimed many victims. That general lack of attention is because Indonesia today isn't characterized by things that are the stuff of international headlines, like civil wars, sending terrorists or waves of immigrants overseas, being either rich or else desperately poor, or making lots of noise in international politics. Insofar as we Americans think of Indonesia at all, our image is of a developing country with pleasant tourist attractions, especially the scenery and beaches and Hindu temples of Bali, the world's richest coral reefs and best scuba diving and snorkeling, and beautiful batik textiles. My first trip to Indonesia was in 1979, when I began my visit by staying in a hotel whose lobby walls were decorated with paintings telling the story of Indonesian history. In the United States, a similar exhibit might display paintings of the American Revolution, the Civil War, the California Gold Rush, the transcontinental railroads, and other such subjects from 150 to 250 years ago. But in that Indonesian hotel lobby, all of the paintings showed events of just the previous 35 years. The event that was the subject of most paintings was termed the 1965 Communist Revolt. Paintings and explanatory text below them vividly depicted how communists tortured and killed 7 generals, and how one of the generals that the communists tried to kill managed to escape from his house over a wall, but his 5-year-old daughter was shot by accident and died a few days later. The exhibit left the impression that the torture and killing of those generals and the young girl were the most horrible act that had ever happened in Indonesian history. The exhibit made no mention of what followed the deaths of the generals, the murder of about 500,000 other Indonesians at the instigation of the Indonesian armed forces. Not mentioning those killings in an exhibit on Indonesian history is quite an omission, because among mass killings around the world since World War II, only a few others have exceeded that Indonesian death toll. In the 2 decades since that first visit of mine, during many return visits and lengthy stays in Indonesia, not once did I hear those killings mentioned by my Indonesian friends, until a change of government in 1998. It's as if General Pinochet's government in Chile had killed 100 times more Chileans than it actually did, but as if those killings were never mentioned by surviving Chileans, nor by Chilean accounts of Chilean history. Among the issues of crisis and change to keep in mind as you read the following pages, one is, of course, the comparison between Indonesia and Chile. Both countries experienced a breakdown of political compromise, a leftist effort to gain control of the government, and a military coup that ended that effort and installed a long-lasting dictatorship. Both countries illustrate the role of not one but 2 successive leaders, with distinctive but contrasting personalities. In achieving national reconciliation after the massacre of one political group by its opponents, Indonesia proves to lie at the opposite extreme from Finland, with Chile in the middle. More than any other country discussed in this book, you'll see that Indonesia, our youngest country, illustrates the process of successfully building a national identity. To understand what happened in Indonesia's crisis of 1965 and its aftermath, let's begin with some background. Indonesia is a new country that didn't become independent until 1945, and that didn't even become unified as a colony until around 1910. It's tropical, lies on the equator between New Guinea and Australia on the east and Asia on the west, and has high mountains, including many active volcanoes. One of them, Krakatoa, is famous for the most catastrophic eruption in recent history, 1883, an eruption that blew out almost the whole island and injected enough ash into the atmosphere to change the world's climate for the following year. Of Indonesia's islands, the best known are Java, Bali, Sumatra, and Sulawesi, plus the islands of Borneo and New Guinea that Indonesia shares with other countries. Geographically, Indonesia is the most splintered country in the world, with thousands of inhabited islands scattered over an expanse of 3,400 miles from west to east. For most of the last 2,000 years, there were indigenous states on some Indonesian islands, but none of them came to control most of the Indonesian archipelago, nor was there a name or a concept for what we know today as Indonesia. Linguistically, Indonesia is one of the world's most diverse countries, with more than 700 different languages. It is also religiously diverse. While most Indonesians are Muslims, there are also large Christian and Hindu minorities, as well as Buddhists, Confucians, and followers of local traditional religions. Although there have been religious violence and rioting, they have been on a much smaller scale than in South Asia and the Middle East. Many Indonesians of different religions are relatively tolerant of one another. I have been in parts of Indonesia where Christian and Muslim villages were next to each other, and I didn't even recognize what was the religion of some particular village that I happened to be in until I noticed a mosque or church. Beginning after 1510, the Portuguese, then from 1595 onwards, the Dutch, and then the British, attempted to establish colonies in the island chain that is now Indonesia. British control eventually became confined to parts of Borneo, and the only Portuguese colony that survived was in the eastern half of the island of Timor. The most successful colonists were the Dutch, concentrated on the island of Java, which had by far the largest native population, more than half of the population of modern Indonesia. In the 1800s, in order to make their colonial efforts pay for themselves and then produce a profit, the Dutch developed export plantations on Java and Sumatra. But it was only around 1910, more than 3 centuries after their arrival in the Indonesian archipelago, that the Dutch gained control of the whole far-flung island chain. As an example of how long much of the archipelago remained unexplored by the Dutch, it wasn't until that year of 1910 that a Dutch governor discovered that the eastern Indonesian island of Flores and the nearby small island of Komodo are home to the world's largest lizard, the so-called Komodo dragon. Although it's up to 10 feet long and weighs up to several hundred pounds, it had remained unknown to Europeans for 4 centuries. It should be emphasized that the word Indonesia didn't even exist until it was coined by a European around 1850. The Dutch called their colony the Indies, the Netherlands Indies, or the Dutch East Indies. The archipelago's inhabitants themselves did not share a national identity, nor a national language, nor a sense of unity in opposition to the Dutch. For example, Javanese troops joined Dutch troops to conquer the leading state on the island of Sumatra, a traditional rival of Javanese states. In the early 1900s, the Dutch colonial government began efforts to switch from a purely exploitative policy for their colony to what they termed an ethical policy. That is, finally trying to do some good for Indonesians. For example, the Dutch opened schools, built railroads and irrigation projects on Java, set up local government councils in the main towns, and attempted to relieve Java's overpopulation by supporting emigration to less densely populated outer islands, against the wishes of those islands' native populations. But those efforts of Dutch ethical policy produced limited results, partly because the Netherlands itself was too small to put much money into Indonesia, and partly because the efforts of the Dutch, as well as of subsequent independent Indonesia, to improve people's lives, were frustrated by rapid population growth, creating more mouths to feed. Indonesians today consider the negative effects of Dutch colonialism far to have outweighed the positive effects. By around 1910, increasing numbers of inhabitants of the Dutch East Indies were developing the beginnings of a national consciousness. That is, they began to feel that they were not just inhabitants of their particular Dutch-governed sultanate in some part of Java or Sumatra, but that they belonged to a larger entity called Indonesia. Indonesians, with those beginnings of a wider identity, formed many distinct but often overlapping groups. A Javanese group that felt culturally superior, an Islamic movement seeking an Islamic identity for Indonesia, labor unions, a communist party, Indonesian students sent to the Netherlands for education, and others. That is, the Indonesian independence movement was fragmented along ideological and geographic and religious lines, presaging problems that continued to plague Indonesia after independence. The result was not only strikes, plots, and agitation against the Dutch, but also conflict between those Indonesian groups, making for a confused situation. Their actions against the Dutch nevertheless reached the point that in the 1920s the Dutch adopted a policy of repression and sent many of the leaders to what was in effect a concentration camp in a remote, disease-plagued area of Dutch New Guinea. An important contribution to eventual Indonesian unity was the evolution and transformation of the Malay language, a trade language with a long history, into Bahasa Indonesia, the shared national language of all Indonesians today. Even the largest of Indonesia's hundreds of local languages, the Javanese language of Central Java, is the native language of less than 1/3 of Indonesia's population. If that largest local language had become the national language, it would have symbolized Java's domination of Indonesia, and thereby exacerbated a problem that has persisted in modern Indonesia, namely fear of Javanese domination on the part of Indonesians of other islands. The Javanese language has the additional disadvantage of being hierarchy-conscious, with different words used in speaking to people of higher or lower status. Today, I share with Indonesians their appreciation for the advantages of the wonderful Bahasa Indonesia as their national language. It's easy to learn. Only 18 years after Indonesia took over Dutch New Guinea and introduced Bahasa there, I found it being spoken even by uneducated New Guineans in remote villages. Bahasa's grammar is simple but supple at adding prefixes and suffixes to many root words, in order to create new words with immediately predictable meanings. For example, the adjective meaning clean is bersih. The verb to clean is membersihkan. The noun cleanliness is kebersihan, and the noun cleaning up is pembersihan. After Japan declared war on the United States in December 1941 and began its expansion throughout the Pacific Islands and Southeast Asia, it rapidly conquered the Dutch East Indies. The oil fields of Dutch Borneo, along with Malayan rubber and tin, were in fact a major motive behind Japan's declaring war, perhaps the biggest single motive, because Japan itself lacked oil and had depended on American oil exports, which the American President Roosevelt had cut off in retaliation for Japan's war against China and occupation of French Indochina. The Borneo oil fields were the nearest alternative source of oil for Japan. At first, Japanese military leaders occupying the Dutch East Indies claimed that Indonesians and Japanese were Asian brothers in a shared struggle for a new anti-colonial order. Indonesian nationalists initially supported the Japanese and helped to round up the Dutch. But the Japanese mainly sought to extract raw materials, especially oil and rubber, from the Dutch East Indies for the Japanese war machine, and they became even more repressive than had been the Dutch. As the war turned against the Japanese in September 1944, they promised independence to Indonesians, though without setting a date. When Japan did surrender on August 15, 1945, only 2 days later Indonesians declared independence, ratified a constitution on the next day, and founded local militias. But they quickly discovered that the defeat of the Dutch by the Japanese, then the promise of independence by the Japanese, and finally the defeat of the Japanese by the U.S. and its allies, did not ensure independence for Indonesia. Instead, in September 1945, British and Australian troops arrived to take over from the Japanese, and then Dutch troops arrived with the aim of restoring Dutch control. Fighting broke out that pitted British and Dutch troops against Indonesian troops. The Dutch, invoking the ethnic diversity and huge territorial extent of the Indonesian archipelago, and probably driven by their own motive of divide and rule to retain control, promoted the idea of a federation for Indonesia. They set up separate federal states within areas that they reconquered. In contrast, many Indonesian revolutionaries sought a single unified republican government for all of the former Dutch East Indies. By a preliminary agreement reached in November 1946, the Dutch recognized the Indonesian Republic's authority, but only in Java and Sumatra. However, by July 1947, the Dutch became exasperated and launched what they termed a police action, with the goal of destroying the Republic. After a ceasefire, then another Dutch police action, and United Nations and U.S. pressure, the Dutch gave way and agreed to transfer authority to the Republic. The final transfer took place in December 1949, but with two big limitations that infuriated Indonesians and that took them 12 years to overturn. One limitation was that the Dutch did not yield the Dutch half, the western half, of the island of New Guinea. Instead, they retained it under Dutch administration on the grounds that New Guinea was much less developed politically than was the rest of the Dutch East Indies, that it was not even remotely ready for independence, and that most New Guineans are ethnically as different from most Indonesians as either group is from Europeans. The other limitation was that Dutch companies, such as Shell Oil, maintained ownership over Indonesian natural resources. Dutch efforts to re-establish control over Indonesia between 1945 and 1949 were carried out with brutal methods that my Indonesian colleagues still recounted to me with bitterness 30 years later, and that were vividly depicted in the paintings of Indonesian history in my Indonesian hotel lobby in 1979. For instance, one of those paintings showed two Dutch soldiers raping an Indonesian woman. Simultaneously, other brutal methods were employed by Indonesians against other Indonesians because within Indonesia itself there was much resistance to the Indonesian Republic, viewed by many Eastern Indonesians and Sumatrans as Javanese-dominated. Again, I still heard much resentment and longing for political separation from Indonesia on the part of my non-Javanese Indonesian friends in the 1980s. There was also opposition to the Republican leadership from Indonesian communists, culminating in a 1948 revolt crushed by the Republican Army that killed at least 8,000 Indonesian communists, a foretaste of what was to happen on a much larger scale after the failed coup of 1965. The new nation faced crippling problems that had been carried over from the pre-independence era, and some of which now became further exacerbated. As an ex-colony long governed by the Netherlands for the Netherlands' benefit, independent Indonesia began its existence greatly underdeveloped economically. Population growth, at nearly 3% per year during the 1960s, continued to place a heavy burden on the economy after independence, as it had in Dutch times. Many Indonesians still lacked a sense of national identity and continued to identify themselves as Javanese, Moluccans, Sumatrans, or members of some other regional population, rather than as Indonesians. The Indonesian language that would eventually contribute to Indonesian unity was not yet widely established. Instead, the 700 local languages were used. Those who did consider themselves Indonesian differed in their visions for Indonesia. Some Indonesian Muslim leaders wanted Indonesia to become an Islamic state. The Indonesian Communist Party wanted Indonesia to become a communist state. Some non-Javanese Indonesians wanted either much regional autonomy or else outright regional independence, and staged regional revolts, which the Republic's military eventually defeated. The military itself was a focus of schisms and of debates about its role. Should the military be controlled, as in other democracies, by civilian politicians, of whom Indonesian military officers were becoming increasingly suspicious? Or should the military instead be more autonomous and pursue its own policies for Indonesia? The military saw itself as the savior of the revolution, the bulwark of national identity, and demanded a guaranteed voting bloc in Parliament. The civilian government, on the other hand, sought to save money by eliminating military units, reducing the size of the officer corps, and pushing soldiers out of the military and off the government payroll. There were also internal disagreements between branches of the armed forces, especially disagreements pitting the Air Force against the other branches. There were disagreements between army commanders themselves, especially between revolutionary regional commanders and conservative central commanders. Military leaders extorted money from other Indonesians and from businesses for army purposes, raised money by smuggling and by taxing radio ownership and electricity, and increasingly took over regional economies, thereby institutionalizing the corruption that remains today one of Indonesia's biggest problems. Indonesia's founding president, Sukarno, 1901 to 1970, had begun his political career already in Dutch times as a nationalist leader against the Dutch colonial government. Like many Indonesians, Sukarno had only a single name, not a first name and a family name. The Dutch sent him into exile, from which the Japanese brought him back. It was Sukarno who issued Indonesia's Proclamation of Independence on August 17, 1945. Well aware of Indonesia's weak national identity, he formulated a set of 5 principles termed Pancasila, which to this day serves as an umbrella ideology to unify Indonesia and was enshrined in the 1945 Constitution. The principles are broad ones: belief in one God, Indonesian national unity, humanitarianism, democracy, and social justice for all Indonesians. As president, Sukarno blamed Indonesia's poverty on Dutch imperialism and capitalism, abrogated Indonesia's inherited debts, nationalized Dutch properties, and turned over the management of most of them to the army. He developed a state-centered economy that the army, the civil bureaucracy, and Sukarno himself could milk for their benefit. Not surprisingly, Indonesian private enterprise and foreign aid both declined. Both the U.S. and the British governments became alarmed and sought to destabilize Sukarno's position, just as the U.S. had tried to destabilize Allende in Chile. Sukarno responded by telling the U.S. to go to hell with your aid. Then in 1965, he expelled the American Peace Corps and withdrew from the United Nations, World Bank, and International Monetary Fund. Inflation soared, and Indonesia's currency, the rupiah, lost 90% of its value during 1965. At the time that Indonesia became independent, it had had no history of democratic self-government. Its experience of government was instead that of Dutch rule, which in the final decades approximated a police state, as did Japanese rule after 1942. Fundamental to any functioning democracy are widespread literacy, recognition of the right to oppose government policies, tolerance of different points of view, acceptance of being outvoted, and government protection of those without political power. For understandable reasons, all of those prerequisites were weak in Indonesia. Hence, during the 1950s, prime ministers and cabinets rose and fell in quick succession. In the September 1955 elections, an astonishingly high 92% of registered voters went to the polls, but the outcome was a stalemate, because the four leading parties each obtained between 15% and 22% of votes and parliamentary seats. They could not compromise and fell into political gridlock. That breakdown of compromise among several parties equally matched in strength is already familiar to us from Chile and its Pinochet coup, with the difference that Chile at least had an educated, literate population and a long history of democratic government, whereas Indonesia had neither. Beginning in 1957, President Sukarno ended the gridlock by proclaiming martial law, then replaced Indonesian democracy with what he termed guided democracy, which he considered more suitable to Indonesia's national character. Under guided democracy, the Indonesian parliament was supposed to practice mutual cooperation, or consensus through deliberation, instead of the usual democratic concept of the legislature as a setting in which parties compete. In order to ensure that Parliament would mutually cooperate with Sukarno's goals, more than half of the seats in Parliament were no longer elected offices, but were instead appointed by Sukarno himself and assigned to so-called functional groups rather than political parties, the army being one such functional group. Sukarno became convinced that he was uniquely capable of divining and interpreting the wishes, including the unconscious wishes, of the Indonesian people, and of serving as their prophet. After the 1955 Bandung Conference of Asian and African States, Sukarno extended his goals to the world stage and began to view it as his personal responsibility to have Indonesia play a leading role in Third World anti-colonial politics at a time when Indonesia's own internal problems were so pressing. In 1963, he let himself be declared president for life. Sukarno launched 2 campaigns to translate his anti-colonial stance into deeds, by trying to annex 2 territories on the verge of independence. The first campaign was directed at Dutch New Guinea, which, because of its ethnic distinctness, the Dutch had refused to cede to Indonesia after the revolution. The Dutch launched a crash program to prepare New Guineans for independence, and New Guinea leaders adopted a national flag and a national anthem. But Sukarno claimed Dutch New Guinea for Indonesia, increased diplomatic pressure on the Dutch, and in 1961 ordered all 3 branches of the Indonesian armed forces to take Dutch New Guinea by force. The result was a political success for Sukarno, but a tragedy for many of the Indonesian troops involved, and for those Dutch New Guineans looking forward to independence. While one of the paintings displayed in my Indonesian hotel lobby in 1979 depicted what was described as an Indonesian battleship sailing against the Dutch, it was in fact just a small patrol boat sunk by a Dutch warship, causing the deaths of many Indonesian sailors. Indonesian paratroops were dropped by Indonesian Air Force planes into Dutch New Guinea, with results described to me by a friend who served then in the Dutch Defense Forces. Presumably out of fear of Dutch anti-aircraft capabilities during daylight hours, the paratroops were dropped blindly at night over forested terrain in an incredible act of cruelty. The unfortunate paratroops floated down into a hot, mosquito-infested sago swamp, where those who survived impact on sago trees found themselves hanging from the trees by their parachutes. The even smaller fraction who managed to free themselves from their parachutes dropped or clambered down into standing swamp water. My friend and his Dutch unit surrounded the swamp, waited a week, and then paddled into the swamp with boats to retrieve the few paratroops still alive. Despite those Dutch military successes, the U.S. government wanted to appear to support the Third World anti-colonial movement, and it was able to force the Dutch to cede Dutch New Guinea. As a face-saving gesture, the Dutch ceded it not directly to Indonesia, but instead to the United Nations, which 7 months later transferred administrative control, but not ownership, to Indonesia, subject to a future plebiscite. The Indonesian government then initiated a program of massive transmigration from other Indonesian provinces, in part to ensure a majority of Indonesian non-New Guineans in Indonesian New Guinea. 7 years later, a hand-picked assembly of New Guinean leaders voted under pressure for incorporation of Dutch New Guinea into Indonesia. New Guineans who had been on the verge of independence from the Netherlands launched a guerrilla campaign for independence from Indonesia that is continuing today, over half a century later. Sukarno's other campaign, to translate his anti-colonial stance into deeds, was directed at parts of Malaysia, a group of former British colonies. Malaysia consists of states on the Malay Peninsula of the Asian mainland that achieved independence in 1957, plus 2 ex-British colonies, Sabah and Sarawak, on the island of Borneo, which is shared with Indonesia and with Brunei. Sabah and Sarawak joined independent Malaysia in 1963, whereas Sukarno claimed an Indonesian right of inheritance to Dutch New Guinea as a former part of the Dutch East Indies. He could make no such claim to Malaysian Borneo. Nevertheless, encouraged by his success in Dutch New Guinea, Sukarno began what he termed a confrontation with Malaysia in 1962, followed by military attacks on Malaysian Borneo in the next year. But the population of Malaysian Borneo showed no sign of wanting to join Indonesia, while British and Commonwealth troops provided effective military defense, and the Indonesian army itself lost its appetite for confrontation. During the 1960s, a complex and confusing three-way power struggle unfolded among the strongest forces in Indonesia. One force was Sukarno, the charismatic leader and skilled politician who enjoyed widespread support among Indonesians as the father of their country's independence, and as the first and, until then, only president. The second force was the armed forces, which monopolized military power. The third force was the Indonesian Communist Party, PKI, Partai Komunis Indonesia, which lacked military power but had become by far the strongest and best organized political party. But each of these three forces was divided and pulled in different directions. While Sukarno's guided democracy rested on an alliance between himself and the armed forces, Sukarno also aligned himself increasingly with the PKI as a counterweight against the armed forces. Chinese Indonesians had become so alarmed by anti-Chinese sentiment in Indonesia that many had returned to China. Yet Indonesia simultaneously increased its diplomatic alliance with China and announced that it would soon imitate China by building its own atomic bomb, to the horror of the U.S. and Britain. The armed forces became divided among Sukarno's supporters, PKI supporters, and officers who wanted the armed forces to destroy the PKI. Army officers infiltrated the PKI, which in turn infiltrated the army. To remedy its military weakness, in 1965 the PKI, with Sukarno's support, proposed arming peasants and workers, ostensibly to serve as a fifth national armed forces branch, along with the Army, Navy, Air Force, and police. In frightened response, anti-communist army officers reportedly set up a council of generals to prepare measures against the perceived growing communist threat. This three-way struggle came to a climax around 3:15 a.m. during the night of September 30th through October 1st, 1965, when two army units with leftist commanders and 2,000 troops revolted and sent squads to capture 7 leading generals, including the Army's commander and the Minister of Defense, in their homes, evidently to bring them alive to President Sukarno and to persuade him to repress the Council of Generals. At 7:15 a.m. on October 1, the coup leaders, having also seized the telecom building on one side of the central square in the Indonesian capital city of Jakarta, broadcast an announcement on Indonesian radio declaring themselves to be the 30th September Movement, and stating that their aim was to protect President Sukarno by preempting a coup plotted by corrupt generals who were said to be tools of the CIA and the British. By 2:00 p.m., the leaders made 3 more radio broadcasts, after which they fell silent. Note, despite the account of a communist coup described vividly in the lobby display of my 1979 Indonesian hotel, the revolt was by Indonesian army units, not by a communist mob. But the coup was badly bungled. The 7 squads assigned to kidnap the generals were untrained, jittery, and assembled at the last minute. They hadn't rehearsed the kidnappings. The 2 most important squads, assigned to kidnap, not to kill, Indonesia's 2 highest-ranking generals, were led by inexperienced, low-ranking officers. The squads ended up killing 3 of the generals in their houses, 2 by shooting and 1 by bayonet. A 4th general succeeded in escaping over the back wall of his house compound. The squad accidentally shot his 5-year-old daughter, as depicted in one of the paintings in my Indonesian hotel, and also killed his staff lieutenant, whom they mistook for the general himself. For brevity, I'll still refer to 7 generals. The squad succeeded in capturing alive only the remaining 3 of the generals, whom they nevertheless proceeded to murder instead of carrying out their instructions to bring the generals alive to Sukarno. Despite the fact that the coup leaders included a commander of President Sukarno's bodyguard, whose job it was to know where Sukarno was at all times, the leaders could not find Sukarno, who happened to be spending the night at the home of one of his 4 wives. A crucial error was that the coup leaders made no attempt to capture the headquarters of the Indonesian Army Strategic Reserve, called Kostrad, located on one side of the central square, although coup troops did capture the other 3 sides of the square. The coup leaders had neither tanks nor walkie-talkies, because they closed down the Jakarta telephone system at the time that they occupied the telecom building. Coup leaders trying to communicate with one another between different parts of Jakarta were reduced to sending messengers through the streets. Incredibly, the coup leaders failed to provide food and water for their troops stationed on the central square, with the result that a battalion of hungry and thirsty soldiers wandered off. Another battalion went to Jakarta's Halim Air Force Base, where they found the gates closed and spent the night loitering on the streets outside. The PKI leader, who apparently was one of the coup organizers, failed to alert and coordinate actions with the rest of the PKI, hence there was no mass communist uprising. The commander of the Army Strategic Reserve was, after Sukarno, Indonesia's second political leader with unusual qualities that influenced the course of history. He resembled Sukarno in having the confusingly similar name of Suharto, and in being Javanese and politically skilled. Suharto differed from Sukarno in being 20 years younger, 1921 to 2008, not having played a significant role in the struggle against the Dutch colonial government, and being little known outside Indonesian army circles until the morning of October 1, 1965. When Suharto learned of the uprising early on that morning, he adopted a series of countermeasures while playing for time and trying to figure out a fast-moving and confusing series of developments. He summoned the commanders of the two army battalions on the central square to come meet him inside Kostrad headquarters, where he told them that they were in revolt and commanded them to take orders from him. They dutifully obeyed. The coup leaders, plus Sukarno, to whom the fast-moving situation may have been as confusing as it was to Suharto, now gathered at Halim Air Force Base, because the Air Force was the branch of the Indonesian armed forces most sympathetic to the communists. Suharto responded by sending reliable troops to capture first the telecom building, then Halim Air Force Base, which the troops succeeded in doing with minimal fighting. At 9:00 p.m. on that evening of October 1, Suharto announced in a broadcast over the radio that he now controlled the Indonesian army, would crush the 30th September movement, and would protect President Sukarno. The coup leaders fled from Halim Base and from Jakarta, proceeded separately by train and plane to other cities in central Java, and organized other uprisings in which other generals were killed. But those uprisings were suppressed by loyalist army troops within a day or two, just as had been the uprising in Jakarta. To this day, many questions about the failed coup remain unanswered. What seems clear is that the coup was a joint effort by two sets of leaders, some junior military officers with communist sympathies, and one or more PKI leaders. But why did professional military officers stage such an amateurishly bungled coup with such lack of military planning? Why didn't they hold a press conference to enlist public support? Was the involvement of the PKI in the coup confined to just a few of its leaders? Was Communist China involved in planning and supporting the coup? Why didn't the coup leaders include Suharto on their list of generals to be kidnapped? Why didn't the coup forces capture the Kostrad headquarters on one side of the central square? Did President Sukarno know of the coup in advance? Did General Suharto know of the coup in advance? Did anti-communist generals know of the coup in advance, but nevertheless allow it to unfold, in order to provide them with a pretext for previously laid plans to suppress the PKI? The last possibility is strongly suggested by the speed of the military's reaction. Within 3 days, military commanders began a propaganda campaign to justify roundups and killings of Indonesian communists and their sympathizers on a vast scale. The coup itself initially killed only 12 people in Jakarta on October 1, plus a few other people in other cities of Java on October 2. But those few killings gave Suharto and the Indonesian military a pretext for mass murder. That response to the coup was so quick, efficient, and massive that it could hardly have been improvised spontaneously within a few days in response to unexpected developments. Instead, it must have involved previous planning that awaited only an excuse, which the bungled coup attempt of October 1 and 2 provided. The military's motives for that mass murder arose from Indonesia's breakdown of political compromise and democratic government in the 1950s and early 1960s, culminating in the three-way power struggle in 1965 among the PKI, the armed forces, and President Sukarno. It appeared that the armed forces were starting to lose that struggle. As Indonesia's largest and best organized political party, the PKI threatened the army's political power and the money that the army extracted from state-owned businesses, smuggling, and corruption. The PKI's proposal to arm workers and peasants as a separate armed force threatened the army's monopoly of military power. As subsequent events would show, President Sukarno alone could not resist the army, but Sukarno was looking to the PKI as a potential ally to serve as a counterweight to the army. In addition, the military itself was divided and included communist sympathizers, who were the organizers of the coup, along with one or more PKI leaders. Hence, the coup gave anti-communist army officers an opportunity to purge their political opponents within the army itself. Not surprisingly, army commanders, alarmed by the PKI's rising power, prepared their own contingency plan, for which the coup offered a trigger. It remains unknown whether Suharto himself was already involved in drawing up that contingency plan, or whether, like Chile's General Pinochet, he became at the last minute the leader of a military takeover prepared by others. On October 4, Suharto arrived at an area called Lubang Buaya, crocodile hole in the Indonesian language, where the coup squads had thrown the bodies of the kidnapped generals down a well. In front of photographers and television cameras, the decomposing bodies were pulled out of the well. On the next day, October 5, the generals' coffins were driven through Jakarta's streets, lined by thousands of people. The military's anti-communist leadership quickly blamed the PKI for the murders, even though the murders had actually been carried out by units of the military itself. A propaganda campaign that could only have been planned in advance was immediately launched to create a hysterical atmosphere, warning non-communist Indonesians that they were in mortal danger from the communists, who were said to be making lists of people to kill and to be practicing techniques for gouging out eyes. Members of the PKI's Women's Auxiliary were claimed to have carried out sadistic sexual torture and mutilation of the kidnapped generals. President Sukarno tried to minimize the significance of the October 1 coup attempt and objected to the scale of the military's countermeasures. But the military had now wrested control of the situation from Sukarno. From October 5 onwards, the military began a roundup aimed at eliminating every member of the PKI and of every PKI-affiliated organization and all of the families of those members. The PKI reaction was not what one would expect of an organization that had been planning a coup. Throughout October and November, when PKI members were summoned to come to army bases and police stations, many came willingly, because they expected just to be questioned and released. The PKI could have supported the coup and thwarted military countermeasures by mobilizing railroad workers to sabotage trains, mechanics to sabotage army vehicles, and peasants to block roads, But it did none of those things, because the Indonesian killings were not carried out with the meticulous organization and documentation of the Nazi killings in World War II concentration camps. There is much uncertainty about the number of Indonesian victims. The highest estimates are about 2 million. The most widely cited figure is the contemporary estimate of 500,000, arrived at by a member of President Sukarno's own fact-finding commission. Indonesian killing technology was much simpler than that of the Nazis. Victims were killed one by one, with machetes and other hand weapons, and by strangling, rather than by killing hundreds of people at once in a gas chamber. Indonesian disposal of bodies was also haphazard, rather than carried out by utilizing specially built large ovens. Nevertheless, what happened in Indonesia in 1965 and 1966 still ranks as one of the world's biggest episodes of mass murder since World War II. A common misconception is that the killings were only or mainly of Chinese Indonesians. No, most of the victims were non-Chinese Indonesians. The targets were Indonesian suspected communists and their affiliates, not specifically Chinese. Another misconception is that the killings were a spontaneous explosion by a population of irrational, emotionally unstable, and immature people prone to run amok, a Malay expression that refers to individuals who go crazy and become murderers. No, I'm unaware of any evidence that Indonesians are intrinsically unstable and murderous. Instead, the Indonesian military planned and orchestrated the killings in order to protect its own interests, and the military's propaganda campaign convinced many Indonesian civilians to carry out the killings in order to protect, in turn, their own interests. The military's killing campaign was evil, but not irrational. It aimed to destroy the military's strongest opponents, and it succeeded in that aim. The situation, as of the end of October 1965, was thus that Suharto commanded the loyalty of some, but not all military leaders. Sukarno was still president for life, was still revered by much of the public as Indonesia's founding father, was still popular among military officers and soldiers, and was politically skilled. Suharto couldn't just push Sukarno aside, any more than some ambitious American general could have pushed George Washington aside, halfway through our beloved founding father's second term as president. Suharto had previously been considered just as an efficient general, and nothing more. But he now proceeded to display political skills exceeding even Sukarno's. He gradually won the support of other military leaders, replaced military and civil service officers sympathetic to the PKI with officers loyal to him, and over the next 2.5 years proceeded slowly and cautiously to displace Sukarno while pretending to act on Sukarno's behalf. In March 1966, Sukarno was pressured into signing a letter ceding authority to Suharto. In March 1967, Suharto became acting president, and in March 1968, he replaced Sukarno as president. He remained in power for another 30 years. In contrast to Sukarno, Suharto did not pursue Third World anti-colonial politics and had no territorial ambitions outside the Indonesian archipelago. He concentrated instead on Indonesian domestic problems. In particular, Suharto ended Sukarno's armed confrontation with Malaysia over Borneo, rejoined the United Nations, abandoned Sukarno's ideologically motivated alignment with Communist China, and aligned Indonesia instead with the West for economic and strategic reasons. Suharto himself lacked a university education and had no understanding of economic theory. Instead, he placed Indonesia's official economy, in contrast to the unofficial economy described below, in the hands of highly qualified Indonesian economists, many of whom had obtained degrees at the University of California at Berkeley. That resulted in the nickname of the Berkeley Mafia. Under Sukarno, the Indonesian economy had become saddled with deficit spending, resulting in heavy debt and massive inflation. Like General Pinochet's Chicago Boys in Chile, Suharto's Berkeley Mafia instituted economic reforms by balancing the budget, cutting subsidies, adopting a market orientation, and reducing Indonesia's national debt and inflation. Taking advantage of Suharto's abandonment of Sukarno's left-leaning policy, the Berkeley Mafia encouraged foreign investment and attracted American and European aid for developing Indonesia's natural resources, especially its oil and minerals. Indonesia's other body of economic planning was the military. Suharto declared, "The armed forces have a great interest in the process of modernizing the state and society, and wish to play a vital role in its process. If the army stands neutral in the face of problems in consolidating the new order, it disavows its role as well as the call of history. The military has two functions, that is, as an armed tool of the state, and as a functional group to achieve the goals of the revolution." Just imagine an American general becoming president and saying that about the U.S. Army. In effect, the Indonesian military developed a parallel government with a parallel budget approximately equal to the official government budget. Under Suharto, military officers constituted more than half of Indonesia's mayors, local administrators, and provincial governors. Local military officers had the authority to arrest and hold indefinitely anyone suspected of actions prejudicial to security. Military officers founded businesses and practiced corruption and extortion on a huge scale, in order to fund the military and to line their private pockets. While Suharto himself did not conduct an ostentatiously lavish lifestyle, his wife and children were reputed to practice enormous corruption. Without even investing their own funds, his children launched businesses that made them rich. When his family was then accused of corruption, Suharto became angry and insisted that their new wealth was just due to their skills as business people. Indonesians gave to Suharto's wife, Ibu Tien, Madam Tien, a nickname meaning Madam 10%, because she was said to extract 10% of the value of government contracts. By the end of Suharto's reign, Indonesia was ranked among the most corrupt countries in the world. Corruption pervaded all aspects of Indonesian life. For instance, while I was working in Indonesia for the international environmental organization World Wildlife Fund, WWF, an Indonesian friend also working for WWF pointed out to me an Indonesian WWF office director and whispered that his nickname was Mr. Corruption, because he was not just normally corrupt, but exceptionally corrupt. A boat that overseas WWF donors had bought for that particular WWF office had ended up as a private boat of Mr. Corruption. As another example of non-governmental corruption, my work in Indonesia routinely required me to fly with heavy luggage that incurred excess baggage charges. I became accustomed to the fact that whenever I checked in at the counter of an Indonesian domestic airport, the airline check-in employees came out to me from behind the counter and demanded the excess baggage charges in cash for their own pockets, not for the airline. Suharto replaced Sukarno's governing principle of guided democracy with what came to be known as the New Order, which supposedly meant going back to the pure concepts of Indonesia's 1945 constitution and to the 5 principles of Pancasila. Suharto claimed to be stripping away the bad changes subsequently introduced by Indonesia's political parties, for which he had no use. He considered Indonesian people to be undisciplined, ignorant, susceptible to dangerous ideas, and unready for democracy. In his autobiography he wrote, "In Pancasila democracy there is no place for a Western-style opposition. In the realm of Pancasila democracy, we recognize musyawara, deliberation, to reach the mufakat, consensus of the people. We do not recognize opposition as in the West. Here we do not recognize opposition based on conflict, opposition which is just trying to be different. Democracy must know discipline and responsibility, because without both those things, democracy means only confusion." These Suharto leitmotifs, that there is only one way and that there should be no disputes, applied to many spheres of Indonesian life. There was only one acceptable ideology, Pancasila, which civil servants and members of the armed forces had to study under a bureaucratic indoctrination program. Of course, labor strikes were forbidden. They were contrary to Pancasila. The only acceptable ethnic identity was uniformly Indonesian. So Chinese Indonesians were forbidden to use Chinese writing or to keep their Chinese names. National political unity admitted no local autonomy for Aceh, East Timor, Indonesian New Guinea, or other distinct regions. Ideally, Suharto would have preferred just one political party, but parliamentary elections contested by multiple parties were necessary for an Indonesian government to appear legitimate on the international scene. However, a single government functional group, named Golkar, always won elections with up to 70% of the vote, while all other political parties were merged into 2 other functional groups, one of them Islamic and the other non-Islamic, which always lost elections. Thus Indonesia, under Suharto, came to be a military state, much as it was in the last decade of Dutch colonial government, with the difference that the state was now run by Indonesians rather than by foreigners. The historical display that I saw in the Indonesian hotel lobby in 1979 reflected Suharto's emphasis on the aborted 1965 coup as a Communist Party plot, portrayed as the defining moment in modern Indonesian history. At the huge Pancasila monument erected in 1969 to commemorate the killings of the 7 generals, considered 7 heroes of the revolution, a solemn ceremony of remembrance and of rededication to Pancasila was and still is held each year. A bas-relief on the monument and an adjacent museum of PKI treason depict the history of post-colonial Indonesia as a sequence of treasonous communist acts culminating in the 1965 coup attempt. On September 30 every year, all Indonesian TV stations were required to broadcast, and all Indonesian school children were required to watch, a grim 4-hour-long government-commissioned film about the 7 kidnappings and killings. There was, of course, no mention of the 500,000 Indonesians killed in retaliation. Not until a dozen years later, in the year 1979, when I began to work in Indonesia, were most political prisoners finally released. Indonesia's parliament re-elected Suharto as president for one 5-year term after another. After nearly 33 years, just after Parliament had acclaimed him as president for a 7th 5-year term, his regime collapsed quickly and unexpectedly in May 1998. It had been undermined by a combination of many factors. One was an Asian financial crisis that reduced the value of Indonesia's currency by 80% and provoked rioting. Another was that Suharto himself, at age 77, had grown out of touch with reality, lost his political skills, and was shaken by the death in 1996 of his wife, who had been his closest partner and anchor. There was widespread public anger at corruption and at the wealth accumulated by his family. Suharto's own successes had created a modern, industrialized Indonesian society whose citizens no longer tolerated his insistence that they were unfit to govern themselves. The Indonesian military evidently concluded, as had the Chilean military after the no vote of 1998, that it couldn't stop the wave of protests, and that Suharto, like Pinochet, should resign before the situation got out of control. In 1999, the year after Suharto's fall, Indonesia carried out its first relatively free elections in more than 40 years. Since then, Indonesia has had a series of elections with voter turnouts far higher than voter turnouts in the U.S., turnouts of 70 to 90%, whereas voter turnouts in the U.S. barely reach 60%, even for presidential elections. In 2014, Indonesia's latest presidential election was won by an anti-establishment civilian, the former mayor of Jakarta, Joko Widodo, whose defeated opponent was an army general. Corruption has decreased, and sometimes it gets punished. Let's summarize the Suharto regime and the legacies of the crisis provoked by the 1965 failed coup attempt and the successful counter-coup. The bad legacies are obvious. Worst are the mass murder of 500,000 Indonesians and the imprisonment of 100,000 for more than a decade. Massive corruption reduced Indonesia's rate of economic growth below the level that it would have enjoyed if so much money had not been diverted into the pockets of the military, running its own parallel government with a parallel budget. That example of corruption was widely imitated through Indonesian society, even by airline cliques. Suharto's belief that his subjects were incapable of governing themselves postponed for several decades the opportunity for Indonesians to learn how to govern themselves democratically. From the events of 1965, the Indonesian armed forces drew the lesson that success would be achieved by using force and killing people, rather than by solving problems that make people dissatisfied. That policy of murderous army repression has cost Indonesia dearly in Indonesian New Guinea and Sumatra, and especially on the eastern Indonesian island of Timor, which had been divided politically between a Portuguese colony in the east and Indonesian territory in the west. When Portugal was shedding its last colonies in 1974, all geographic logic argued for East Timor becoming another province of Indonesia, which already accommodated so many provinces with different cultures, languages, and histories. Of course, one can object that national boundaries aren't shaped just by geographic logic. Canada isn't part of the U.S., and Denmark isn't part of Germany. But East Timor isn't comparable to Canada or Denmark. It's just the eastern half of one small island in a long chain of many islands, all the rest of which are wholly Indonesian. Had the Indonesian government and army displayed even a minimum of tact, they might have negotiated an arrangement to incorporate East Timor with some autonomy into Indonesia. Instead, the Indonesian army invaded, massacred, and annexed East Timor. Under international pressure, and to the horror of the Indonesian army, Indonesia's President Habibie, who succeeded Suharto, permitted a referendum on independence for East Timor in August 1999. By then, the population, of course, voted overwhelmingly for independence. Thereupon, the Indonesian army organized pro-Indonesia militias to massacre yet again, forcibly evacuated much of the population to Indonesian West Timor, and burned most of the new country's buildings, to no avail, as international troops restored order, and East Timor eventually took control of itself as the nation of Timor-Leste. The cost to the East Timorese were that about 1/4 of the population died, and that the survivors now constitute Asia's poorest mini-nation, whose per capita income is 6 times lower than that of Indonesia. The costs to Indonesians were that they now have in their midst a separate nation with sovereignty over a potentially oil-rich seabed whose revenues will not flow to Indonesia. Now that we've dwelt on those appalling legacies of the Suharto regime, it may seem that there is nothing further to be said about it. But history rarely presents us with either pure evil or pure good, and history should be reviewed honestly. Hideous as it was in other respects, the Suharto regime did have positive legacies. It created and maintained economic growth, even though that growth was reduced by corruption. It attracted foreign investment. It concentrated its energy on Indonesia's domestic problems, rather than dissipating it on world anti-colonial politics or on the effort to dismantle neighboring Malaysia. It promoted family planning, and thereby addressed one of the biggest fundamental problems that have bedeviled independent Indonesia, as well as the previous Dutch colonial regime. Even in the most remote villages of Indonesian New Guinea, I saw government posters describing family planning. It presided over a green revolution that, by providing fertilizer and improved seeds, greatly increased the yields of rice and other crops, thereby massively raising agricultural productivity and Indonesians' nutrition. Indonesia was under great strain before 1965. Today, Indonesia shows no imminent risk of falling apart, although its fragmentation into islands, territorial extent of thousands of miles, hundreds of indigenous languages, and coexistence of religions were all recipes for disaster. 80 years ago, most Indonesians didn't think of themselves as Indonesians. Now, Indonesians take their national identity for granted. But many people, Indonesians and non-Indonesians, give the Suharto regime zero credit rather than some credit. They object. Indonesia might have made those same advances under a regime other than Suharto's. That's a historical what-if question. But such questions can't be answered with confidence. One can only compare what actually did happen in Indonesia after 1965 with what might have happened under the only two available alternatives: continuation of the Sukarno regime that was in power until 1965, or its replacement by a communist regime under the PKI that was seeking to take power. On the one hand, the Sukarno regime had brought Indonesia to political chaos and economic standstill as of 1965. The tortures, killings, grinding poverty, and insane policies associated with communist dictatorships in Cambodia, North Korea, and other countries warn us that a communist alternative to Suharto could have been worse for Indonesia than was Suharto. On the other hand, there are people who argue that Sukarno's regime was leading to something wonderful, or that an Indonesian communist regime under the PKI would have proved different from communist regimes elsewhere in the world. We'll never know. How does Indonesia's crisis fit into our framework that contrasts national crises with individual crises? Indonesia does illustrate selective change and the drawing of a fence. Factor number 3, Table 1.2. Within the fence were major areas considered ripe for change. Those areas included Suharto's replacement of civilian government by a military dictatorship, the reverse change of his successors, Suharto's embracing of Western-trained economists to replace economic regression with economic growth, and Suharto's abandonment of Sukarno's aspirations to Third World political leadership. On the other hand, outside the fence lay major features of Indonesia that were preserved intact after 1965, including national territorial integrity, considerable religious tolerance, and a non-communist government. Those continuities were considered non-negotiable core values by Sukarno and by Suharto, and by Suharto's successors, except for Sukarno's willingness to align himself with communists. Some factors in Indonesia made it difficult for the country to solve its problems. As a newly independent ex-colony, Indonesia began with only limited national identity, factor number 6. Unlike Finland, which had already enjoyed considerable autonomous self-government for a century before it achieved independence. As a new country, Indonesia could not draw confidence from a previous history of successful change, except for its independence struggles of 1945 to 1949, factor number 8. Honest, realistic self-appraisal, factor number 7, was deficient in President Sukarno, who believed himself endowed with a unique ability to interpret the unconscious wishes of the Indonesian people. The core values of many or most officers of the Indonesian military were ones that they were willing to kill for, but not to die for, factor number 11. Indonesia's freedom of action was limited by the internal constraints of poverty and of population growth, factor number 12. On the other hand, Indonesia also enjoyed advantages in solving its problems. As an island archipelago, it enjoys freedom from external constraints, like Chile and unlike Finland. There has been no nation that threatens Indonesia since the departure of the Dutch, factor number 12 again. Berkeley's mafia of economists was able to draw on models well tested in other countries in order to reform the Indonesian economy and achieve economic growth, factor number 5. After Suharto abandoned his predecessor's pro-communist China foreign policy and adopted a pro-West policy, Indonesia received a great deal of investment and foreign aid from Western countries in rebuilding its economy, factor number 4. Suharto did often illustrate honest, realistic, Machiavellian self-appraisal, factor number 7. And gradually pushing aside Indonesia's popular founding father and first President Sukarno, Suharto proceeded cautiously, figured out at each step what he could get away with and what he couldn't get away with, and eventually succeeded in replacing Sukarno, even though it took time. Suharto was also realistic in abandoning Sukarno's foreign policy ambitions beyond Indonesia's means, including guerrilla warfare against Malaysia and the attempt to lead a world anti-colonial movement. Indonesia also illustrates 3 issues about national crises that do not arise for individual crises. Like Chile, but unlike Finland, Indonesia illustrates the breakdown of political compromise that produced the log jam and secessionist movements of the early 1950s, leading to Sukarno's installation of guided democracy, then to the Indonesian Communist Party calling for arming the workers and peasants, which led in turn to the army responding by committing mass murder. Also like Chile, but unlike Finland, Indonesia illustrates the role played by unusual leaders. In the case of Indonesia, those were Sukarno, blessed by charisma and cursed by overconfidence in that charisma, and Suharto, blessed by patience, caution, and political skills, and cursed by his policy of murderous cruelty, by his blindness to the corruption of his own family, and by his lack of faith in his own countrymen. Finally, as for reconciliation after killings provoked by the breakdown of political compromise, Indonesia stands at the opposite extreme from Finland, with Chile intermediate. Rapid reconciliation in Finland after the Finnish Civil War, much open discussion and trials of perpetrators in Chile, but incomplete reconciliation, and very limited discussion or reconciliation and no trials in Indonesia. Factors responsible for Indonesia's lack of trials include the country's weak democratic traditions. The fact that post-Pinochet Chile's motto, "A fatherland for all Chileans," found less echo in post-Suharto Indonesia, and most of all, that Indonesia remained a military dictatorship for 33 years after the mass killings, and that the armed forces remain much more powerful in Indonesia today than in Chile. I can add my personal experience of the selective changes in Indonesia. I worked there for 17 years during the Suharto era, from 1979 to 1996. I then didn't go back until 2012, 14 years after Suharto's fall, and have continued to visit Indonesia ever since. Many surprises awaited me upon my return. My first surprise involved air travel. In the 1980s and 1990s, the operations of Indonesian commercial airlines were often careless and dangerous. In addition to being shaken down for bribes and diverted excess baggage charges, I experienced one flight on which large fuel drums were placed unsecured in the passenger cabin. The steward remained standing during takeoff, and seat belts and vomit bags for passengers, including one who was vomiting, were lacking. During another flight on a large passenger jet into the provincial capital of Jayapura, the pilot and co-pilot were so absorbed in chatting with the stewardesses through the open cabin door that they failed to notice that they were approaching the runway at too high an altitude, tried to make up for their neglect by going into a steep dive, had to brake hard on landing, and succeeded in stopping the plane only 20 feet short of the runway perimeter ditch. But by 2012, Indonesia's leading airline, Garuda, was rated as one of the best regional carriers in the world. Every time since 2012 that I have checked in with overweight baggage, I have been sent to Garuda's excess baggage office to pay the charges by credit card to Garuda itself in return for a receipt. I was regularly asked for bribes until 1996. I have never been asked for a bribe since 2012. While at sea in Indonesian coastal waters in 2012, I spotted a military-looking vessel nearby, asked what it was, and learned to my surprise that it was a government patrol boat looking for illegal fishing boats. Until 1996, I would have regarded the phrase Indonesian government patrol boat as a self-contradicting oxymoron like jumbo shrimp. I had become accustomed to the Indonesian military's activities as creating a need for patrolling rather than as carrying out patrolling. When I landed on the coast of Indonesian New Guinea in 2014, I was astonished to encounter big or colorful birds, which had formerly been the prime target of illegal hunting, now calling and displaying near and even in coastal villages. Imperial pigeons, hornbills, palm cockatoos, and birds of paradise. Previously, those species were shot out or trapped near villages and encountered only far from habitation. Upon my return to Indonesian New Guinea, Indonesian friends related to me what at first sounded like the same old stories that used to happen in the 1980s and 1990s. In this New Guinea village, an Indonesian policeman had recently shot 4 New Guineans. In that district, the district administrator had been very corrupt. Ho-hum, of course, so what else is new? The difference this time was that both the policeman and the administrator were put on trial and sent to jail. That wouldn't have happened before. While these are signs of progress, they shouldn't be exaggerated. Many of Indonesia's old problems persist, to varying degrees. Bribery is reportedly still widespread, though I no longer encounter it myself. My own Indonesian friends still don't talk about the mass killings of 1965. My younger friends today weren't alive then, and my older friends who were alive in 1965 have remained silent about it to me, although American colleagues tell me that they do encounter many Indonesians interested in the killings. There is still fear of Indonesian military interference in Indonesian democracy. When a civilian politician defeated a general in the 2014 presidential elections, anxious months passed before it became clear that the general wouldn't succeed in his efforts to annul the election. In 2013, a rifle shot from the ground broke the windshield of my chartered helicopter in the air over Indonesian New Guinea. It remained uncertain whether the shot had been fired by New Guinean guerrillas still fighting for independence, or by Indonesian troops themselves feigning guerrilla activity in order to justify a crackdown. My remaining personal observation requires more explanation. Among the nations discussed in this book, Indonesia is the one with the shortest national history and the greatest linguistic diversity by far, and initially was the only nation at serious risk of its territory falling apart. The former Dutch colony of the Dutch East Indies might have dissolved into several separate nation-states, just as the former French colony of Indochina did dissolve into Vietnam, Cambodia, and Laos. That dissolution was evidently the intention of the Dutch when they tried to establish separate federal states within their colony in the late 1940s, in order to undermine the nascent Unified Republic of Indonesia. But Indonesia didn't fall apart. It built from scratch, surprisingly quickly, a sense of national identity. That sense grew partly spontaneously, and partly was reinforced by conscious government efforts. One basis of that sense is pride in the revolution of 1945 to 1949 and in the throwing off of Dutch rule. The government reinforces that spontaneous sense of pride by retelling the story of 1945 through 1949 with considerable justification as a heroic struggle for national independence, just as American schools retell the story of our own revolution to all American schoolchildren. Indonesians are proud of their wide territorial extent, expressed in an Indonesian national song, Dari Sabang Sampai Merauke. From Sabang to Merauke, Indonesia's western and eastern extremities, respectively, 3,400 miles apart. Another basis of national identity is Indonesians' rapid adoption of their easily learned and wonderfully supple Bahasa Indonesia as the national language, coexisting with the 700 local languages. In addition to those underlying roots of national identity, the Indonesian government continues to try to reinforce identity by emphasizing the 5-point framework of Pancasila, and by annual ceremonies remembering the 7 murdered generals at Jakarta's Pancasila Monument. But despite having stayed in many Indonesian hotels since my return to Indonesia in 2012, I haven't seen another hotel lobby display like the account of the communist coup that greeted me in the lobby of my first Indonesian hotel where I stayed in 1979. Indonesians now feel sufficiently secure in their national identity that they don't need misleading accounts of a communist coup to reinforce it. To me, as a visitor to Indonesia, that deepening sense of national identity is among the biggest changes that I've experienced. Chapter 6. Rebuilding Germany. Germany in 1945. 1945 to 1961. Germans holding judgment. 1968. 1968's aftermath. Brandt and reunification. Geographic constraints. Self-pity. Leaders and realism. Crisis framework. Germany's surrender on May 7 and 8, 1945, marked the end of World War II in Europe. The situation in Germany as of that date was as follows. The Nazi leaders, Hitler, Goebbels, Himmler, and Bormann, had committed, or were about to commit, suicide. Germany's armies, after conquering most of Europe, had been driven back and defeated. About 7 million Germans had been killed, either as soldiers, as civilians killed by bombs, or as civilian refugees killed while fleeing, particularly from the advancing Soviet armies in the East, taking revenge for the horrible things that the German military had done to Soviet civilians. Tens of millions of Germans who survived had been traumatized by severe bombing. Virtually all of Germany's major cities had been reduced to rubble from bombing and fighting. Between 1/4 and 1/2 of the housing in German cities had been destroyed. 1/4 of Germany's former territory was lost to Poland and to the Soviet Union. What remained of Germany was divided into 4 occupation zones that would eventually become 2 separate countries. About 10 million Germans were homeless refugees. Millions of Germans were searching for missing family members, of whom some miraculously turned up alive years later. But most never turned up, and for many of them the time and place and circumstances of their deaths remain forever unknown. My first German teacher, living in exile in 1954, happened to mention having a son. When I naively asked him about his son, my teacher burst out in pain. They took him away, and we never heard anything about him again. By the time that I met my teacher, he and his wife had been living with that uncertainty for 10 years. 2 of my later German friends were luckier. One learned of her father's probable death only a year after the last news from him, and another learned of his brother's death after 3 years. As of 1945, the German economy had collapsed. The German currency was rapidly losing its value through inflation. The German people had undergone 12 years of Nazi programming. Virtually all German government officials and judges had been convinced or complicit Nazis, because they had had to swear a personal oath of allegiance to Hitler in order to hold a government job. German society was authoritarian. Today, Germany is a liberal democracy. Its economy is the 4th largest in the world and is one of the world's leading export economies. Germany is the most powerful country in Europe west of Russia. It established its own stable currency, the Deutsche Mark. Then it played a leading role in establishing a common European currency, the euro, and in establishing the European Union, that now joins it peacefully with the countries that it had so recently attacked. Germany has largely dealt with its Nazi past. German society is much less authoritarian than it once was. What happened between May 1945 and today to produce those changes? I first visited Germany in 1959, lived there for much of 1961, and have frequently returned for visits ever since. I'll now discuss 5 of the changes that I witnessed in post-war Germany. 2 of them, partition and West German economic recovery, were nearly complete by the time of my residence in Germany. Two others, Germans facing the legacies of Nazism and social changes, were already underway then, but accelerated afterwards, and one, reunification, happened only decades later and seemed utterly inconceivable to me and to my German friends in 1961. From the perspective of this book's framework of crisis and change, Germany represents an extreme case in many respects, including in its geopolitical constraints and in the role of distinctive leaders for bad and for good. Most of all, Germany represents an extreme in the magnitude of the crisis that it faced. Meiji Japan was merely threatened by attack. Finland and Australia were attacked but remained unoccupied. But Germany and Japan in 1945 had been attacked, conquered, occupied, and far more devastated than any other nation discussed in this book. World War II's victorious Allies carved Germany into 4 occupation zones: American in the south, French in the southwest, British in the northwest, and Soviet in the east. While the capital city of Berlin lay in the middle of the Soviet zone, it too was divided into occupation sectors of all 4 powers, like an island of non-Soviet occupation within the Soviet zone. In 1948, the Soviets imposed a blockade on American, British, and French overland access to their enclaves within Berlin, in order to compel the 3 Western Allies to abandon their enclaves. The Allies responded with the Berlin Airlift and supplied Berlin by air for nearly a year, until the Soviets gave up and abandoned their blockade in 1949. In that same year of 1949, the Allies joined their zones into one entity, called the Federal Republic of Germany, also known as West Germany or Bundesrepublik Deutschland. The Soviet zone became a separate entity called the German Democratic Republic, also known as East Germany, or its German-language acronym DDR. Today, East Germany is routinely dismissed as a failed communist dictatorship that eventually collapsed and became, in effect, absorbed by West Germany. The term German Democratic Republic is remembered as a big lie, like the name Democratic People's Republic of Korea, that North Korea adopts for itself today. It's easy now to forget that not just Soviet brute force, but also German communist idealism contributed to East Germany's founding, and that numerous German intellectuals chose to move to East Germany from West Germany or from exile overseas. But the standard of living and freedom in East Germany eventually fell far behind that of West Germany. While American economic aid was pouring into West Germany, the Soviets imposed economic reparations on their zone, dismantled and carted away whole factories to Russia, and reorganized East German agriculture as collective farms. Increasingly, over the next 2 generations until reunification in 1990, East Germans grew up unable to learn the motivation acquired by people in Western democracies to work hard to better their lives. As a result, East Germans began fleeing to the West. Hence, in 1952, East Germany sealed its borders to the West, but East Germans could still escape by passing from East Berlin into West Berlin, then flying from West Berlin to West Germany. The pre-war public transport system in Berlin, U-Bahn and S-Bahn, included lines that connected West and East Berlin, so that anyone in East Berlin could get into West Berlin just by hopping on a train. When I first visited Berlin in 1960, like other Western tourists, I took the U-Bahn to visit East Berlin and to return to West Berlin. In 1953, dissatisfaction in East Germany blew up in a strike that turned into a rebellion, crushed by Soviet troops. Dissatisfied East Germans continued to escape to the West by way of the Berlin public transport system. Finally, on the night of August 13, 1961, while I was living in Germany, the East German regime suddenly closed the East Berlin U-Bahn stations and erected a wall between East and West Berlin, patrolled by border guards who shot and killed people trying to cross the wall. I recall the disbelief, shock, and rage of my West German friends the morning after the wall's erection. The East Germans justified the wall by claiming that it was built to protect East Germany from West German infiltrators and criminals, rather than admitting that it was aimed at preventing dissatisfied East Germans from fleeing to the West. The Western Allies didn't dare to breach the wall, because they knew that they were powerless to do anything for a West Berlin surrounded by East German and Russian troops. From then on, East Germany remained a separate state from which there was no possibility of fleeing to West Germany without high probability of being killed at the border. Over 1,000 Germans died in the attempt. There was no realistic hope for the reunification of Germany, given the polarization between the Soviet Union and the communist East European bloc on the one hand, and the U.S. and Western Europe on the other hand. It was as if the United States became divided at the Mississippi River between a communist Eastern U.S. and a democratic Western U.S., with no prospect of reunification for the foreseeable future. As for West Germany, just after World War II, one policy considered by the victorious Western Allies was to prevent it from ever rebuilding its industries, to force its economy to revert just to agriculture under the so-called Morgenthau Plan, and to extract war reparations as the Allies had done after World War I and as the Soviets were now doing in East Germany. That strategy stemmed from the widespread Allied view that Germany had been responsible not only for instigating World War II under Hitler, as is widely agreed, but also for instigating World War I under Kaiser Wilhelm II, a much-debated historical question, and that permitting Germany to re-industrialize could lead to yet another world war. What caused that Allied view to change was the development of the Cold War, and the resulting realization that the real risk of another world war came not from Germany, but from the Soviet Union. As I explained in Chapter 4 in connection with U.S. policy towards Chile, that fear was the dominating motive underlying American foreign policy in the decades following World War II. The communist takeovers of all Eastern European countries already occupied by Soviet troops, Soviet acquisition of atomic bombs, and then of hydrogen bombs, the Soviet attempt in 1948 to 1949 to blockade and strangle the Western enclave in Berlin, and the strength of communist parties even in some Western European democracies, especially Italy, made Western Europe seem the most likely site for the Cold War to explode into another world war. As late as 1961, when I was about to go live in Germany, my American father advised me in all seriousness to be ready to flee to a safe refuge in Switzerland at the first signs of danger in Europe. From that perspective, West Germany, lying in the center of Europe and bordering on communist East Germany and Czechoslovakia, was crucial to the freedom of Western Europe. The Western Allies needed West Germany to become strong again, as a bulwark against communism. Their other motives for wanting Germany to become strong were to reduce the risk that a weak and frustrated Germany might descend again into political extremism, as had happened after World War I, and to reduce the economic costs to the Allies of having to continue to feed and support an economically weak West Germany. After 1945, it took several years during which the West German economy continued to deteriorate for that change of view to mature among the Western Allies. Finally, in 1948, the U.S. began to extend to West Germany the Marshall Plan economic aid that the U.S. had already begun to provide to other Western European countries in 1947. Simultaneously, West Germany replaced its weak and inflated currency with a new currency, the Deutsche Mark. When the Western Allies merged their occupation zones into a single West Germany, they retained veto power over its legislation. However, West Germany's first chancellor, Konrad Adenauer, proved skillful at exploiting American fears of a communist assault in order to obtain Allied acquiescence to delegate more and more authority to West Germany and less to the Allies. Adenauer's economics minister, Ludwig Erhard, instituted modified free market policies and utilized Marshall Plan aid to fuel a spectacularly successful economic recovery that became known as the Wirtschaftswunder, or economic miracle. Rationing became abolished, industrial output and living standards soared, and the dream of being able to buy a car and a home became reality for West Germans. By the time that I moved from Britain to West Germany felt more prosperous and contented than was Britain. Note the irony, often noted bitterly by my British friends. Germany had lost World War II, and Britain had won it. But it was West Germany rather than Britain that then created the economic miracle. Politically, by 1955, West Germany had regained sovereignty, and Allied military occupation ended. After the Allies had fought 2 world wars in order to defeat and disarm Germany, West Germany began to rearm and to rebuild an army, not at its own initiative, but incredibly, at Western urging, and against a vote of the West German Parliament itself, so that West Germany would have to share with the Allies the burden of defending Western Europe. From a 1945 perspective, that represented the most astonishing change in American, British, and French policy towards Germany. The West German economy had been characterized by relatively good labor relations, infrequent strikes, and flexible conditions of employment. Employees and employers tacitly agree that employees won't strike so that businesses can prosper, and that employers will share the resulting business prosperity with their workers. German industry developed an apprentice system that it still has today, in which young people become apprenticed to companies that pay them while they are learning their trade. At the end of the apprenticeship, they then have jobs with that company. Today, Germany has Europe's largest economy. At the end of World War II, the Allies prosecuted the 24 top surviving Nazi leaders at Nuremberg for war crimes. 10 were condemned to death, of whom the highest-ranking were the Foreign Minister Joachim von Ribbentrop and the Luftwaffe chief Hermann Göring. The latter succeeded in committing suicide by poison during the night before his scheduled execution. 7 others were sentenced to long or lifelong prison terms. The Nuremberg court also tried and sentenced numerous lower-level Nazis to shorter prison terms. The Allies subjected much larger numbers of Germans to denazification proceedings, consisting of examining their Nazi past and re-educating them. But the Nuremberg trials and denazification proceedings didn't solve the legacies of Nazism for Germans. Millions of lower-level Germans who had either been convinced Nazis or had followed Nazi orders were not prosecuted. Because the trials were conducted by the Allies rather than by Germans themselves, the prosecutions did not involve Germans taking responsibility for German actions. In Germany, the trials became dismissed as Siegerjustiz, mere revenge taken by the victors upon the vanquished. West Germany's own court system also carried out its own prosecutions, but their scope was initially limited. A practical problem for both the Allies and the Germans themselves in developing a functioning post-war government in Germany was that any government requires officials with experience. But as of 1945, the vast majority of Germans who had acquired experience in government acquired it under the Nazi government, which meant that all potential post-war German government officers, including judges, had either been convinced Nazis or at the very least had cooperated with the Nazis. The sole exceptions were Germans who had either gone into exile or had been sent by the Nazis to concentration camps, where they couldn't acquire experience in governing. For example, West Germany's first chancellor after the war was Konrad Adenauer, a non-Nazi whom the Nazis had driven out of his office as mayor of Cologne. Adenauer's policy upon becoming chancellor was described as amnesty and integration, which was a euphemism for not asking individual Germans about what they had been doing during the Nazi era. Instead, the government's focus was overwhelmingly on the urgent tasks of feeding and housing tens of millions of underfed and homeless Germans, rebuilding Germany's bombed cities and ruined economy, and re-establishing democratic government after 12 years of Nazi rule. As a result, most Germans came to adopt the view that Nazi crimes were the fault of just a tiny clique of evil individual leaders, that the vast majority of Germans were innocent, that ordinary German soldiers who had fought heroically against the Soviets were guiltless, and that by around the mid-1950s there were no further important investigations of Nazi crimes left to be carried out. Further contributing to that failure of the West German government to prosecute Nazis was the widespread presence of former Nazis among post-war government prosecutors themselves. For instance, it turned out that 33 out of 47 officials in the West German Federal Criminal Bureau, Bundeskriminalamt, and many members of the West German Intelligence Service had been leaders of the Nazi-fanatical SS organization. During my 1961 stay in Germany, I occasionally heard defenses of the Nazi era by older Germans who had been in their 30s or 40s during that time, whom I had gotten to know well, and who were talking to me in private. For example, the husband of a woman musician with whom I played cello and piano sonatas eventually explained to me that the purported extermination of millions of Jews was mathematically impossible, and the biggest lie ever told. Another older German friend eventually played for me a recorded speech by Hitler, to which she listened with a mixture of pleasure and amusement. In 1958, the justice ministers of all Western German states finally set up a central office to pool their efforts to prosecute Nazi crimes committed anywhere inside and even outside West German territory. The leading figure in those prosecutions was a German Jewish lawyer named Fritz Bauer, who had been a member of the anti-Nazi Social Democratic Party and had been compelled to flee Germany to Denmark in 1935. He began prosecuting cases as soon as he returned to Germany in the year 1949. From 1956 until his death in 1969, he served as chief prosecutor for the German state of Hessen. The central principle of Fritz Bauer's career was that Germans should hold judgment upon themselves. That meant prosecuting ordinary Germans, not just the leaders whom the Allies had prosecuted. Bauer first became famous for what were known in Germany as the Auschwitz trials, in which he prosecuted low-level Germans who had been active at Auschwitz, the largest of the Nazi extermination camps. The Auschwitz personnel whom he prosecuted consisted of very minor officials, such as clothes room managers, pharmacists, and doctors. He then went on to prosecute low-level Nazi police, German judges who had ruled against Jews or against German resistance leaders or had issued death sentences, Nazis who had persecuted Jewish business people, those involved in Nazi euthanasia, including doctors, judges, and euthanasia personnel, officials in the German Foreign Office, and what was most disturbing to German people, German soldiers guilty of atrocities, particularly on the Eastern Front. Disturbing because of the widespread German belief that atrocities had been committed by fanatical groups such as the SS, but not by ordinary German soldiers. In addition to those prosecutions, Bauer tried to track down the most important and most evil Nazis who had disappeared after the war. Hitler's assistant, Martin Bormann, the Auschwitz concentration camp doctor Josef Mengele, who had carried out medical experiments on prisoners, and Adolf Eichmann, who had organized the roundup of Jews. Bauer did not succeed in tracking down Mengele, who eventually died in Brazil in 1979, or Bormann, who it later turned out had committed suicide in 1945, around the same time as did Hitler. But Bauer did receive information about the location of Eichmann, who had fled to Argentina. Bauer concluded that he couldn't safely pass that information to the German Secret Service for them to capture and punish Eichmann, because he feared that they would just tip off Eichmann and allow him to escape. Instead, he relayed the news of Eichmann's whereabouts to the Israeli Secret Service, which eventually succeeded in kidnapping Eichmann in Argentina, secretly flying him to Israel in an El Al jet, putting him on public trial, and eventually hanging him after a trial that drew worldwide attention not just to Eichmann, but to the whole subject of individual responsibility for Nazi crimes. Bauer's prosecutions attracted wide attention within Germany. More than anything else, they revealed to Germans of the 1960s what Germans of the 1930s and 1940s had been doing during the Nazi era. The Nazi defendants being prosecuted by Bauer all tended to offer the same set of excuses. I was merely following orders. I was conforming to the standards and laws of my society at the time. I was not the person who had responsibility for these people getting killed. I merely organized railroad transport of Jews being transported to extermination camps. I was just a pharmacist or a guard at Auschwitz. I didn't personally kill anyone myself. I was blinded by belief in authority and ideology proclaimed by the Nazi government, and that made me incapable of recognizing that what I was doing was wrong. Bauer's response, which he formulated again and again at the trials and in public, was as follows. Those Germans whom he was prosecuting were committing crimes against humanity. The laws of the Nazi state were illegitimate. One cannot defend one's actions by saying that one was obeying those laws. There is no law that can justify a crime against humanity. Everybody must have his own sense of right and wrong and must obey it, independently of what a state government says. Anyone who takes part in what Bauer called a murder machine, such as the Auschwitz extermination apparatus, thereby becomes guilty of a crime. In addition, it became clear that many of the defendants whom he put on trial and who gave as an excuse that they did what they did because they were forced to do it, were acting not out of compulsion, but out of their own convictions. In reality, many, perhaps most, of Bauer's prosecutions failed. The defendants were often acquitted by German courts even in the 1960s. Bauer himself was frequently the target of verbal attacks and even of death threats. Instead, the significance of Bauer's work was that he, a German in German courts, demonstrated to the German public again and again in excruciating detail the beliefs and deeds of Germans during the Nazi era. Nazi misdeeds were not just the work of a few bad leaders. Instead, masses of ordinary German soldiers and officials, including many who were now high-ranking officials of the West German government, had carried out Nazi orders, and had therefore been guilty of crimes against humanity. Bauer's efforts thereby formed an essential background to the German student revolts of 1968, to be discussed below. The change in German views of the Nazi era after I lived in Germany was made brutally clear to me by an experience 21 years later in 1982. And that year, my wife Marie and I spent a vacation in Germany. As we were driving along the Autobahn and approaching Munich, an Autobahn exit sign pointed to a suburb called Dachau, site of a former Nazi concentration camp, German acronym KZ, that Germans had converted into a museum. Neither of us had previously visited a KZ site, but we didn't anticipate that a mere museum exhibit would affect us. After all that we already knew of KZs through the stories of Marie's parents, KZ survivors, and the newsreels of my childhood. Least of all did we expect to be affected by how Germans themselves explained, or explained away, their own camps. In fact, our visit to Dachau was a shattering experience, at least as powerful as was our subsequent visit to the much larger and more notorious Auschwitz, which is also an exhibit but not a German exhibit because it lies within Poland. Photographs and texts in German vividly depicted and explained Dachau KZ and its background. The Nazi rise to power in 1933, the Nazi persecution of Jews and of non-Nazi Germans during the 1930s, Hitler's steps towards war, the operation of Dachau KZ itself, and the operation of the rest of the Nazi camp system. Far from shirking German responsibility, the exhibit exemplified Fritz Bauer's motto, "Germans holding judgment upon themselves." What my wife and I saw then at Dachau is part of what all German children have seen from the 1970s onwards. They are taught at length in school about Nazi atrocities, and many of them are taken on school outings to former KZs that, like Dachau, have been turned into exhibits. Such national facing up to past crimes isn't to be taken for granted. In fact, I know of no country that takes that responsibility remotely as seriously as does Germany. Indonesian school children still are taught nothing about the mass killings of 1965. Chapter 5. Young Japanese whom I have known tell me that they were taught nothing about Japan's war crimes. Chapter 8. And it is not national policy in the U.S. for American school children to be taught in grim detail about American crimes in Vietnam and against Native Americans and against African slaves. In 1961, I had seen much less of that German acknowledgment of their nation's dark past. Insofar as one can consider a single year to be the symbolic watershed for Germany in that respect, it was, as we shall now see, 1968. Revolts and protests, especially by students, spread through much of the free world in the 1960s. They began in the U.S. with the Civil Rights Movement, protests against the Vietnam War, the free speech movement at the University of California at Berkeley, and the movement called Students for a Democratic Society. Student protests were also widespread in France, Britain, Japan, Italy, and Germany. In all of those other countries, as in the U.S., the protests partly represented a revolt of the younger generation against the older generation. But that confrontation of generations achieved a particularly violent form in Germany for two reasons. First, the Nazi involvement of the older generation of Germans meant that the gulf between the younger and the older generation was far deeper than it was in the U.S. Second, the authoritarian attitudes of traditional German society made older and younger generations there especially scornful of each other. While protests leading to liberalization were growing in Germany throughout the 1960s, The lid blew off those protests in 1968. Why 1968? Not just in Germany, but also in the U.S., different generations have different experiences and acquire different names. In the U.S., we talk about broadly defined generations: baby boomers, Gen X, millennials, and so on. But changes from year to year have been more rapid and profound in Germany than in the U.S. When you're getting to know a new American friend, and you and your new friend are relating to each other your life histories, you probably do not begin by saying, "I was born in 1945, and just knowing that fact will help you figure out a lot about my life and my attitudes without my having to tell you." But Germans do begin to explain themselves to one another by saying, for example, "Ich bin Jahrgang 1945, meaning my year of birth was 1945. That's because all Germans know that their fellow citizens went through very different life experiences depending on when they were born and were growing up. Examples are the experiences of my German friends of my own age, born around the year 1937. None of them grew up with what we Americans or younger modern Germans would recognize as normal lives. All of them had bad things happen to them as children due to the war. For example, among my 6 closest German friends born around 1937, one was orphaned when her soldier father was killed. One watched from a distance the district where his father lived being bombed, although his father survived. One was separated from her father from the time that she was 1 year old until she was 11 years old, because he was a prisoner of war. One lost his 2 older brothers in the war. One spent the nights of his childhood years sleeping out of doors under a bridge, because his town was bombed every night, and it was unsafe to sleep in a house. And one was sent by his mother every day to steal coal from a railroad yard so that they could stay warm. Thus my German friends of Jahrgang 1937 were old enough to have been traumatized by memories of the war, and by the chaos and poverty that followed it, and by the closure of their schools. But they weren't old enough to have had Nazi views instilled into them by the Nazi youth organization called the Hitlerjugend. Most of them were too young to be drafted into the new West German army established in 1955. Jahrgang 1937 was the last Jahrgang not called up for that draft. Those facts about the different experiences of Germans born in different years help explain why Germany experienced a violent student revolt in the year 1968. On the average, the